Chapter 151, The Boy Who Struck Back, 2. Jacqueline's pad. Harry just finished talking with both Marvolo and Morphin Gaunt and he barely stopped himself from tossing away the resurrection stone as far as he could in frustration. Unlike he expected, summoning the shades of the dead wasn't that hard. Thanks to Gellert's research, it only took him a few seconds to figure out how to use the resurrection stone. Unfortunately for him, that was exactly where everything stopped going according to his plans. He realized that even though he could summon the shades of anyone he wanted, he couldn't make them talk. The first thing Marvolo asked him was if he was a pureblood or mudblood. He didn't even want to know what was happening, which was probably the first thing a rational person would have asked. Alas, Marvolo was anything but rational. Harry had already learned from Hymera that the Gaunts were pureblood fanatics, but to be honest, he didn't expect them to be such vapid supporters of the pureblood doctrine, and since Harry always took pride in being a half-blood, against his better judgment, he didn't bother to lie. It was a mistake on his part. Unfortunately, he had already admitted that he was a half-blood in front of Marvolo, and the ugly man stared at him like he was the most disgusting thing he had ever laid his eyes upon. Harry hated that look, and if he could, then Harry would have brought the ugly fucker back to life, just so he could give him a long and painful death. After learning that Harry is half-blood, Marvolo basically refused to even look at him. Harry was so angry at Marvolo that he simply dismissed the man and decided to summon Morphin to get his answers, but once again, he was disappointed. Morphin was uglier than Marvolo, but that wasn't the problem. The man was barking mad, and instead of talking in English, the man only spoke in Parcel tongue. Harry shouldn't have had any problem understanding Parcel tongue as he was a Parcel mouth, but the insane man was basically hissing gibberish. No matter how much Harry tried, he wasn't able to get an intelligible answer from the man. Sometimes, the man would cuss at a person, but once again, Harry had no idea who, or sometimes, the man started hissing incoherently. Harry didn't know how sane Morphin was, to begin with, but the man had clearly lost any lick of sanity thanks to his vacation in Azkaban, and much to his frustration, he couldn't use legilimency on the shades. So, he simply decided to give up and dismiss the shade of Morphin as the man's incoherent hissings were getting on his nerves. "Are you sure that the others are going to answer?" Lily asked cautiously. Harry was planning to summon Merlin, Morgana, the Founders, and a few more to ask them questions and learn from them, but after watching how both Marvolo and Morphin acted, she was somewhat doubtful that the others would answer his questions. "I am not going to know unless I give it a try, but I am expecting some of them to act like the Gaunts did," Harry explained thoughtfully. He was angry and frustrated, but that didn't mean that he would completely scrap his plans. At least, now he knew what to expect. With his mind made up, he decided to take a short break to calm himself before he could summon the shade of anyone else. He wanted to start with a fresh mind and renewed expectations, but before he could summon Norton for some snacks, he received a message from none other than Rita Skeeter, asking him to meet her in a restaurant called Butter and Bells. Harry had no idea why the woman was calling him, but according to her, it was very urgent. Looks like, the others would need to wait, Harry mused internally as he informed his mother about Rita's message. Even his mother started to wonder what that horrid but useful woman wanted from her son. So, after informing Morsi about his sudden departure, he quickly opened a portal and stepped through. He arrived inside one of the alleys near Diagon Alley, and his physical features started to change as the portal closed behind him. Harry had no idea where Butter and Bells was, so he decided to ask for directions. He asked a wizard and the man was able to point him in the right direction. Harry finally arrived in front of a two-story building, with a banner of Butter and Bells hanging outside the store. He entered the restaurant and he immediately realized that the place was much better than Leaky Cauldron. Sometimes Harry simply couldn't understand why Leaky Cauldron was the face of the biggest shopping alley of Wizarding Britain when there was already a better restaurant like Butter and Bells as a fitting alternative. Harry looked around for a bit and he immediately found the woman he was looking for. So, without wasting any time, he quickly made his way toward her table as he informed her of his arrival through the mark. "Hello, Rita," Harry greeted the woman as he pulled back a chair and sat down. "So, what do you have for me?" Harry asked without beating around the bush. "Aren't you going to ask me if I am all right or not?" Rita asked with a displeased look on her face. "You are still alive, are you not, Rita?" Harry drawled with a bored look on his face. "Now, stop wasting my time and tell me what you wanted to talk about," Harry continued impatiently. Rita huffed irritably. "I might have found the person who put your name in the goblet," Rita revealed smugly, and Harry had to admit, previously she had his attention, but now she had his curiosity. "Really?" Harry asked as he leaned forward curiously. Rita looked around before asking him to cast privacy wards around their table through her mark, so cast a couple of privacy spells with a snap of his fingers. Satisfied with his action, Rita finally began to speak. I was at Hogwarts, looking for some scoop or some scandal with some much going on in that school. Rita started to explain from the beginning. And that is when I saw Argus Filch using magic. Rita gasped dramatically and Harry simply looked at her in confusion. And that matters to me, why? Harry asked slowly what the woman was trying to say. Because, supposedly, he is a squib and he was using a wand to cast magic when he thought no one was looking, but he was wrong. I was there and I only noticed him by chance, Rita whispered furiously, even though their conversation was protected by privacy spells. It raised a lot of flags in my mind, so I decided to follow him. Rita continued her story and now Harry could see where this was going. I wasn't able to discover much, but I am certain that someone is masquerading as Argus Filch, and I also found that Crouch Sr. is in cohorts with the imposter. With that, Rita finally finished her explanation. I see. Harry mumbled thoughtfully. Thank you for informing me of this development. You did good, Harry praised her. While he wasn't a big fan of Rita, he could see her usefulness and he wasn't beyond praising his followers for doing a good job and rewarding them. That would simply make them strive to do better. Tell me, Rita, is there something I can do for you? Harry asked, and Rita didn't need to be told twice. While Rita hated being under the thumb of a 14-year-old, she couldn't deny the fact that working for him came with its own benefits. Yes, he had tortured her and then he had forced that brand upon her, successfully enslaving her. Then he also gained access to her life's work and her lifeline. She would never forgive him for that, but a part of her was glad that he had left her alone after that. Rita was an avid believer of the axiom quill is mightier than a wand, but she had come to believe that in some cases, that axiom wasn't accurate. When it came to Harry Potter, that axiom was completely wrong. After Grindelwald and his followers joined him, she had finally come to understand how dangerous Harry Potter truly was, and the biggest problem was the fact that the boy possessed the power to crush any opposition. Can I have an interview? Rita asked in a hopeful tone. She knew very well where her talents lay. About what? Harry asked, not promising anything. About how you feel with your name coming out of the Goblet of Fire, Rita revealed. She knew that she had to start with something easy and she decided to sweeten the request even more. I promise, I won't spice up the article, Rita promised. Fine. You will have your interview, but after I deal with Crouch Sr. and the imposter. I do have some unfinished business with Crouch Sr. Harry declared as he stood up and pulled a pouch out of his robes before placing it on the table. Treat yourself with some nice food, you deserve it, Harry said as he smoothed his robes before he turned around and started to leave. To be honest, Rita was kind of taken aback by the gesture. Thank you, boss, Rita declared to no one with some reluctance while staring at Harry's retreating back. Chapter 152 to 154. The girl most interesting, I. Hogwarts, Highlands, Scotland, Great Britain. Harry continued to watch the Hogwarts castle while treating himself with some Thai noodles for dinner. Learning how to use chopsticks wasn't that hard, but getting used to the spice was a bit of a challenge on his part. He was simply waiting for the clock to hit 9 p.m. After 9 p.m., the halls would be completely empty except for the prefects and Argus Filch. After a few minutes, it was finally past 9 p.m. and since Harry was already done with his dinner, he transformed into his harpy eagle form and started to head toward Hogwarts Castle. When he broke into Hogwarts the last time, he never transformed back into his human form when he was inside the castle, so he had no idea how the wards would react to his presence, but it was a risk Harry was willing to take. Yes, Albus Dumbledore was a deterrent, but not for Harry. Just like the last time, Harry applied the disillusionment charm on his animagus form just before entering Hogwarts. Now, he just needed to find Argus Filch, who could be anywhere inside Hogwarts, and since he was in no hurry, he started to fly through the halls, looking for Argus. Room 234-00 was the first place he looked for the man, as according to his mom, room 234-00 was his office. The office was still in the same room, but the man and his pet were nowhere to be found, but the man wasn't supposed to be in his office in the first place. So, Harry started to search for the man floor by floor. That is when he came across a very interesting sight. A disillusioned student was climbing the grand staircase, and the reason why Harry found the sight interesting was because it wasn't normal for a fourth year to have mastered the disillusionment charm to such an extent. While the disillusionment charm was supposed to turn a person invisible, it wasn't even close to perfect. So, No matter how good a person becomes at using the disillusionment charm, there will always be some signs of the spell, and the girl was barely noticeable, which meant the girl had put a lot of work into the spell. The spell wasn't even taught to the students in the first place, which was enough proof of her hard work. Since Harry was intrigued, Harry at least decided to learn her destination and if possible, her identity. So, he followed the girl to the 7th floor, and the girl finally stopped in front of a portrait where a wizard was attempting to teach trolls how to dance. The girl looked around for a bit before she started to pace in front of the portrait, making Harry wonder what she was doing. The hell is she doing? Lily voiced the question that was raging inside both of their minds. Well, there is your answer. Harry trailed off just after a door appeared on the wall across from the portrait. The girl entered the room in a confident stride and Harry followed suit. He was way too intrigued by the girl and wanted to see what she was up to. Harry entered the room and found it to be a massive training room with dangerous-looking training dummies standing all around the room. Did you know that there was a room like this on the 7th floor? Harry asked excitedly. No. Even the Marauders didn't know anything about this room. James told me about all the secret rooms and passages they had found at Hogwarts, Lily explained slowly as she continued to check out the room through Harry's eyes. The door finally closed and transformed back into a solid wall, and the girl finally dropped the disillusionment charm, revealing her features. The platinum blonde hair was tied in a high ponytail while her electric blue eyes were inspecting the dummies like a predator would eye a prey. There was a certain glint in her eyes, and Harry had seen the same type of glint in Katerina Cabal's eyes. He started to wonder why a 14-year-old would have such a glint in their eyes. With each moment, the girl was becoming more and more intriguing in his eyes. He was glad that he came to Hogwarts tonight, or he might have missed such a gem. The girl took off the outer robe she was wearing, revealing the battle robes she was wearing. The battle robes she was wearing wasn't anything to write home about, as he had seen Jacqueline use way better robes than this. The girl pulled out her wand and took a deep breath before tossing away her outer robe. As soon as her outer robe hit the floor, the dummies around the room became active. Is she planning to take on all those dummies? Lily asked in a disbelieving tone. Harry decided to land on a rafter and watch the show, and the next moment, both Lily and Harry were taken aback by the speed, power, and ferocity of the dummies. The dummies started to attack the girl with the intent to kill, and Harry had to admit, he was more than impressed by the way the girl was handling herself against those murderous dummies. There were 20 dummies in total, but the girl was taking them down one by one with practiced ease. He was certain that the girl used this method to train regularly. Within the next couple of minutes, the girl destroyed the rest of the dummies too, but as soon as the last dummy fell, 20 more dummies appeared along the wall of the room. Though this time, the dummies were a bit bigger and bulkier. Unfortunately, their size or mass didn't seem to affect their speed negatively. Instead, this batch of dummies was much faster than the last batch. This time, the girl did seem to have some problems at the beginning, but she still managed to take down all the dummies one by one. Now, Harry was beyond impressed. The girl was probably better than Tonks and Jacqueline, though he couldn't help but wonder how. The girl was only 14 for Merlin's sake, and she could already give two veterans like Tonks and Jacqueline a run for their gold, and that was saying something. The girl finally managed to take down the second batch, and Harry thought that she was going to stop with this, but no. Another batch of dummies appeared around the wall as soon as she took down the last dummy of the second batch. Harry wondered if the girl was a masochist. Yeah, that would explain quite a bit. He simply continued to watch the girl in complete fascination as he continued to turn the dummies into rubble. He wasn't sure if he could call them dummies anymore. Golems would be a more apt term for the dummies. The third batch of dummies was exactly the same as the second batch, but it was still quite impressive the way the girl was bringing them down. The girl was clearly tired as her movements were much slower than before, but she was still determined to beat them all. When the last golem of the third batch finally hit the ground, no more dummies appeared along the walls, which meant, the training session was finally over. The girl plopped down on the floor and the rebels littered around the floor started to disappear slowly. I do not know what to say. I couldn't have done that at her age no matter how much I tried, Lily admitted, even though it was quite a bitter pill to swallow. Harry didn't say anything as he believed his mother's words to be true. To achieve something like this, a person needed to have a drive, and his mother didn't have that drive when she was 14. He wondered what was driving the girl. I am going to meet her, Harry declared excitedly inside his mind, surprising Lily. What? Lily gasped in shock. Have you gone mad, Hadrian? Lily questioned hysterically. I am already a bit mad, Mom, Harry retorted while grinning internally. I find her really intriguing, Mom. I can't miss this chance to meet her, Harry added. The girl would be a good addition to Lost Garden, and he really wanted to know what drove the girl to become this good at the age of 14. Right now, the girl was only lacking raw power, but she had both Tonks and Jacqueline beat when it came to skills. Are you sure that she isn't going to inform the professors about your presence? Lily pointed out, and Harry simply shrugged dismissively. I am willing to take that risk, Harry declared as he kicked off the rafter and started to glide down toward the floor. Harry silently arrived on the floor and shifted back into his human form before finally dropping the disillusionment charm. All this time, he was facing the girl's back, so she never noticed him and decided to be dramatic with his greeting. That was quite an impressive show you put on, Harry declared, sounding amused only for the girl to turn around and shoot a stunning charm at him. The girl most interesting, 2. Room of requirement, Hogwarts. Daphne finally finished defeating the third batch of golems and slumped down on the floor while breathing heavily. For now, this much was her limit, and while anyone would find her prowess beyond impressive, she wasn't satisfied. She knew that she needed to become much stronger if she wanted to protect her family from the Dark Lord and his followers. Though she wasn't able to stop a feral grin from surfacing on her face. Even though she knew that she wasn't ready for the upcoming war yet, she was most definitely ready to deal with someone like Dolores Umbridge. She already had a date in her mind, and now she only needed to dot all of her I's while crossing her T's, but that is when someone decided to pour cold water on her glee. Daphne was completely taken aback when someone spoke to her, and she had to forcefully stop herself from casting anything lethal. Her knee-jerk reaction was to kill the person who had probably discovered some of her secrets, but she ultimately decided to simply knock out the person before obliterating them. The consequences of killing someone inside the school at this moment would be quite dire. So, without wasting any time, she twisted her body and cast Stunning Charm, but much to her shock, the boy effortlessly batted away her spell. It only took her a moment to recognize the boy as Harry Potter, but she couldn't help but wonder what he was doing here in Hogwarts at this time. She started to wonder if Dumbledore finally managed to bring the boy back to Britain for the tournament. You are fast, but not fast enough, the boy said mockingly, and even though Daphne's temper flared at his words, she didn't give in to her anger. Instead, she decided to make the great Harry Potter eat his words with her actions. With a cold look on her face, Daphne started to attack Harry, but he continued to bat away her spells with extreme ease. Haha! This is it! Show me what you got! Harry exclaimed loudly as he started to step forward, and it was Daphne who started to get pushed back even though Harry was simply batting away her spells. Impossible! This is impossible! How is he doing this? Daphne raged inside her mind. Yes, she was tired, but she was still strong enough to at least beat a fourth-year student. This Harry Potter was nothing like the Harry Potter of her world. Though she couldn't help but wonder if the person she was facing was even Harry Potter or not in the first place. You are good, but you are not good enough, Harry declared as he batted away a bone breaker. Daphne felt her temper flare up at Harry's words, and instead of keeping her cool, she snapped. There was only so much mocking she could take from a 14-year-old brat. I will show you good enough. Daphne snarled, and golems started to form along the walls of the room. Harry raised his brows as he looked around at the golems. Instead of 20, there were 40 golems this time, and the golems seemed to be much bigger than what Daphne was using for her training. Still not good enough, Harry declared with an amused grin on his face as lightning started to erupt from his whole body, surprising Daphne. Previously, Harry was using his wand to bat away the spells as he didn't want to hurt her delicate sensibilities, but he finally decided to give up all pretenses. Harry opened his arms wide and massive lightning bolts started to shoot out of his arms. Moments later, Harry finally released the lightning shockwave, which destroyed everything in its path, but the lightning bolts nimbly avoided Daphne, who could only stare at Harry and golems with a dumb look on her face as the lightning bolts ripped apart the golems. Daphne dumbly lowered her wand as she didn't know what else to do. How? Daphne questioned herself inside her mind. How is he so powerful? This is so fucked up. Daphne internally groaned at the unfairness of the world. She already knew that the world of magic was completely unfair, or she would have been equally strong as Voldemort or Dumbledore. She stared at Harry Potter warily as she realized that he was also out of her league. Daphne clutched her hands tightly in anger and frustration. She didn't even notice the fact that her nails were digging into the skin of her palms. She bit her lip hard enough to make it bleed as she balefully glared at him, but Harry seemed to be completely oblivious to the glare. Here she was, pushing herself beyond limits to gain more power so that she could keep her family safe during the war, but some people were simply born with unimaginable power. Even in her world, Harry Potter was called the Chosen One. At that time, she never understood why, but now she knew the answer. I don't believe I did anything to deserve that look, Harry said, breaking her out of her musings, and Daphne finally stopped glaring at Harry. Come on, let me heal your hands and your lips, Harry offered, and now that he mentioned it, Daphne finally realized that she was bleeding from her palms and mouth. She quickly used her robes to wipe off the blood. It won't be necessary, she quickly refused the offer coldly as she didn't want to get close to the boy. If I wanted to kill you, then you would have been long dead, Harry said dryly while giving her a blank look, and even though Daphne didn't want to admit it, she realized Harry was right. Come, let me heal your hands, Harry offered again, and after pondering for a few moments, Daphne finally decided to give in. Harry grinned and started to approach her. Harry arrived in front of her and urged her to extend her hands. The girl did so and he healed her hands with a simple wave of his hands, surprising her again. How are you doing that? How are you casting magic wandlessly? The girl asked somewhat angrily. Practice, a lot of practice, Harry lied straight through his teeth, and the girl simply scoffed at him. I have never seen Dumbledore use wandless magic to this extent, and he is a century older than you, the girl argued back, making Harry grin. Maybe he isn't strong enough, or maybe his age is finally catching up to him, Harry said in an amused tone, and it was clear that the girl didn't believe him, but technically, he wasn't lying. Dumbledore was simply not strong enough when compared to him. Yes, the man was much more experienced than him, but that was no longer the truth. He was equal to Albus when it came to experience. Ah! Forgive my manners. Even though you probably already know me, I am Harry Potter, Harry introduced himself. Daphne Greengrass. Daphne finally introduced herself and grabbed her hand and brushed his lips on the back of her palm, much to his mother's chagrin. So, do you have any plans for the tournament? Daphne asked. After all, the tournament was probably the only reason why Harry Potter would come to Hogwarts. I have no plans of participating, Harry declared, much to Daphne's surprise. But what about your magic? Daphne ended up asking before she could stop herself. Worried about me, Miss Greengrass? Harry asked in an amused tone, making Daphne glare at him. Then why are you here? Daphne asked as she crossed her arms in front of her chest, pushing up her budding chest. I wanted to take a look at the so-called Goblet of Fire, so here I am, Harry lied again. By the way, I heard that I should be careful about Argus Filch, can you tell me where he usually is at this time? Harry asked curiously. Daphne pursed her lips in displeasure. She was almost certain that Harry wasn't here to inspect the goblet, and a part of her appreciated the fact that this Harry Potter wasn't a foolish Gryffindor like the Harry Potter of her own world, but the rest of her was annoyed with the fact that Harry Potter was in Hogwarts with questionable intentions. Not knowing his intentions bothered her quite a bit, and she would have tortured the information out of him only if she was stronger than him. I am not sure, but he usually starts his rounds from his dungeons, Daphne answered after a few moments of silence, and Harry nodded his head in appreciation. I see, Harry muttered as he nodded his head in understanding. So, how did you find this training room? Harry asked as he looked around. I asked one of the house elves, Daphne lied without missing a beat, and Harry immediately knew that she was lying. He already knew how to access the room, so he decided to inspect the room later on his own, or he could always ask Norton to learn everything he could from the Hogwarts house elves. It was nice to meet you, Miss Greengrass, but I should get going. Harry waved at her as he produced a card and handed it to Daphne. The girl stared at the card questioningly before finally looking at Harry with raised brows. Lost Garden? Daphne asked with a frown. That is my group. I found you interesting, so I decided to extend an invitation to you. Just tap your wand on the card and someone will reach out to you, Harry explained with a smile before he turned around and started to walk away. Daphne stared down at the card before looking up at Harry's back. The whole conversation was a completely new experience for her. I will see you again, Daphne Greengrass. Harry said without looking back as he stepped out of the room. A meeting long awaited. You know, you could have simply used legilimency on her instead of playing nice with her, Lily huffed irritably. She was not happy with the fact that her son was flirting with some random blonde shank who was barely starting to bud when he already had her. Where is the fun in that? Harry asked in an amused tone. It was clear that she was lying to me, but at this moment, She holds no importance to me, Harry explained as he flew down to the 6th floor of Hogwarts following the grand staircase after he finished searching the 7th floor for Argus Filch. Then why did you even bother to meet her? Lily asked with a frown. I simply wanted to plant an idea in her mind. I am certain that she isn't training to become an Auror, a hit witch, or a duelist. It felt like she was preparing for a war. Makes me wonder what she really knows, Harry finished thoughtfully. I have a feeling that I am going to meet her again pretty soon, Harry added with a hint of certainty in his voice. What if she is on the side of the Death Eaters? Lily asked curiously. Then she will die all the same, just like the others, Harry answered coldly. Are you sure that you will be able to kill her? Lily asked with a growl, making him wonder why his mom was getting so worked up due to a simple side project. Daphne was a simple side project to him for the time being. Yet, he did find her certainly interesting, but at the end of the day, she was of no consequence. Though her classification might change if she turned out to be more useful to him in the future. Of course, why wouldn't I be able to kill her? He asked cautiously. Weren't you flirting with her just a few minutes ago? Lily asked in an annoyed tone, making Harry completely speechless. After a few moments of complete silence, Harry burst out laughing. Did she really think that he was flirting with Daphne? Well, that explained the change in her attitude all of a sudden. After his meeting with Hela, his mom had been somewhat insecure about their relationship, so he could understand where she was coming, but it was still hilarious. Lily felt a vein start throbbing on her forehead when he started to laugh, and her temper continued to rise as he continued to laugh, but thankfully, he stopped before she could snap. Mom, I wasn't flirting with her. I was simply presenting a charismatic front to her to make her drop her guard, Harry explained, making Lily frown at his words. Don't worry, Mom, as I have said previously, there is only one woman in my heart, Harry added, and Lily felt a heart-tipped arrow pierce her heart. You clearly know what to say to your mother to make her feel loved, Lily huffed with a mock outraged look on her face. Fine, I will drop the matter, Lily added generously. By the way, a fair warning, she is a pure blood, so there is a good chance that she might be on the side of the Death Eaters, Lily explained in a grave tone, only for Harry to shake his feathery head in denial after thinking for a bit. It is not that simple, Mom. I know quite a bit about the Greengrass family. They are pure businessmen, nothing more. During the last war, they went to huge lengths to remain neutral in the war. So, I believe they will try to remain neutral during the upcoming war too, Harry explained casually. Though Voldemort wouldn't allow them to remain neutral this time. I believe after returning, he won't be revealing himself to the world, Harry mused thoughtfully. I believe he will lay low for a year or so while recruiting and consolidating his power, Harry finished as he finally finished searching the 6th floor and flew down to the 5th floor. For the next couple of minutes, Lily didn't say anything as she continued to ponder what Harry said until his plan finally clicked inside her mind. You want to turn her into a spy, Lily gasped as she finally came to the realization, but at the same time, she felt annoyed at her Hadrian. Why couldn't he just say that he wanted to turn her into a spy, instead of speaking in circles? Not everyone was as intelligent as him. Bingo! Harry exclaimed cheerfully. His mom finally understood why Daphne Greengrass was an entertaining side project for him. If she decides to spy on Voldemort and his merry band of followers for him, then he will have someone in the enemy's camp, and if she joins the Death Eaters, then he will simply kill her. It won't be a huge loss. Either way, he will win the upcoming war. Oh, look! Who do we have here? Harry grinned gleefully as he noticed a dust-colored scrawny cat in the hall. The cat possessed bulging yellow, lamp-like eyes. That's Mrs. Norris. Filch won't be far from her, Lily hurriedly explained. The blasted cat had a special kind of connection with the resident squib, and her owner was never far from her, as throughout the years, many students had tried to deal with the cat in a permanent fashion. Talk about working in a hostile environment. Harry quickly shifted back into his human form before softly landing on the ground, and Harry had to admit that the cat was extremely perceptive for his liking as the cat's eyes zeroed on him even though he was disillusioned, silent, and scentless. So, to avoid any sort of complications, he decided to deal with the cat before he could start looking for the imposter Filch. He wondered how the imposter was able to fool such a perceptive cat. Well, Harry could get his answer from the imposter Filch. So, with a flick of his hand, he cast a stunning charm and knocked out the cat before she could make a noise or make a run for it. The cat slumped down on the floor and decided to stun it again, just in case. When the cat didn't make another move, he nodded his head in satisfaction and decided to start looking for imposter Filch. It didn't take him much effort as the man himself came running out of the corner with a furious look on his face. "Mrs. Norris! Mrs. Norris!" The man came running while exclaiming. "What happened to you?" The man exclaimed in panic as he finally arrived in front of the cat and picked her up in his arms and furiously looked around. "If I find you, then I skin you alive, you little bastards! Even Albus won't be able to stop me!" Argus screamed in rage as he looked around, trying to look for the student responsible for this. Instead of already making a move, Harry simply decided to wait and see what he would do. The man continued to look around with a furious look on his face, but he kept caressing the cat in his arms carefully from time to time. Then the man slowly pulled out his wand from his robes and he used the cat as a cover for his wand and cast the Hominum Revelio charm, and Harry knew that the jig was up, so he simply attacked the man with a stunning charm. The imposter Filch swiftly turned toward the direction of the spell and used the cat in his arms as a meat shield to protect himself against the spell. Harry clicked his tongue and cast a barrage of spells and the man deftly danced through the barrage before casting a nasty curse at Harry. Harry easily batted away the spell and dropped the disillusionment charm. He could have continued to use the disillusionment charm to play with the imposter Filch, but he wanted to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Whoever the imposter was, he immediately recognized Harry and he didn't miss the look of bewilderment, hatred, confusion, and fear in the man's eyes. The man looked around with a hint of worry on his face before his gaze focused back on Harry. "So, where is Dumbledore? Is he hiding around the corner?" the man asked. "No, you don't need to worry about him," Harry said and resumed his attacks. Whoever this man was, he was much better than the man he fought during the Quidditch World Cup and for whatever reason, the man wasn't casting any lethal spells. Yes, he was casting really nasty spells, but Harry wouldn't die from any of them. It would be an extremely painful experience for him, but he wouldn't die, which meant that they wanted Harry alive for something. The man was taken aback when Harry started to push him back. The surprise was clear on his face. He was looking like something incomprehensible was happening in front of his eyes. The look of shock turned into a look of anger as he tossed the feline in his hand toward Harry and cast a body-exploding curse at the cat, but Harry quickly flicked his wand in the air to banish the cat toward the wall. It was not that Harry cared about the cat, but he knew what the man was attempting to do. The man wanted to explode the cat in front of him to obscure his vision. The man growled at Harry as the body-exploding curse passed by Harry without hitting anything before it slammed against the wall harmlessly. He pulled out something from his belt and he was about to drop it on the floor when the body-binding curse hit it and he slumped down on the floor, completely aware of everything happening around him. "No. No. I can't have you do that." Harry grinned and started to open a portal under the man and moments later, the man was gone. Harry cracked his neck and he was about to start opening a portal for himself but he froze when he saw a bright flash. So, he quickly cast the disillusionment charm to hide himself. The flash finally subsided and Harry was surprised to find that it was Albus fucking Dumbledore along with his blasted songbird. Harry wondered if the man was alerted due to the fight. He would admit that the fight was quite intense, or was it something else? The man turned his head until his gaze finally focused on Harry. "There is no use in hiding anymore, Harry, or should I call you Hadrian?" the man asked smugly, surprising Harry for the second time. Chapter 155 to 157. A meeting long awaited, 2. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts, a couple of minutes ago. The room was completely silent and then all of a sudden the flue flared up as the green flames spewed out of the fireplace, waking up some of the sleeping portraits of the previous headmasters. Moments later, Albus Dumbledore finally stepped out of the fireplace before removing the soot from his extravagant purple robes. Albus slowly made his way around his table and took his seat before releasing a tired sigh. It has been a long day for him. First, he had to deal with the long and stressful Wizengamot meeting where Harry's new guardian was decided. Then he had to deal with Severus, who seemed to be worried about Lily Potter's boy even though he would outright deny such a thing, and finally, Albus had to track down one of his unsavory supporters before paying them a surprise visit. It took a lot of convincing, but Mundungus Fletcher finally agreed to carry out the task of grabbing Harry Potter and then bringing him back to Britain. The man was a petty thief and thanks to that, the man had experienced the hospitality of Azkaban. That was why he was reluctant to accept the job at first, as if he got caught during this job, then his sentence would be much severe, but Albus knew how to bring a man like Mundungus Fletcher in line. Albus simply needed to promise a handsome reward for the job to make Mundungus accept the job. Mundungus would be leaving after midnight along with a couple of his friends using the portkey Albus provided them with. To be honest, Albus only trusted Mundungus, and he would have preferred if the man went alone, but subduing Harry might be too much of a task for Mundungus alone, and the job would become even more complicated if Harry was in the company of Jacqueline Harper. Albus had given Mundungus all the information he could about the duo, but still, he wasn't sure if Mundungus would succeed or not in the first place. He would have been more confident if he could have sent Severus or if he could have gone there himself, but either of their absence would have been noticed. Alastor would have been a good choice too, but he had ruined their friendship and Albus suspected that Alastor was working with the Bones woman. Hence, his options were severely limited. Albus unlocked his drawer with a tap of his wand and pulled out a worn-out parchment before placing it on his desk. Albus tapped the parchment with the tip of his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he muttered the password and the map unfurled on top of his desk. He had to admit that the map was a work of pure genius. He had been using the map to keep an eye on Nymphadora Tonks since the day she arrived at Hogwarts. The girl was playing her role so perfectly that Albus wouldn't have known of her presence in the first place if it wasn't for the map. Tonight Nymphadora seemed to be lurking near the Ravenclaw Tower. Albus wondered how long she was going to be in the school. With a sigh, he decided to close the map and call it a day, but he stopped when his gaze focused on another name on the parchment. He immediately shot up from his seat with a frown on his face. Hadrian Potter. Albus read the name from the parchment in a low tone. He knew that the map never lied, which meant Harry was really here, at Hogwarts, and his real name was Hadrian Potter, but the biggest question that came to his mind was how. Yes, Albus was surprised to his core, but he quickly regained his bearings as a plan started to form inside his mind. Only a few moments ago, Albus was worried if Mundungus and his friends would be able to capture Harry or not, but now he no longer needed to be worried about such things. He could capture the boy himself. He didn't know why or how the boy was here, at Hogwarts, but this was a blessing in disguise for him. Albus watched as Harry came across Mrs. Norris before coming across Barty Crouch. The name made him freeze for a second. Recently he had noticed the man going around his school quite a lot, but he didn't pay it any mind as the man was managing the tournament, but something felt off. He wondered why Mrs. Norris was doing rounds on her own while Argus Filch was still in his office. Argus loved getting students into trouble, so it made him wonder why the man was skipping his duties. What happened during the next few seconds was quite confusing for Albus as he wasn't able to make any heads or tails of the situation until all of a sudden, Barty Crouch disappeared from the map. Albus gasped in horror believing Harry had killed Barty. He realized that he needed to start moving before anyone else could confront Harry. It was clear that Harry was walking down a dark path, but the boy was needed if they wanted to beat Voldemort. "Fox!" Albus exclaimed sharply and the phoenix flew down over his shoulder while trilling. As soon as his familiar landed over his shoulder, they both disappeared in a pillar of flames. Moments later, Albus arrived inside the hall in a pillar of flames where Harry had killed Barty. He turned his head until his gaze finally focused on Harry. "There is no use in hiding anymore, Harry, or should I call you Hadrian?" the man asked smugly, surprising Harry for the second time. Albus turned his gaze, looking for the body of Barty, but found nothing except for some rubble. It was quite obvious that a fight took place here recently as the magical signature was still fresh. There were no wards in Hogwarts that could inform the headmaster or the professors if a fight broke in the halls, but there were wards in Hogwarts that could sense if anyone cast dark magic, but Albus had turned off those wards to protect the Slytherin students. Slytherins were known to use dark magic, after all, it would be plausible deniability on his part. He didn't want to condemn students for their upbringing. Albus couldn't help but blame the parents for such an upbringing and the students were still very young, which meant that they could be redeemed. Then there was the fact that Albus needed to protect Severus, so if any of the Slytherin students came under fire, then by extension, Severus would be under fire too. So, in case any fights broke out, Albus was completely dependent on portraits to inform him or the professors, which wasn't so bad, but it wasn't perfect. For example, there were no portraits in this hall, so the fight would have gone completely unnoticed if he didn't see it on the map or until someone stumbled upon the scene. Though in this case, the lack of portraits in this hall was a blessing as the other professors were blissfully unaware of the fight. Harry wasn't surprised that he was discovered, after all, he caused quite a bit of commotion with the fight, but he was surprised by the fact that Albus Dumbledore had somehow managed to learn his name. Since Dumbledore already knew where he was, Harry saw no reason to hide any more. So, he simply dropped the disillusionment charm and stepped forward. "Well, you caught me," Harry declared with a grin before a frown replaced the grin on his face. "How did you find my name?" Harry asked as he inclined his head questioningly. Though instead of answering, Albus simply looked around and frowned. Fox thrilled sullenly before jumping off from Albus' shoulder. "What did you do to Barty?" Albus asked in a grave tone. "I do not know what you are talking about," Harry smoothly denied. To be honest, Harry had no idea what Dumbledore was blithering about. He kidnapped the man posing as Argus Filch, but there was only one Barty Harry knew about, and Rita had seen Barty interact with the person posing as Argus Filch, which meant that the man he kidnapped couldn't be Barty. "There is no use in denying it, Hadrian. Your parents would be rolling in their graves if they could see you now," Albus said in a disappointed tone as he shook his head. "That is not going to work on me," Harry declared. "I am saddened, my boy, that you don't know what type of people they were." Albus shook his head. "Hadrian, my boy, I implore you to listen to me. The path you are walking down will only lead you to ruin," Albus said with a pleading look on his face. "You don't even know the path I am walking on," Harry pointed out. "Are you stalling for time with your useless words?" Harry asked, and once again, Albus shook my head. "No, my boy, I am simply trying to explain what you are doing is wrong." Albus would have said something more, but Harry decided to cut him off with an annoyed look on his face. "I am leaving," Harry interrupted Albus' spiel. "I am afraid I cannot allow that." Albus sighed in disappointment as he looked at Harry. He wondered how he was going to fix Harry. This Harry could never be their savior. "And how are you planning to stop me?" Harry asked curiously. He already knew what was coming. He knew this was going to happen from the beginning, so he simply decided to hasten the process instead of listening to the heap of hippogriff dung Albus was spewing from his mouth. "Forgive me, my boy," Albus apologized before casting a body-binding curse at Harry. A meeting long awaited. 3. "Forgive me, my boy," Albus apologized before casting a body-binding curse at Harry, and Harry hated the fact that Albus was apologizing to him for attacking him when the man wanted to have him under his thumb from the beginning. Harry easily sidestepped to dodge the spell and cast a body-binding curse of his own toward Albus. The man flicked the legendary Elder Wand and batted away the spell with extreme ease, before attacking Harry with a stunning charm. While watching the spell approach him, Harry realized that there were two paths in front of him. He would either crush Dumbledore right here and make it clear how outclassed and outgunned the man was, or he could pull his punches and make Albus think that while Harry was strong, he wasn't unbeatable. There were advantages and disadvantages of either path. Harry used his own wand to deflect the stunning charm before returning the favor. In a way, he was mocking Dumbledore as he was casting the same spells at him in return. So, after some consideration, Harry decided to pull his punches to make Albus believe that while he was strong, he wasn't unbeatable. If he crushed Albus at this stage, then the man might end up doing something unpredictable and drastic to gain the upper hand. Harry couldn't have that. Albus Dumbledore was still within the realm of his predictions, and if the man realized that he couldn't defeat Harry by any conventional means, then who knows what he might end up doing. From what Harry has come to know about Albus, he knew that Albus hated not being in control. Currently, Albus believed that he was still in control, which meant that he wouldn't do anything reckless, but the case wouldn't be the same if he crushed the man with overwhelming power. Well, he could always kill the man and be done with it, but he didn't want to do that. First of all, killing Albus would destabilize Wizarding Britain, and while he didn't care much about Britain, this was his father's birthplace, so he would rather have it not destroyed, and secondly, killing Albus right now would be mercy. Harry wanted the man to experience the pain and despair he experienced at the hands of the Dursleys. "You will need to do better than that, Headmaster," Harry declared with a mocking grin as sidestepped to dodge the stunning spell. Albus stared at him with a contemplative look on his face before finally nodding his head. Yes, I believe you are right, my boy," Albus admitted and twirled the Elder Wand in his hand before casting a bludgeoning hex at Harry. Harry easily dodged the hex and cast an exploding curse at his opponent. Albus jabbed the Elder Wand to cast the same curse of his own. The spells collided mid-air, creating a massive shockwave. The whole hall trembled due to the shockwave, and Albus had to admit that he was underestimating Harry by quite a lot. This wasn't good for his plans. The hall trembled again as their spells collided against each other. The duo continued to dish out various spells in an attempt to defeat the other, but neither of them was able to gain the upper hand, not that Harry was attempting to gain the upper hand in the first place. Albus frowned when he realized that Harry was somewhat on his level, so without any other options, he decided to stop holding back. He needed to detain Harry at all costs. Albus' hand turned into a blur as he stopped holding back. Albus was beyond a century old, but it was almost unbelievable the way he was moving at this age. Since Harry had witnessed the duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, he knew that Dumbledore was far from his prime, but if anyone saw Dumbledore right now, then they would be completely blown away by the sight. For the first time since the fight started, Harry started to get pushed back even though he seemed to be holding his own. "Hadrian, you cannot win, please surrender," Albus requested with a solemn look on his face. "You are in a lot of danger, let me help you," Albus pleaded, hoping for Harry to listen. "I know, Headmaster. As long as he is out there I will always be in danger," Harry admitted, surprising Albus. There was no doubt in Albus' mind that Harry was talking about Voldemort, but he wondered how the boy came to know that Voldemort was still out there. Then he remembered that he had revealed almost everything to Sirius. He decided it was a mistake and started to wonder if Sirius had revealed the prophecy too. "I am sorry, Hadrian, but he isn't the only danger you are facing. Let me help you, Hadrian. I can help you, I can keep you safe," Albus pleaded in a grave tone, only for Harry to shrug and continue his attacks. Albus realized that Harry wasn't going to surrender, and to be honest, he wasn't sure how long it was going to take for the others to arrive as they were causing a lot of ruckus. He needed to capture Harry before the others could arrive. It was a matter of plausible deniability and he was sure that except for Severus, nobody would agree with his actions. Harry frowned and started to wonder if should stop sandbagging the fight anymore as Albus started to overwhelm him. He realized that Albus wanted to finish the fight as quickly as possible, but before he could make up his mind, he started to receive a message from none other than Rita Skeeter. He brushed away the knockback jinx with a flick of his wand. "I have found something. It's urgent." "What happened?" Harry asked as now he was purely on defense. "Can't tell." He received a short message from Rita, which made him frown before receiving another short message from the woman. "I am on Prophet Roof." Harry internally sighed. He believed that the woman could have told him everything through the mark, but the woman had a flair for dramatics. At least, now he had an excuse to leave, but Rita wasn't the only one who had a flair for dramatics. So, he decided to use something he learned very recently to escape and leave something for Albus to ponder about. "It was nice meeting you, Albus, but it's about time I get going," Harry revealed with a grin as he deflected a body-binding curse. Throughout the fight, neither of them used anything overly lethal, which was quite an achievement for Harry. "I am sorry, Hadrian, but there is no escape," Albus sighed in disappointment as he continued his attempt to capture Harry. "Then allow me to surprise you," Harry revealed with a grin before he was engulfed in a pillar of flames, and moments later, when the flames disappeared, Harry was nowhere to be seen. To be honest, Albus couldn't believe his eyes. Harry used Phoenix Flash to escape, but how? There was no way Albus would mistake Phoenix Flash, after all, he had experienced Phoenix Flash uncountable times. He turned toward Fox with a dumb look on his face, only to find that his familiar also seemed to be equally dumbfounded. Hundreds of questions started to pop into his mind, but he didn't have an answer for any of them. Albus realized that he won't be able to get much sleep tonight and he would have to review the memory until he had some answers. With that thought in his mind, he started to fix the hall as he didn't want to leave any signs of the fight. For a moment he wondered if should tell the other professors or the ministry about the break-in or not in an attempt to hold something over Harry, but he quickly dismissed the idea. There was no way he would be able to prove it in the court, and he would be simply giving the Dark and the Grey faction to call him senile. They had been trying to diminish his influence within the Wisengamot for years, and while Albus could do without the political clout of Chief Warlock, losing it right now would be quite detrimental for his cause when Harry Potter could very well be a Dark Lord in the rise. He was certain that Harry was already undergoing dark and dangerous rituals, or how else could he explain the power the boy possessed at the age of 14? The hall was almost fixed when he started to hear footsteps, which made him realize that this was going to be a much longer night than he was expecting. With that thought in his mind, he started to ponder how to explain the mess to the other professors. Meanwhile, Harry arrived at the outskirts of Hogsmeade in a pillar of flames. He grinned before he decided to thank Albus Phoenix for this nifty ability. Phoenix Flash was quite an overpowered ability, as Harry wasn't sure if there were any means to stop Phoenix Flash or not, and even if there was a way to stop Phoenix Flash, he was certain that not many knew it. "That was quite something," Lily breathed out. "He is old, but he is still better than me when I was still alive," Lily revealed with a grimace. "There is a reason why Dumbledore is considered the second coming of Merlin," Harry declared. No matter what anyone said about Dumbledore, there was always the undeniable fact that the man was incredibly powerful, and Harry experienced that firsthand. Yes, he could have defeated Albus, but that didn't mean that Harry wouldn't recognize and respect the man's capabilities. After all, Albus did defeat Grindelwald, who had the Elder Wand in his possession at that time, and that was enough to show just how strong Albus really was even though he was no longer in his prime. The error they made. Harry appeared inside one of the alleys in front of the Daily Prophet's office before he started to rise in the air as Rita was waiting for him on the roof of the Daily Prophet. The streets were almost empty as it was pretty late, so Harry wasn't worried about getting noticed by anyone, and if anyone did see him, then they would probably dismiss the sight of someone flying without a broom. He finally noticed Rita on the roof of the Daily Prophet. The woman seemed to be pacing around with a worried look on her face while biting her nails. Harry swiftly landed behind her, making the woman shriek in surprise. The woman jumped around in fright and a look of relief crossed her face when she realized that it was Harry, though that didn't stop her from glaring at him. "You almost gave me a heart attack." The woman griped unhappily as she continued to glare at him. Even though Harry would never admit it, he was amused. "You are still alive, are you not?" Harry asked in an amused tone, and her glare intensified. "So, what is so urgent?" "If you must know, I was having a lot of fun," Harry pointed out childishly. The worried look returned to Rita's face. She nervously fiddled with her hands for a couple of seconds before she finally started to speak. "Well, there was an emergency Wizengamot meeting today. They are keeping a tight lid, so it took me some time to discover everything," Rita explained slowly, making Harry wonder why Rita believed he should be concerned. "And I should care, why?" Harry asked curiously as he raised his brows at her. "You should care because the meeting was about you. Sirius Black was decided to be an unfit guardian by the Wizengamot, and Lucius Malfoy was voted to be your new guardian by the Wizengamot," Rita exclaimed, looking exasperated. "They can do that?" Harry asked her with an incredulous look on his face. To be honest, he wasn't expecting something like this. "Yeah," Rita nodded her head tiredly. "They used an old law. Here, take this." Rita pulled out a file from her purse and handed it over to Harry. He simply accepted the file and decided to take a peek. It was a copy of the whole Wizengamot session. He started to wonder how the woman was able to get her hands on something like this. "Maybe she is sleeping with the scribe," Lily suggested helpfully, and Harry had to admit, his mom was on to something. "How much time do I have before the ministry comes for me?" Harry asked. "A couple of days at most," Rita answered worriedly, making Harry nod his head in understanding. "I see. Thanks for the heads up," Harry thanked the woman. "I would have given you a reward, but I don't have anything on me at this moment," Harry explained apologetically, and the woman didn't seem to mind it. "What are you planning to do?" "Lucius Malfoy is a very dangerous man," Rita began to explain worriedly, but Harry stopped her before she could continue with her downtrodden explanation. "I know, I have done my research," Rita, Harry pointed out drily. "Go home and call this a day, everything will be all right," Harry assured her before a portal appeared beside him. Without saying anything else, he entered the portal while back at Rita, who couldn't help but stare at Harry with a look of worry. Harry knew that even though the woman had accepted her place as his servant, she was only worried about him due to the rewards she would receive from him for good work, and then there was the fact that her life was now connected to his through the sigil of the lost. Instead of returning to his apartment or Jacqueline's house, Harry arrived at one of the hills near Ilvermorny and sat down while staring down at the city. After staring down at the city for a few minutes, Harry finally took a deep breath and opened the file in his hand. Sometimes, he envied the normal people since he knew that he could never have a normal life like them. Thankfully, it was only a small part of him that desired such a mundane life. He knew he was destined for something great, but he didn't want to stop at that. "What are you planning to do?" Lily asked. She wasn't worried about him as she knew that her son was strong enough to deal with the likes of Ministry and Lucius Malfoy on his own, but she wanted to know what he was planning. "First of all, I want to see who my enemies are," Harry declared airily as he started to read through the file Rita gave him. He felt bad for Sirius, the man genuinely cared for him. Alas, the man will get his chance to seek his revenge. Sirius was his family regardless of what the Wizengamot believed, and Harry would never dismiss his family. "I wonder what Lucius could have offered to buy Greengrass support in this endeavor of his," Harry asked himself. "You said he is a businessman, right? Then they must have made some sort of deal," Lily suggested after some thinking. "Probably," Harry agreed. "Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. He had acted against me and he would have to pay the price for that," Harry decided coldly. He might be interested in Daphne Greengrass, but the girl didn't mean anything to him in the long run. Then all of a sudden, Harry felt a familiar presence trigger the wards at his apartment. Amelia Bones wanted to get a clearance from the ICW before sending her orders to grab him. It would take a couple of days to get the clearance, which meant that Alastair Moody was at his apartment on someone else's behalf. With a cruel grin on his face, Harry stood up and disappeared with a soft pop. Harry's apartment. Harry arrived inside his apartment and opened the door. "I wasn't expecting you to make such an amateur mistake," Harry said with a curious look on his face as he stared at the scarred man standing in front of him. The man didn't seem to be surprised by Harry's arrival in the slightest. In fact, it seemed that the man was actually waiting for his arrival. The man was probably waiting for him for quite some time, but he got tired of waiting and decided to trigger the wards intentionally. "It wasn't a mistake, boy, since I knew you would be arriving," Moody snapped at Harry as his magical eye swirled creepily. "I see," Harry muttered with a hum. "So, what do you want?" Harry asked as opened the door wide and stepped back as an invitation for the man. The man carefully looked around before finally stepping inside his apartment. "Something happened back in Britain." "Something that concerns you," the man revealed gruffly before taking a small sip from his hip flask. "If you are talking about the Wizengamot meeting where Lucius Malfoy was decided to be my new guardian, then I am already aware of that," Harry revealed dismissively, and the look of surprise on Alastair's face was completely priceless, but the look of surprise didn't last for long as he was able to quickly regain his bearings. "Then you already know how much danger you are in, right?" the man asked with a heavy frown marring his face. "Yes, I know, but it is none of your concern." Once again, Harry dismissed the man, only for Alastair to scowl unhappily. Not that Harry cared. "I am grateful that you came here to inform me of this development, but I will deal with this my own way," Harry added as he looked away from Alastair. He wanted to see if the man would try to take him away forcefully or not. "You have no idea," Alastair growled as he stepped forward, but the next moment he found himself falling. For a paranoid person like him, it was a shock of the century. He immediately stumbled up on his feet with his wand held out in his hand. He looked around frantically before he finally lowered his head with a dumb look on his face. He was in the middle of Hogsmeade, but how? The boy didn't use a portkey, Alastair decided. He had taken portkeys hundreds, if not thousands of times, so he knew how a portkey felt like. He remembered taking a step forward and then he remembered the sensation of falling like the floor disappeared from under his feet. Alastair knew that this couldn't be an illusion as his magical eye could see through all illusions, so how? How did he arrive at Hogwarts from the boy's apartment? He scowled unhappily as he kicked the ground, only to find a note sticking on his peg leg. With a murderous scowl on his face, he took off the note and read it. "The next time you will find yourself in the cells of Macusa." He read the note and crumpled it with a furious look on his face. He wasn't angry at the boy specifically, he was angry over the fact that the boy was able to take him by surprise and he had no idea how the boy was able to do that. With an unhappy scowl on his face, he took a large sip from his hip flask before disappearing with a soft crack. He decided to inform Amelia about this development before trying anything else. Chapter 158 to 160. The error they made, 2. Since Harry could change the color of the portals, he could easily make them colorless, and that is exactly what he used to get rid of Alastair Moody, as he didn't want to deal with the paranoid bastard at this moment. The green sparks around the portal could have alerted the man, hence, he decided to forego the sparks. There was still a chance that Alastair had noticed the portal, but to be honest, Harry couldn't care less. He could have used other means to deal with him, but he had other important things to deal with. "Norton," Harry called out, and the said house elf appeared in front of him with a soft pop. "Gather everything, we are leaving," Harry ordered, making Norton blink in confusion. "The orders be coming to arrest yous, Master Hadrian?" Norton asked while looking around worriedly. "No, not yet," Harry answered with an amused grin on his face. "A generous gentleman has decided to offer his manor to me, and I am not someone who would look a gift horse in the mouth," Harry declared, and even though Norton was still confused, he nodded his head in understanding and decided to follow Harry's order. Meanwhile, Harry decided to simply sit down on a nearby chair and closed his eyes in concentration as he decided to reach out to his followers. "Where is the man I captured? Someone keeping an eye on him?" He received a message from Jacqueline only after a moment. He was using polyjuice. Moments later, he received another message from a man named Nigel. He guessed that Nigel must be the one who was keeping an eye on his prisoner. "I had my suspicions," Harry answered without missing a beat. "Good work," Harry added, and only to receive a thanks from Nigel. He would have loved to interrogate the person right away, but there were some other things he needed to deal with. Harry was certain that whoever Alastair was working for wouldn't give up so easily. Well, he would be long gone by the time they would be here again to grab him. Norton is done, Master Hadrian. Harry was broken out of his thoughts when Norton spoke up. He opened his eyes only to find that his apartment was now completely bare except for a few trunks and the chair he was sitting on. Good. Don't leave this chair, Harry said as he stood up. I will open a portal for you when I get everything wrapped up on my side, so for the time being, stay here, and if someone triggers the ward, take everything to Jacqueline's house and stay there. Harry quickly conveyed his orders to Norton, who frantically nodded his head in understanding. With that over with, he decided to send a message to Gellert. Tell everyone to start packing. Why? Gellert asked. I have found a new base. Harry answered, getting a hum of acknowledgement in return from Gellert. Now that everything was taken care of on this side, he decided to make his way to the other side of the pond. After all, it would be rude to keep his newly appointed guardian waiting. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, England. I have ordered Olaf to prepare a room for our new ward, Narcissa declared as she entered Lucius' study without bothering to knock. Lucius only needed to take a glance at his wife to know that she was displeased, and he could already guess why she was displeased. Though unfortunately for her, Lucius never cared about her opinions, to begin with, and he wasn't going to start right now. He was the man of the house, and according to him, his decisions were absolute in this house. Lucius didn't marry Narcissa because he loved her. He had married her because she would look good in his arms during those high-class parties and due to her status. It was the same for Narcissa. She didn't marry him because she loved him, she married him because her parents wanted her to. There was no love between them, and while Lucius would admit that Narcissa was still a beauty, it has been more than a decade since he last slept with her. Lucius would have loved to continue sleeping with her, but that might ruin her beauty, and that was a big no-no for him. And then there was the fact that there was a clause in their marriage certificate which made it impossible for him to assert force on her. Lucius loved dominating and abusing women during sex, and he couldn't have that with Narcissa. That is why after Draco was conceived, he stopped sleeping with her and started to visit brothels where women would happily accept his demands for a measly amount of gold. Narcissa was obviously aware of his dalliances, and while it simply increased the rift between them, he paid it no heed, as Narcissa was forbidden from having any affairs due to their marriage contract. Once again, according to Lucius, everything was as it should be in the first place. As a pure-blood wife, Narcissa shouldn't be having an affair in the first place, as it might ruin his image within the wizarding community. Is it really necessary to provide him with a room of his own? Lucius asked with a frown as he looked at Narcissa. Yes, Narcissa nodded her head with a determined look. He is the last surviving member of a pure-blood family, Narcissa declared. He is a filthy half-blood, Lucius hissed as he glared at Narcissa furiously, but Narcissa didn't look bothered by the glare. Yes, his bloodline was sullied by the mood blood, Narcissa admitted. But his last name is Potter. He is going to be my ward, and I will not deny him hospitality, Narcissa declared, leaving no room for arguments, making Lucius clench the sides of his table in anger. He couldn't even attack her for disregarding his opinions thanks to the blasted contract. You know he won't be living to see his majority, right? Lucius asked with a sneer, only for Narcissa to nod her head. Yes, but that is your business, but as long as breathes, he will have the hospitality he deserves, Narcissa declared with a look of determination on her face. She was aware of the fact that her husband was planning to kill the boy, but that didn't mean that she wouldn't treat him right as long as he was alive. He may not be a pure blood, but he was the last member of a respectable family. He will receive the hospitality he deserves from her. Fine. Fine. Have it your way. Lucius snarled in rage. Don't ask me to help you when the Dark Lord decides to punish you for this transgression. Lucius growled in anger, and Narcissa pursed her lips in displeasure at the mention of the Dark Lord's name. The Dark Lord was no man, he was a monster. According to him, he was fighting for the pure-blood cause, but he had wiped away so many pure-blood families. The House of McKinnon? Gone. The House of Macmillan? Gone. The House of Max? Gone. The House of Blishwisk? Gone. The House of Prince? Gone. The House of Black? Almost gone. The House of Potter? Almost gone. The House of Longbottom? Almost gone. Narcissa realized that she could probably keep going for hours if she decided to count the minor pure-blood families too. That monster destroyed more of their world rather than saving it, so she didn't even want to imagine what the monster would do if he ever returned. That monster would brand pure-blood wizards and witches as if they were cattle, and the pure-bloods thought that it was an achievement to be treated as cattle. She was able to avoid taking a mark during his regime, but she wasn't sure if she would succeed or not if that monster ever returned. Well, she could ponder her options on a later date as he wasn't back yet. Narcissa opened her mouth to say something, but she froze when she felt someone assault the wards. While she didn't have any control over the wards, she was still connected to them as the lady of the manor. Lucius shot up from his seat with an alarmed look on his face, and moments later, both of their faces turned pale when they felt the wards collapse. Both of them could wonder nothing but how? How did someone manage to bring down their wards so quickly? The Malfoy Manor boasted probably one of the strongest ward schemes within the continent. Olaf. Lucius snarled, but his newly bonded house elf didn't arrive. It spooked him even more, so he immediately tried to leave by operating. Lucius was arrogant, but he was no fool. He knew that he wouldn't have a chance against a person or a group who could bring down his manor wards within a matter of a few moments. So, escape was his only option, but unfortunately for him, the anti-apparition ward stopped him from operating away and he crashed against his desk. Narcissa threw him an annoyed look at that. He didn't even warn her and tried to escape on his own. Narcissa pulled out her wand and started to make her way toward one of the corners of the room. Narcissa was no fighter and she definitely wasn't as skilled as her insane sister with a wand, but she was a black, so she knew how to use a wand. Lucius also pulled out his wand and flipped his table to use the table as a guard. He would have summoned the Aurors, but the floor was on the ground floor while his study was on the first floor. So, there was a chance that he might get ambushed if he tried to reach the floor, and since Olaf wasn't listening to his summons, he was out of options. Then all of a sudden, the door of his study flew open before a cheerful voice greeted them. Well, hello there. Moments later, Harry Potter appeared at the door with a cheerful look on his face. Lucius and Narcissa were so taken aback by the sight that they completely forgot to attack the intruder. The error they made. 3. After gaping at Harry for the next few seconds, Lucius finally shot up with his wand in his hand and cast a body-binding curse at Harry. He didn't miss the fact that the boy didn't have a wand in his hand, so he didn't expect the boy to defend himself, but his eyes grew wide as saucers when the boy deflected the spell away from him with his bare hand with a dismissive look on his face. Who are you? Lucius asked dumbly as he subconsciously lowered his wand a bit. That was rude. Harry dusted his robe with a frown before he hissed something, and Lucius gasped in pain before looking down at his left arm, which was still covered by the sleeve of his robe. Moments later, his wand cluttered on the floor as he clutched his left arm in pain. The man slowly dropped to his knees before a loud groan escaped his lips. The man looked up at Harry with clear terror in his eyes. Are you not going to try to attack me, Mrs. Malfoy? Harry asked as he turned his head toward the corner of the room where Narcissa was also staring at him in complete horror. She was no longer pointing her wand at him. I would never dare, my lord. Narcissa quickly denied the offer, looking completely pale. Harry narrowed his eyes at her, making her flinch. I am not the Dark Lord, Harry revealed firmly. He didn't like being compared to Voldemort because he was much greater than his fated enemy. I can understand why you would mistake me for him, Harry stated with an understanding look on his face. Narcissa seemed to regain some of her bearings at that revelation, but she didn't seem to drop her guard. She still decided to act carefully even though she stared at him with a disbelieving look on her face. Then who are you? You can't be Harry Potter, the woman declared carefully. Believe it or not, I am Harry Potter, Harry declared dismissively, making Narcissa frown at him before her hand immediately shot upward, but before she could cast anything, her wand sailed out of her hand and her back slammed against the wall. Though, that doesn't make me any less dangerous than him. In fact, I am way more dangerous than him, Harry declared with a grin as he started to approach the woman, who was now staring at him in pure terror. Narcissa believed that she had walked into a trap by giving in to her impulses. Usually, she was not an impulsive woman, but according to her womanly intuition, the boy was telling her the truth. Even though she was never a Death Eater or a follower of the Dark Lord, she had met him enough times during the war to get a rough grasp of his personality. The Dark Lord's ego was so large that he would have never claimed that he was anyone but Lord Voldemort, even if the situation was disadvantageous for him. Harry stopped right in front of her, and Narcissa would have backed away in fear if she wasn't backed into a corner. The boy raised his hand and she ended up scrunching her eyes close in fear as she turned her head away from him. When the pain didn't come for the next few seconds, she finally opened her eyes and fearfully turned toward Harry, only to find the boy holding out her wand with the grip held out toward her. To be honest, Narcissa was completely taken aback by this development and she didn't know how to react. So, when Harry kept holding out her wand to her with a soft smile on his face, she hesitantly raised her hand to take her wand. She was even more surprised when he allowed her to take her wand back. Now, she was almost sure that the boy wasn't the Dark Lord in disguise. The Dark Lord would have punished her in some manner before returning her wand. "Please don't try to curse me again, or the next time I won't be lenient," Harry warned her with a polite smile, and once again, Narcissa wasn't sure if this was the Dark Lord in disguise or not. Either way, she was certain that she couldn't win. Harry turned around and hissed something and Lucius gasped in relief before he started to take deep breaths. "Lucius Malfoy, I would have liked to meet you under better circumstances, but you forced my hand," Harry said coldly as he raised Lucius Malfoy in the air with a simple gesture of his hand, once again surprising both Narcissa and Lucius. Both of them had seen the Dark Lord use wandless magic, but his wandless magic was extremely limited. "Now, let's see what is going on in that noggin of yours," Harry declared, and Lucius screamed as he felt Harry tear into his occlumency shields. His eyes bugged out when Harry started to rummage through his mind. The Dark Lord and Severus were the only Legilimens he knew. He had tried to learn the art when he was young, but he was never able to make much progress in this particular art of magic. The Dark Lord regularly utilized Legilimency to see if any of his followers were lying to him or not, so Lucius was quite familiar with the sensation of being legilimized. He desperately wanted to protect his mind and memories from the boy, but he couldn't even move, and the throbbing inside his head was intensifying with each passing moment as his memories continued to flash in front of his eyes. He gritted his teeth in an attempt to bear the pain. Harry rummaged through Lucius' mind, looking for any relevant information. He started with his most recent memories, so he saw how he was angry at Narcissa due to their most recent convection. He saw how Narcissa called his mother a mudblood before admitting that the Potter bloodline was sullied by her blood. He felt his anger bubble at that, but he decided to force his anger down for the time being. He wasn't planning to punish her because she wasn't a Death Eater, but he realized that he might need to rethink that. Though the woman wanted to treat him nicely for the wrong reasons, she still wanted to treat him nicely and respectfully, while Lucius wanted to slowly feed him addictive drugs to turn his brain into a mush before making him sign away everything he owned to the man, and then Lucius would have killed him to appease their master just in case the man ever returned. Narcissa's mindset earned her a few positive points in his books, so he decided to go somewhat easy on her. Lucius was somewhat on the fence about the return of his master. He no longer wanted to grovel at the feet of the man, but at the same time, he knew that only Voldemort could lead them to victory and complete domination. Then on the other hand, he wasn't even sure if the man could really return in the first place or not, while some of his associates fanatically believed that the man would eventually return, and they believed that the proof was right in front of their eyes. After all, their dark mark, which was barely visible after the end of the war, has recently started to become dark. Then Harry decided to move on and see what sort of deal Lucius made with Cyrus Greengrass to get his support in Wizengamot. Apparently, the Greengrass family had to pay a price to remain neutral in the last war. Cyrus Greengrass was forced to sign a marriage contract between his daughter and Draco Malfoy, but Cyrus Greengrass never mentioned which daughter. But only a year before Draco started his first year at Hogwarts, it was decided that Astoria Greengrass, the youngest daughter of Cyrus Greengrass, would marry Draco Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy had to nullify the marriage contract to get Cyrus Greengrass support for that little scheme of his. The minister and his undersecretary were with him on the plan from the beginning. The two of them were going to pay along with the rest of his pardoned Death Eater buddies, but Harry started to wonder what to do with Cyrus Greengrass. A part of him still wanted to get back at the man for crossing him, while another part of him wanted him to go easy on the man, as Cyrus did what he did for the sake of his daughter. He realized that he didn't need to make a decision right away, so he simply decided to move on. Then Harry finally stumbled on the memory of Lucius getting a new house elf after his old house elf, Dobby, went missing during the Quidditch World Cup. Without wasting any time, Harry simply followed the trail of the memories and stumbled upon the memory of Lucius placing the contract to get him assassinated after the Quidditch World Cup, while he and some of his Death Eater buddies would be creating a distraction. Harry grinned viciously as he stared at Lucius, and it was at this moment that Lucius knew, he fucked up. The error they made. 4. Harry didn't stop rummaging through Lucius' mind after learning that he was the one behind his assassination plot, as he wanted to learn the identities of all the Death Eaters and the sympathizers, but Harry didn't stop at that. He wanted to know what made a man like Lucius tick so that he could use that knowledge to make the man as miserable as possible before ultimately killing him. After what felt like hours to Lucius, he finally felt the foreign presence retreat from his mind, but that didn't make him happy or relieved. Meanwhile, Harry simply rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look on his face before he flicked his hand downward and Lucius fell on the floor and groaned in pain, but instead of trying anything, he simply started to rub his head, in an attempt to alleviate his pain. There were quite a few things Harry was able to learn from Lucius. First of all, there were only a few things Lucius genuinely loved and his beautiful wife was not one of them. Pity. I could have used her to make him more miserable, Harry mused internally in disappointment. Thankfully, the man loved his family legacy and his heir more than anything else. Lucius would happily chug down gutter water or agree to suck a dick as long as it meant his family legacy and his heir would survive. Harry finally stopped rubbing his chin and turned toward Narcissa, who seemed to be patiently waiting for Harry to say anything. It was clear that the woman was clearly anxious. While there was no love between Lucius and Narcissa, there was something common between the two. The love for their son. Even though they both loved their son for completely different reasons. Lucius simply loved Draco because the boy was his heir and one day, he would lead the Malfoy family, but Narcissa simply loved her son because he was her son. You wouldn't mind if I called you, Narcissa, would you? Harry asked politely, and while Narcissa wanted to protest as it wasn't appropriate according to pure-blood traditions, she ended up nodding her head in acceptance as she knew that she was in no position to deny the request. Good. Harry cheerfully beamed at her, and if Narcissa hadn't seen just how dangerous the boy really was, then she would have thought that he was a simple 14-year-old. Then, please call me Harry from now on, Harry stated innocently, making Narcissa give him a hesitant nod. After that, Harry turned on his heel and clapped his hands. Let's take this to the drawing room. This room is quite small for all the guests, Harry declared before he flicked his hand to levitate Lucius in the air. Moments later, Lucius' wand, which was also lying on the floor, flew into his hand. Guests? Narcissa blurted out with a bit of a fearful look on her face. Yes, guests, Harry confirmed. Lucius decided to host them too when he decided to enact his wicked plan to enslave me, Harry added, and Narcissa's eyes grew wide at that statement. She knew that Lucius wanted to have the boy killed by some accident, but she didn't know that he wanted to enslave Harry. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Harry asked coldly as he glanced at Narcissa from the corner of his eyes. Narcissa felt chills run down her spine at his cold tone, but moments later, she fearfully shook her head in denial. I see. Harry said as he started to walk out of the room with Lucius floating behind him. The man seemed to be struggling frantically, not that it helped him much. Narcissa also followed Harry out of the room while keeping some distance from the boy and her floating husband, as she didn't want to get hit by her husband, who seemed to be frantically throwing around his limbs. The rest of their walk passed away in complete silence. The trio finally arrived in the drawing room and Harry raised his hand up in the air, slamming Lucius on the roof of the drawing room, breaking some of his bones before Harry finally lowered his hand and Lucius was slammed on the floor, breaking a couple of more bones in his body. Harry was getting annoyed at the fact that the man was struggling and making weird noises during their walk. Narcissa flinched at the sight of her groaning husband. His wand arm seemed to be bent in the wrong direction and a bone seemed to be poking out of his left shin. He won't die if you are worried about that, Harry said as he plopped down on one of the couches, and he had to admit, the Potter Manor couches weren't this comfortable. Have a seat, Narcissa. There is no need to keep standing, Harry said without looking at Narcissa. The woman gave him an unsure look as she wondered if her husband would truly survive or not before finally taking a seat. Her husband seemed to have passed out due to the pain, not that she cared if he lived or died in the first place. I am opening the portal for you guys. Meanwhile, Harry decided to send a message to Gellert to inform him before opening the portal. Moments later, a portal started to form at the edge of the drawing room, surprising Narcissa as she had never seen anything like this, and as soon as the first person stepped through the portal, Narcissa seemed to shrink back on the couch as she started to tremble in fear. It did take her a moment to recognize the man, but she had seen his pictures in the history books of her family, so there was no way she wouldn't recognize Gellert Grindelwald. For probably the umpteen times since Harry Potter invited himself to their manor, Narcissa cursed at her husband before involving her in this mess. From now on, all of them are going to stay here. Narcissa was broken out of her internal ramblings by Harry's words, and when his words registered in her mind, she fearfully whimpered. She wanted to be no part of this, but she didn't believe she had a choice. Kenta, can you please heal him? I don't want him to die, yet, Harry said while pointing at Lucius, and Narcissa saw an Asian man step out of the crowd and make his way toward her broken husband. So, where are we? Gellert asked as he looked around. We are at the Malfoy Manor, Harry revealed, making Gellert raise his brows in interest as Harry started to explain how they ended up in this situation, and when Harry finally finished the story, Gellert burst out laughing along with some of his followers who were staring at Lucius, who was healed and conscious right now with mocking looks on their faces. When everyone was finally done laughing at Lucius, Harry turned toward Narcissa, who seemed to be nervously fiddling with her hands. "Narcissa, will it be okay for them to occupy the Quidditch field for the time being?" Harry asked, and the woman immediately nodded without missing a beat. Yes, the Malfoys had their own Quidditch field within the property. They were simply that rich. Narcissa knew that her son loved the Quidditch pitch and her husband saw it as a sign of their status, but she didn't even think twice before handing over the pitch to them. After that, Harry asked his followers to use the pitch as their temporary base for the time being. There was a lot of space around the Malfoy Manor and Harry was planning to build a permanent base in the near future, but before everyone could leave the manor to prepare the tents, Harry stopped a group of 10 and told them to kidnap Barty Crouch Sr. His other prisoner was also here, but right now, his face was covered with a black sack, which was charmed with silencing charms and acted like a solid barrier, so that the prisoner couldn't see or hear anything. "Nice to make your acquaintance, Madame Malfoy." Gellert politely greeted Narcissa with a bow and the woman fearfully extended her hand. Gellert took her hand and gently brushed his lips over the back of her palm before finally taking a seat. "Well, now that the pleasantries are over, unmask him," Harry ordered, and Nigel, who was still keeping an eye on the prisoner, removed the sack from the man's head, and Narcissa gasped as soon as she saw the face. From the corner of his eyes, Harry noticed Lucius' eyes grow wide in recognition as soon as he saw the man. Harry didn't have to be a genius to know that both Narcissa and Lucius knew the man. The man also recognized everyone in the room, but he settled on glaring at Lucius and Harry for whatever reason. "Narcissa, you know him, don't you?" Harry asked, only to receive a hesitant nod from the woman. "That is Barty Crouch Jr., but he died in prison." Narcissa trailed off with a confused look on her face. "Indeed," Harry muttered internally. He also recognized the name, but he had never seen any pictures of the man as he felt it would be unnecessary since the man was long dead. Right now, the man should be buried in the graveyard of Azkaban, but here he was. He wondered if Crouch Sr. helped his baby boy escape Azkaban, since the man was clearly in contact with his son, and this revelation also made Harry realize something. Dumbledore was referring to Barty Crouch Jr., not Sr., but he wasn't certain if Dumbledore knew he kidnapped Barty Crouch Jr., who was masquerading as the caretaker of Hogwarts, or if the man mistook Barty Crouch Jr. as Crouch Sr. Yes, Dumbledore was such a man who would happily overlook such a case if it helped his plans in some manner, but once again, Harry couldn't be certain. Though there was something Harry was certain about. Dumbledore had the means to learn the real names of anyone inside the school and monitor them at the same time. "I see. Well, I will have the answers," Harry said as he stood up and started to approach Barty Crouch Jr., who was on his knees, courtesy of Nigel. Crouch Jr. tried to scream something at Harry, but it was kind of impossible for him as he was gagged, once again, courtesy of Nigel. Harry arrived in front of Crouch Jr. and broke into his mind without wasting any time. Chapter 161 to 163. The Error They Made, v. The first thing Harry wanted to know was how Crouch Jr. was still alive. It took him a bit to find the memories he was looking for, as Crouch Jr. wasn't completely sane, so his mind was a bit of a mess, but as soon as he started to view the memories, he felt his temper flare as he finally realized what truly transpired during his escape. Apparently, Crouch Jr. was a crybaby who ended up begging for his mother to save him from his father when he was being sentenced to Azkaban for life in front of the Wizengamot. Lydia Crouch wasn't able to handle that, and then she begged Crouch Sr. to save him as her last wish. Then one day, Crouch Sr. arrived at Azkaban along with his sick wife to visit their son, and using his influence, he switched his son with his sick wife using polyjuice. Lydia Crouch died within a few hours, and she was buried at the burial grounds of Azkaban, while Crouch Jr. was placed under the Imperious Curse by his own father for the next 13 years. Unfortunately, for Crouch Sr., his son managed to break free during the Quidditch World Cup and stole Ronald Weasley's wand, which he later used to cast the Dark Mark at the Quidditch World Cup. Then by some luck, Crouch Jr. was knocked out when he was struck by a stunning charm when he tried to escape through the forest, but later he was discovered by his father, and once again, he was put under the Imperious Curse by his own father. Then some time later, Peter Pettigrew arrived at his house with an ugly baby-like thing and ambushed his father, breaking him from the Imperious Curse. Harry almost burst out laughing when he realized that the baby-like thing was none other than Voldemort. After that, Crouch Sr. was put under an imperious curse by Crouch Jr. before Voldemort finally revealed his grand plan to use the Triwizard Tournament to bring Harry Potter back to Britain and later kidnap him for some sort of ritual. Now, the ritual was something Harry was really interested in, but unfortunately for him, Crouch Jr. didn't know anything about the ritual. Though he was certain that there was a person who knew everything about the ritual. So, Harry decided to see where Voldemort was staying for the time being, but unfortunately for him, that particular piece of knowledge was being protected by some sort of oath. Harry was certain that Crouch Jr. knew where his master was staying, but it was simply impossible for him to divulge that information to anyone else. Voldemort had opted to play it safe, just in case Crouch Jr. was captured and interrogated. Either way, Harry had to admit, it was a really nice plan and anyone in his place would have fallen into the trap without even realizing what was truly happening. Crouch Jr. was given the responsibility to make sure that his name came out of the goblet and he managed to carry out his task somewhat seamlessly by masquerading as Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts. Currently, the real Argus Filch was stowed away inside a secret room Voldemort told him about and Crouch Jr. was also using the room to brew the Polyjuice potion. Then there was something else Harry was curious about. He wondered how Crouch Jr. was able to fool Mrs. Norris. It was something necessary, but he still wanted to know, just to sate his curiosity. Harry discovered that he was right. Mrs. Norris was way more smarter than a normal cat should be and he was sure that Mrs. Norris wasn't an Easel. Alas, Crouch Jr. also discovered that he decided to use real Argus Filch to keep the cat in line as Crouch Jr. discovered that there was a special bond between the cat and the Hogwarts caretaker. Now that all of his curiosities were sated, he decided to retreat from Crouch Jr.'s mind. Moments later, he pulled out Lucius' wand and pointed it at Crouch Jr. Imperio, Harry said, and Crouch Jr.'s eyes glazed over as the spell settled on him. After that, Harry raised his head to look at Nigel. Let him speak, Harry ordered, and Nigel simply removed the gag from Crouch Jr.'s mouth. Summon your house elf, Harry ordered. Winky, Crouch Jr. called out without missing a beat, and moments later, the said creature arrived with a small pop beside Crouch Jr. Avada Kedavra, Harry muttered while pointing Lucius' wand at the house elf. The green beam struck the creature and the house elf slumped down on the floor, completely lifeless before she could even realize what was happening around her. Winky was extremely loyal to Crouch Jr., which made her an extremely dangerous threat in Harry's eyes, but he didn't want to cause her any unnecessary pain, so he decided to send her away as painlessly as he could. What did you learn? Gellert asked, looking completely relaxed while Narcissa was trembling at the sight of someone getting killed by the killing curse right in front of her. Yes, it was a house elf, but it was still a living, breathing creature and the boy killed her just like that. Meanwhile, Lucius was also terrified out of his mind. He had grown up hearing stories of Gellert Grindelwald, the man who brought Europe to its knees, was sitting right there, looking exactly like he looked decades ago. He didn't know what to think. He knew he was fucked. He never thought that Harry Potter could be so strong, anyone in his place would have thought the same. Alas, now, he was regretting his foolish actions. Quite a bit, Harry answered mysteriously before returning to the couch. Gag him back, Harry ordered, and Nigel followed the order without any hesitation. Then Harry turned toward Lucius and the man simply averted his gaze in fear. Lucius, come here, Harry ordered, but Lucius simply whimpered and refused to move. Kenta, who was standing near Lucius, kicked Lucius on the butt as hard as he could, making the man stumble forward. Harry gave Kenta a grateful look before pointing the wand in his hand toward Lucius, and a stream of lightning came out from the tip of the wand and struck Lucius. The man dropped to the ground while spasming violently. Lucius gritted his teeth as he started to feel his mind blanking out as the lightning coursed through his body, but before he could completely black out, the pain stopped. I hope you have learned your lesson, Harry said in an amused tone before removing the man's left sleeve with a flick of his empty hand, revealing the dark mark for everyone to see. Lucius, looks like your master is returning, how does that make you feel? Harry asked, looking amused. The way his eyes grew wide at the revelation was a sight. Then he turned toward Narcissa. What about you, Narcissa? Harry asked. He is not my master, Narcissa answered after hesitating for a bit. Good for you, Harry said with a nod of his nod. If you were, then I would have to kill you, Harry stated, looking like he was stating facts. Narcissa felt relieved at the revelation and Harry decided to come back to her after he finished dealing with Lucius. Lucius, I am not going to lie to you, I am going to kill you. From now on, I am going to make your life as miserable as possible, but the survival of your family legacy will depend on the way you behave, Harry revealed with a grin. Lucius was in so much pain that he could barely look upward. His whole body was screaming in pain and he was so tired that he could just fall asleep, but the pain was preventing him from doing that. The words barely registered in his mind before he hissed in pain when Harry grabbed his left arm and pulled at it. He screamed when he felt a searing sensation in his arm. He felt like his arm was being burned, and after what felt like minutes, Harry finally released his arm. Lucius stared at the spot where his dark mark used to be and he was horrified to find that his dark mark was replaced by another mark. "Now, you won't be able to run off to Voldemort to save your ass," Harry said in an amused tone, and those were the last things he heard before he finally passed out. Then Harry's gaze finally shifted toward Narcissa, who was watching everything with a look of apprehension on her face. "Step forward, Narcissa," Harry called out softly, and Narcissa felt her stomach drop at his words. She didn't want to be treated as Lucius, so she stood up even though it was reluctant on her part. Her knees were shaking like thin twigs and her face was completely pale. She somehow managed to step forward and the dam finally broke down as tears started to roll down her cheeks. "Harry, please," Narcissa begged, but Harry simply gestured her to remain silent. He stood up and gently grabbed her left arm. "There are 2 mistakes you made," Harry said softly as he placed the tip of his wand on her wrist, making her whimper fearfully. "First of all, I don't trust you," Harry said before the polite look on his face disappeared, only to be replaced by a look of fury. "And then your biggest mistake, you called my mother a mudblood," Harry hissed furiously, and Narcissa squealed in pain as she felt herself getting branded like a common animal. This was the biggest humiliation for her. The pain finally disappeared and Narcissa stared at her arm, which was now marred by a brand, and she almost lost her footing as her head started to spin. Though, Harry didn't allow her to fall and he helped her to one of the couches. It took her minutes to finally calm down and Harry decided to give her all the time she needed to regain her bearings. "Narcissa," Harry called, making her fearfully look at him. "There are a few things I cannot forgive, and someone calling my mother a mudblood is one of them. You will be treated with utmost respect, and now that you carry my mark, you are one of my own, so I hope that there won't be a repeat of this incident," Harry explained calmly while looking straight into Narcissa's eyes. "Do you understand?" Harry asked, and Narcissa frantically nodded her head. "Good." Harry nodded his head in satisfaction. "Boss, we have him." Harry received a message and it made him grin. He located his followers through the mark and opened a portal for them, only for them to step through the portal with Crouch Sr. floating behind them. "Place him beside him," Harry ordered, and the group who went to kidnap Crouch Sr. quickly followed the order. Now, he could finally punish the Crouch duo, but before that, he needed to invite one more person to the show. So with a vicious grin on his face, he pulled out the resurrection stone from his robes. There they made 6. With this stunt of his, a lot of people were going to learn the existence of the resurrection stone, but every single one of them except for the Crouch duo carried the sigil of the lost, so he would be aware of their treacherous thoughts. Gellert noticed the resurrection stone and perked up, excited to see one of the Deathly Hallows in action. With a determined look on his face, Harry decided to summon Lydia Crouch. His mother would have also done the same, so he could understand why Lydia did what she did, but that didn't mean he was going to forgive her. Leaving everything aside, Crouch Jr. was responsible for his godmother's insanity, so by extension, Crouch Jr. was responsible for his horrible childhood. So, there was no way Crouch Jr. was going to have a painless or quick death. His fate was going to be most horrible. Harry turned the stone thrice in his hand, summoning the shade of Lydia Crouch. At her appearance, a few gasps were heard and Crouch Jr.'s eyes grew wide at the woman's appearance. The woman looked around in confusion before her gaze finally found her husband and her beloved son. This made her even more confused as the last thing she remembered was the ceiling of her son's Azkaban cell. "What is happening?" she asked in confusion as he kept looking around. "I am the one to blame," Harry said as he stepped forward, making the dead woman turn toward him. "First allow me to introduce myself, my name is Harry Potter." Harry introduced himself and the woman's eyes grew wide at the recognition. Harry didn't miss that and decided to continue, looking pleased. "Good. You recognize me? This makes it easier for me," Harry declared, sounding pleased with himself. The rest of the occupants of the room were simply holding their breaths as they didn't know what else to do. A couple of Gellert's followers, who were quite close to Gellert during the war, were able to recognize the artifact Harry had used to summon Lydia Crouch, as Gellert was obsessed with Deathly Hallows. Narcissa was also able to recognize the resurrection stone, and she was left shell-shocked as she realized that the artifacts in that children's fairy tale were real. Then you can understand how displeased I was when I learned that your scum of a son was still alive and free, Harry growled angrily, making the woman stare at him in complete horror. She finally understood what was happening. Please, don't do this. Please, he is my only son, the woman begged, but Harry looked at her with an indifferent look on his face. He is my baby boy, the woman wailed before she threw herself at Harry's feet, but the woman simply passed through his feet. He made a mistake. He was young and he simply made a mistake. Please forgive him, the woman continued to beg. I know he is important to you and I know how you begged your husband to save him, but thanks to your husband, my innocent godfather had to spend more than a decade in that hell hole. Now, how is that fair? Harry asked with a sneer and woke up Crouch Sr. with a wave of his hand. The man blinked before looking around. He tried to say something, but he froze when his gaze found his begging wife on the floor, who was supposed to be dead. Harry stared at Crouch Sr. for a moment before narrowing his eyes. He was certain that the man was under the influence of Crouch Jr.'s imperious curse, but there were no obvious signs of such, but Crouch Jr. was showing obvious signs. Harry knew that he was still inexperienced when it came to the utilization of the imperious curse, but he didn't know that the difference would be so vast. He could force anyone to bend to his will thanks to his raw magic, but he still lacked experience. Harry decided to drop the matter for the time being and move on. He looked at his feet where Lydia Crouch was still begging at him to spare her son. Your husband will be the first to join you, Harry said viciously before he turned toward Crouch Sr. and moments later, his head was engulfed by a sphere of water. Free him, Harry said to the man standing behind Crouch Sr., and the man immediately freed Crouch Sr. from the bounds. Crouch Sr. immediately shot up from his seat and started to struggle as he wanted to escape the sphere to save himself from drowning, but no matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of the sphere. The man continued to flail around before he finally started to swallow water, unable to hold his breath anymore. Crouch Sr. finally slumped down on the floor and continued to swallow water, but after a few more seconds, he finally stopped struggling as life left his body. Lydia simply stared at the body of her lifeless husband in pure terror. You are a very cruel boy, Harry Gellert said, looking amused at Harry's action. Only to my enemies, Harry agreed before he turned toward Kenta. Wake him up, Harry said while pointing at Lucius. Lucius woke up with a gasp when Kenta cast the Renervate charm on him. Lucius, get me some unicorn blood from your cellar, Harry ordered as he tossed Lucius' wand to Lucius so that the man could unlock his cellar. Thanks to the trip to Lucius' memory lane, Harry was aware of all of his secrets. The man didn't move for a second, before a pain shot through his left arm. Lucius looked up only to find Harry glaring at him, which promised even more pain if he didn't start moving. Lucius was proud and haughty, but he was no fool, so he started to move. He tapped the floor with his wand, unlocking the cellar. After nearly half a minute, Lucius returned with a vial of unicorn blood from the cellar. Harry took the vial from Lucius, who flinched a bit when Harry was near him, but Harry paid him no mind. This is unicorn blood and I am going to feed this to your son, Harry said as he showed off the vial to Lydia. At the woman's confused look, Harry decided to elaborate. You see, this blood was acquired by a poacher who slayed a unicorn to acquire this, which means, this blood is cursed, Harry explained with a grin. This will prevent a person from dying, but at a terrible cost. It will be a cursed existence. Your son will be in so much pain, he will be begging to die, but death won't come to him, Harry revealed with a grin, making Lydia stare at him with pure terror before it finally turned into a look of resignation and disgust. You are a monster. The woman snarled at him in anger and Harry simply smiled at her. I am what people like your son turned me into. So, don't blame me, blame yourself, your husband, and your son, Harry said while slowly approaching Crouch Jr., and when he was finally in front of Crouch Jr., Harry removed his gag and the bindings before holding out the vial to the man. Drink this, Harry ordered, and the man grabbed the vial and drank the potion while Lydia kept screaming at her son, in a futile attempt to stop him from drinking the blood. After that, Harry told Nigel to stun Crouch Jr. and take him away before he told the other followers including Gellert to remove the corpse of Winky and Crouch Sr. Then, he turned toward Narcissa, who was intentionally looking away from him. It was clear that she was terrified out of her mind and he was the reason behind her terror. Narcissa, you may leave. Have a nice night, he said, and he decided to skip another threat or warning as it wasn't necessary. The woman robotically stood up and left the room. Lucius, you may leave too, but it goes without saying, do not try anything foolish or you won't like the results. Harry warned the man, who gave him a fearful nod before scurrying out of the room with his tail between his legs. "The show is over, Mrs. Crouch, you should leave too," Harry said and dismissed the shade of Lydia Crouch, but the woman wasn't paying attention to him. She was left completely broken at the fate of her son, and Harry was pleased with the way the night turned out to be. The world moves on. Longbottom Hall. Amelia stepped through the fireplace before removing the soot from her robes with a flick of her wand. "Madame Boncey, please follow Norg. Mistress be waiting for you in the drawing hall." The Longbottom house elf, Norg, arrived with a soft pop before declaring with a respectful bow. This wasn't the first time Amelia was visiting the Longbottom Hall, but she still decided to follow Norg's lead. "Show me the way," Amelia urged the house elf to start moving. The Longbottoms were originally Vikings, and their Viking ancestry was clearly visible thanks to the decorations on the walls. After all, the Longbottoms were quite proud of their ancestry. Amelia finally arrived in the drawing room with Norg leading her and found Augusta was already waiting for her. "Thank you, Norg." Amelia thanked the house elf before she started to make her way to where Augusta was sitting. "Good evening, Amelia." "Have a seat," Augusta offered, and Amelia gave her a grateful smile before taking the offered seat. "Tea?" Augusta offered. "Yes, 2 sugars please," Amelia requested, and Augusta offered her a teacup after dropping 2 sugar cubes in the cup. "So, what brings you to my hall at this time, Amelia?" "Your messenger wasn't forthcoming," Augusta asked curiously as she picked up her own teacup and took a small sip. Amelia pondered how to approach the topic for the next few seconds while gently stirring her teacup before she finally decided to rip off the band-aid without any fanfare. "Voldemort is alive," Amelia revealed as she intently stared at Augusta. The older woman choked at the revelation before she settled on glaring at Amelia. "If that was a joke, I am not laughing," Augusta growled coldly while glaring at Amelia. "That's good because I am not joking," Amelia retorted firmly. Augusta didn't say anything and simply kept staring at Amelia for the next few moments. "Do you have any proof?" Augusta asked, looking somewhat apprehensive. To be honest, she still wanted the revelation to be a cruel joke. After all, the war was still horrible that they were still trying to forget the nightmare. "Yes, I do." With that, Amelia started to reveal everything they have discovered regarding Voldemort's survival. Amelia wasn't worried that Augusta might betray them. After all, the woman has lost almost everything to the madman, though Amelia was planning to get a secrecy oath from the old battle axe so that nobody could forcefully extract the information from her. After Amelia finally finished her explanation, Augusta didn't say anything for the next couple of minutes and simply kept tapping her fingers on the table before the contemplative look on her face was finally replaced by a determined look. "Okay, how can I help?" Augusta asked with determination clear in her voice, making Amelia smile winningly. The next day. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Albus slumped down in his chair with an extremely tired look on his face. He wanted to revisit the memory of the duel, but he was so busy dealing with the aftermath that he was only able to return to his office a few minutes ago. Last night before he could finish fixing the hall, the other professors arrived at the scene, so he was forced to come up with a story to appease them, but before revealing anything to Phileas Flitwick and Aurora Sinistra, who were the first to arrive at the scene, he decided to summon the rest of the staff as he didn't want to repeat the story more than once. Though for whatever reason, Argus Filch failed to answer his summons and Albus also failed to reach the man, so a search was commenced, but they still failed to find the man. So, Albus was forced to use the map to locate Argus, and Albus was surprised to find the man in a room he didn't even know existed in the first place. After arriving in the room, Albus was surprised to find that someone had been using the room as a secret potions lab, and from the ingredients he found inside the room, he was able to deduce the potion that was being brewed in this room. After looking around for nearly half an hour, Albus finally found Argus stuffed inside a trunk. Even though Albus wanted answers from the man, he was in no condition to answer his questions, as he was not in good shape, so Albus ended up using legilimency on the man as Albus was desperate for answers. Albus easily recognized Bart Crouch Jr. from the memories, and after that, it was pretty easy to connect the dots, which led Albus to realize that Harry didn't kidnap Barty Crouch Sr., but he kidnapped Barty Crouch Jr., who was posing as Argus Filch for the past couple of months. Though Albus couldn't help but wonder how Harry was able to discover the plot when he failed to discover the conspiracy within his domain, especially with the map in his possession. Albus was broken out of his musings when Fawkes trilled loudly, in an attempt to motivate him. Albus smiled at his familiar. "Thank you, Fawkes, I needed that, Albus said softly as he decided to revisit the memories of the duel instead of taking a nap. He knew that dark times were ahead, and if he wanted to beat both Tom and Hadrian, then he couldn't rest. It was clear that both Tom and Hadrian were already making their moves, and he would be damned if he found himself on the back foot for the second time. For the greater good of Wizarding Britain, he had to win. There was no other option. Gellert is also somewhere out there, Albus remembered somberly as he wondered what his old friend was up to. He decided to add another name to the list of his enemies even though he didn't want to. For the greater good, the light must win, Albus vowed internally as the fire of determination burned clear in his eyes. He had told his staff that someone broke into Hogwarts, and when the wards informed him about the intruder, he confronted the intruder, so a fight broke out between them when the intruder refused to surrender, and since the face of the intruder was covered, he wasn't able to recognize them. It was a hard sell, but for the time being, his staff was appeased. Albus leaned on the table with a thoughtful look on his face. He wondered if he could use this incident to get rid of Nymphadora Tonks. He didn't like anyone interfering in his matters, especially when he believed Hogwarts to be his domain. Maybe, this will teach Amelia a lesson, and he could always reach out to Nymphadora after she was arrested. If he could get her into the order, it would be a huge boon. With his mind made up, he decided to contact Cornelius. Riddle Manor, Little Hangleton. Voldemort was certain that something was amiss. Barty had failed to send him a report last night, and he was yet to send his report this morning. Wormtail. Voldemort hissed loudly, and after a couple of seconds, the cowardly man stumbled through the door before finally kneeling down in front of him. He wasn't pleased by the display of the cowardly man in the slightest, but Pettigrew was the only servant he had in his service at this moment. To be honest, it was downright humiliating for him, but what other choice did he have? "My lord," the cowardly man stuttered out a greeting. "Start collecting the potion ingredients," Voldemort ordered, making Peter blink in confusion before he started to sputter. "But what about the plan, my lord?" Peter asked fearfully, and Voldemort had to hold himself back from cursing the man. "Are you questioning me, Wormtail?" Voldemort asked with a dangerous edge in his voice, and Peter immediately paled at the subtle threat. "Of course not, my lord," Peter blurted out hurriedly. "I will start right away," he added fearfully before he scampered out of the room. Voldemort stared at the retreating back of his servant with distaste. A part of him wanted to send Peter to Hogwarts to check on Barty, but a part of him didn't want to risk it as Peter was his only available servant. Nagini was amazing, but no matter how amazing of a creature she was, she couldn't brew a potion even with his directions. Harry's room, Malfoy Manor. Harry stared at the resurrection stone in front of him with a bit of trepidation. Last night, he had a long and detailed discussion with his mother about if he should accept Hella's offer or not, which ended up in a long session of snogging, but they ultimately decided that Harry should accept the offer to learn from her. So, after waking up today, the first thing Harry did was to fix the wards and take control of them from Lucius, and after he was done with that, he forced Lucius to free both Olaf and Dobby. Both Lucius and Narcissa were surprised to find Dobby in his possession. After both Olaf and Dobby were released, Harry bound both of them to himself before ordering Olaf to work for Narcissa. He wasn't worried about getting betrayed, as the mark would inform him of such treachery. Then Harry returned to his room so that he could contact Hella. He picked up the resurrection stone and started to think about Hella. Moments later, he found himself in the familiar wasteland of Hell. Harry looked around and found Hella sitting cross-legged on the ground, and her eyes snapped open when his gaze found her. "I have decided to become your student," Harry revealed without wasting any time, and Hella simply grinned at his words. Chapter 164 to 166. The world moves on, to Hell. Fantastic! Hella exclaimed with an ecstatic look on her face as she clapped her hands before she smoothly stood up. "To be honest, I was expecting you to take a bit more time to make your decision," Hella wondered aloud as she started to approach Harry while swaying her hips exaggeratingly. "Though you knew that I was going to accept the deal eventually, didn't you?" Harry asked with a raised brow, making Hella hum in agreement. "You want to revive your mother before anything else, so I knew that you would have accepted my offer," eventually Hella revealed with a grin. "By the way, I liked the show last night, but you still have a long way to go. You still need to learn quite a bit," Hella added as she stared at him speculatively. "I am looking forward to your lessons," Harry said in a respectful tone as he slightly bowed his head to pay his respects. "You don't need to bow to me," Hella waved her hand dismissively, but she did seem to appreciate the gesture. "At least, he knows manners. Something I can't say about most people I have met," Hella mused internally. "So, how can I bring back my mother?" Harry asked. Since Hela already knew that he wanted to revive his mother before anything else, he didn't feel it necessary to hide his intentions from her. Have patience, my student, Hela chided him softly. You are strong and your potential is unfathomable, but at the end of the day, you are still a squishy little mortal, Hela added mockingly as she paced in front of him. Your body isn't strong enough to handle any divine techniques, Hela added, and even though Harry's ego was bruised by her words, he nodded his head in understanding. Harry hated being looked down upon, but he knew about his limits. Right now, his body was much stronger than an average human body, but his skull still wasn't thick enough to tank a 5.6 mm or a 7 mm bullet, and a bullet to the head would most certainly kill him. Hela turned to the side before she smoothly transitioned into a stance. She took a deep breath and punched forward, creating a massive gust of wind. Harry stared at her with wide eyes as his hair and robes started to flutter, thanks to the strong gust of wind. Though the massive gust of wind was nothing compared to the destruction her punch caused to the wasteland. Harry stared at the small canyon recently created by Hela with wide eyes. With this display of might, he finally started to understand the difference between a mortal and a god. Hela didn't use even the slightest bit of magical power for the punch, it was pure physical power. Hela stared at the canyon with a complicated look on her face before turning back toward Harry. I wasn't born this strong, but my strength wasn't anything to scoff at even when I was nothing but a babe, Hela slowly explained. It is usually impossible for humans to achieve such strength, but humans are nothing, if not innovative, Hela added with a grin. I have been to such worlds to the past where humans have invented techniques they can use to become as strong as a god eventually, Hela finished, revealing the fact that humans could be found on planets besides Earth. A/N, before you guys decide to drop this FIC, let me make it clear. This will not turn into cultivation FIC or anything like that. The cultivation technique is only being included because it gives a nice way to strengthen Harry's body. Nothing more. There will be no Deo. There will be no Dantans, and there will be no body refining techniques. Now, thanks to me you have all that knowledge at your disposal, Hela revealed smugly. In some worlds, the residents called these techniques cultivation, and in some, the residents referred to these techniques as martial art techniques, but at the core, they are basically the same. Hela finished her explanation with a grin. I see. So, do you have anything specific in your mind? Harry asked curiously, and after getting a nod from Hela, Harry decided to ask her the next question. By the way, do you use any of these techniques? Harry asked, wondering if he could learn such techniques with his powers. No. I never felt any need for such techniques. Hela answered before a contemplative look appeared on her face. But now that I don't have anything better to do, I might give it a try. That would make it easier for me to teach you too, Hela decided with a thoughtful look on her face. Alright. So, when do we start? Harry asked, making Hela grin as she placed her hand over Harry's shoulder. There is no better time than now, Hela said as she snaked her arm around his shoulder while grinning wickedly. Time skip, 1 week later. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore stared at Hogwarts ground from his window with a deep frown on his face. Right now, Albus Dumbledore was not a happy man and his whole world was falling apart around him. 3 days ago, the Ministry finally received the clearance from the ICW to bring Harry Potter back to their country according to the wishes of his new guardian, but they didn't need to send anyone to bring back the boy as Lucius Malfoy arrived at the Ministry only to reveal that Harry Potter was already living under his roof for a couple of days. That was what made Albus realize why Mundungus and his group failed to find Harry Potter. If Albus was being honest, Albus never expected Lucius to make such a move, and from the look on Amelia's face, neither did she. If so much wasn't depending on Harry, then Albus would have praised Lucius for such a move. Now, there was a good chance that they might lose the war even before it could start. That wasn't the only piece of bad news this week. Nymphadora Tonks was no longer posing as Susan Bones, but the situation didn't turn out as he was expecting it to. First of all, yes, he was able to get her arrested at first, but later, Amelia spun the tale in such a way that the table was turned on him. Amelia revealed that she was worried that something else might happen with such a dangerous tournament going on. With Harry Potter's name coming out of the goblet, Amelia didn't need anything else to prove her point. So, not only she managed to use that angle to get Nymphadora out of any trouble, but she also managed to get auras posted inside Hogwarts for the span of the rest of the tournament. It was a massive blow to Albus, and this incident finally led him to realize how much influence he had lost within the Ministry and the Wizengamot. Albus was brought out of his musings when someone knocked on the door. Come in, Albus called out, and moments later, Severus stepped inside his office, looking as indifferent as usual. Both Lucius and Narcissa are intentionally avoiding me, Severus drawled out. I tried to reach them through Draco. I even tried to use Draco to learn something from them, but they aren't saying anything, Severus revealed, making Albus nod his head in understanding. It wasn't exactly surprising the way the elder Malfoys were acting. If they were following Tom's orders, then he could understand why they were keeping their distance from Severus. Then there was the fact that Harry might be making the Malfoys move. With the power the boy possessed, it wouldn't be too hard for Harry to make the Malfoys dance to his tune. He had shown Severus the memory of the duel, and as expected it was somewhat hard for Severus to accept the memory of the duel. What do you think, Severus? Do you think they are following the Dark Lord's orders? Albus asked somberly. Severus opened his mouth to say something, but then all of a sudden, he grabbed his left arm and hissed in pain. Severus pulled back his left sleeve and both Albus and Severus gasped at the sight. The dark mark was as dark as it could possibly be. He is calling us, Severus revealed, looking paler than he usually was, and Albus nodded his head in understanding with a grim look on his face. Go, Albus said as there wasn't anything else he could say. He watched Severus hurriedly leave his office and Albus closed his eyes with a pained look on his face. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Albus mumbled grimly before he finally decided to revisit some of his memories. Graveyard, Little Hangleton, a few minutes ago. My lord, everything is ready, Peter stuttered out fearfully while kneeling in front of Voldemort. It has been a week since Barty disappeared, and Voldemort was almost certain that Barty was no longer alive. Barty was one of his most loyal followers, so Voldemort never considered that Barty might have betrayed him. At least, he wouldn't have betrayed him knowingly. That was why Voldemort decided to abandon his plans, as he could no longer depend on that plan. He didn't know what happened to Barty, so he decided to create himself a body as soon as he could. Good. Start the ritual, Voldemort hissed, and Peter frantically nodded his head in understanding before picking up Voldemort within his arms. After that, he made his way toward the cauldron filled with the bubbling potion and dropped Voldemort inside the cauldron. Peter looked at the potion for a moment before scurrying toward the massive angel statue. He arrived in front of the grave right under the angel statue and flicked his wand, ripping the grave open. Moments later, he used magic to levitate a bone out of the grave. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Peter chanted before dropping the bone inside the cauldron. After that, Peter whimpered before tucking away his wand. He pulled out a silver knife from his robes and held his arm outward before bringing the knife up to his arm. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. While chanting, Peter brought down the knife over his left hand and removed his arm from the wrist before squealing like a pig in pain. It took him a few seconds to regain his bearings, but he grabbed the stump of his arm and started to move toward their last ingredient. He arrived in front of Sturgis Podmore. The man was gagged and tied, but the man was clearly struggling, but he stopped when Nagini slithered over his body. Peter made a small cut on his arm to collect some blood in a goblet. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Peter chanted in a trembling voice as he was still reeling in the pain of his hand. He removed himself. He returned to the cauldron and poured the blood inside the cauldron. Moments later, the cauldron finally caught fire and Voldemort started to grow from his initial baby-like body. While floating in the air, Voldemort continued to grow until his body was finally big as an adult. He landed on his feet and ran a hand over his bald head before finally opening his eyes. His eyes were completely scarlet, but instead of looking like a human's eyes, his eyes were very similar to a serpent's eyes. My lord, Peter whimpered and dropped in front of Voldemort while holding his stump. My wand, Voldemort hissed coldly before the cowardly man finally produced the wand from his robes and handed it over to Voldemort. Voldemort used his wand to conjure a set of dark robes over his body. Your hand, Voldemort ordered coldly, and Peter started to thank Voldemort before offering his stump, only for Voldemort to snap at him. Your other arm. Voldemort snapped and Peter immediately offered his other arm. Voldemort placed the tip of his wand over the dark mark and Peter screamed in pain. Voldemort stood up, ignoring Peter's begging and whimpering. I wonder how many of them will be brave enough to return. Voldemort muttered with a cruel look on his face. Equals. The first task, I. Time skip, November 24, 1994. 3 broomsticks, Hogsmeade. Narcissa stepped out of the flue before removing the soot from her robes with a flick of her wand, and moments later, Harry stepped out of the flue, dressed in expensive acromantula silk robes. The activity inside the pub stopped at the sight of Harry Potter, but nobody dared to approach Harry, especially with Narcissa Malfoy standing in front of him protectively. A few moments later, Jacqueline stepped through the floor and Narcissa took out some sickles from her purse and placed them over the counter. "Thank you for your patronage," the busted barmaid manning the counter piped up cheerfully before putting away the sickles. Narcissa didn't even bother to give the woman a look and turned toward Harry and Jacqueline. "We should get going unless we want to be late," Narcissa sniffed haughtily before she started to move. Harry and Jacqueline silently followed her out of the bar, and after putting some distance between themselves and the bar, Narcissa finally released a relieved sigh as her shoulders slumped down. "Sorry for acting like that," Narcissa apologized, and Harry simply waved it off with a smile on his face. "If I wasn't alright with it then I wouldn't have allowed you in the first place," Harry said dismissively. "You need to keep an image in the public and I don't want to ruin that for you," Harry added smoothly, making Narcissa wonder if he was being honest in the first place or not. "You are such a smooth talker, Harry," Jacqueline cooed while making googly eyes at him. "Did you take some classes while I wasn't with you?" Jacqueline asked with mock curiosity. "I am always polite." Maybe, not always, I suppose, but most of the time, I am polite," Harry decided with a nod of his head, and Narcissa agreed with him on that. Even when he was killing someone or being cruel to someone, he acted polite. He even maintained his politeness when he was simply scaring the shit out of someone. "I suppose." Jacqueline decided to concede as she couldn't remember any incident where he wasn't polite. "By the way, are you excited about the task?" Jacqueline asked giddily. "What is there to be excited about?" "From what I have found about the Triwizard tournaments, the first task is always about some sort of dangerous magical creature," Harry revealed with a shrug, but Jacqueline didn't seem to be disappointed or dissuaded in the slightest. "So, is there a chance that they are going to bring a Nundu?" Jacqueline gushed out excitedly, making Harry roll his eyes, and Narcissa shuddered a bit at the thought. She never had any interest in magical creatures, but she knew enough about Nundus and she was extremely afraid of them, like any sane person should be. "No, Nundu breath can harm the audience and the British Ministry would never risk that, especially with their upstanding pure-blood citizens," Harry denied, and Narcissa internally released a relieved sigh, completely ignoring the jab at the British Ministry and the pure-bloods. Harry had always treated her respectfully and politely after their initial unpleasantness as he had promised, and Narcissa didn't want to do anything to ruin that arrangement. "Although, dragons, chimeras, and manticores are fair game," Harry revealed moments later with a thoughtful look on his face. "Really?" Jacqueline asked excitedly, and after getting a nod from Harry, Jacqueline looked a bit in awe. "Wow! That is amazing. I wonder what the champions are going to feel after coming across a dragon." Jacqueline giggled at her own words. Narcissa looked at the younger girl with a troubled look on her face. The girl was very much similar to her eldest sister, and that terrified her. "They would be terrified out of their minds," Harry pointed out without missing a beat. "How would you have felt, Harry?" Narcissa wasn't able to stop herself from asking the question. "I would have asked it to surrender and step aside, but if it didn't listen then I would have killed it," Harry answered with a straight face. Others might have scoffed at his bold declaration, but Narcissa and Jacqueline completely believed his words. "We are here," Narcissa announced as the trio finally arrived in front of Hogwarts. They weren't the only ones, as the whole place was milling around with people. Apparently, the Triwizard tournament was a pretty big deal. Reporters could be seen lurking around the entrance, trying to look for any scoop. "You miss this place, don't you?" Harry asked, breaking Narcissa out of her thoughts. "Yes, I do." Narcissa nodded her head in an accent. "This was like my second home. I have made some beautiful memories in this place," Narcissa revealed with a longing smile on her face. "What do you think, Harry?" Narcissa asked as she turned toward him. Throughout the last couple of weeks, she had learned that as long as she didn't insult his mother, she could ask him anything. Yet, the castle is most impressive. Harry easily agreed with her, as he had heard stories from his mother and he had seen just how impressive the castle truly was with his own eyes. "Ilvermorny is better," Jacqueline declared petulantly while pouting like a child. "Both of them have their own appeals," Harry declared as he wanted to avoid any kind of argument. "Narcissa, you wanted to meet your son, didn't you?" Harry asked, trying to change the topic. "Yes," Narcissa nodded her head, unable to hide some of her excitement. It has been some time since she met him, and even though her son was just like his father, she loved him to death. "Good. Then make sure that he doesn't do anything you wouldn't do," Harry declared coldly, making Narcissa feel a chill. "I like you, Narcissa, I respect you, but that doesn't mean that I would forgive your son if he crosses the line." I would hate to kill both of you, Harry declared, and Narcissa paled at the chilling statement. Narcissa cursed Lucius for probably the 1000th time in her mind for getting involved with this demon. Well then, let's go inside, Harry declared, and Narcissa started to move again, but this time, her movements looked somewhat robotic. By the time the trio arrived at the entrance of Hogwarts, Narcissa was able to regain some of her bearings. They were stopped by a group of Aurors at the entrance who allowed them to enter after finishing their inspection. Isn't the security too strict? Jacqueline asked, as she wasn't expecting this level of competence from Wizarding Britain, considering their prior competence during the Quidditch World Cup. After the mess during the Quidditch World Cup, the British wizarding community lost most of its credibility, so they don't want to lose any more of their credibility. Harry explained with a bored look on his face as they walked through the hall. Then we have Dumbledore to thank for the heavy Auror presence with the stunt he tried to pull with Tonks, Harry added mockingly. Then there was the fact that Crouch Sr. also vanished. That had put DMLE on high alert. Speaking about Tonks, have you talked to her recently? Jacqueline asked with a frown, only for Harry to shake his head in denial. Well, I kind of received a letter from her a week ago, Jacqueline revealed while scratching her cheek with a sheepish look on her face. After noticing Harry's unimpressed look, she decided to apologize as her shoulders slumped down. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, Jacqueline apologized. I will have a chat with her today, Harry declared after a few seconds of silence. She wasn't the only one he was planning to have a chat with today. He was also planning to talk with Sirius, as the man had been trying to reach out to him for the last couple of weeks, but he wanted to keep the show going for as long as he could so that he could keep both the light and the dark side blissfully unaware of his true strength for as long as he could. Narcissa, why don't you go and have a chat with your son? He doesn't look happy with me in your company, Harry pointed out with a hint of amusement in his voice. Narcissa was able to quickly locate her son, and as soon as she did, she started to make her way toward him as she wanted to prevent her son from doing anything foolish in front of Harry at all costs. Meanwhile, Harry and Jacqueline made their way toward their seats in the arena. As usual, Lucius could be seen in the company of the minister. A few seconds after Harry sat down on their seats, a stranger approached Harry and sat down beside him. Without wasting any time, Harry appraised the person and groaned internally. It is me, Sirius, the man said, and Harry barely stopped himself from rolling his eyes as Sirius revealed his Lord Black ring to prove his identity. How are you, Harry? The man asked with concern clear in his voice. I am fine, Sirius. You shouldn't be here, Harry bit out with a growl. I know. I know. Sirius admitted, sounding like a kicked puppy. You have no idea how worried I truly was, Sirius added. I can imagine, but believe me, Sirius, this is not a good place to chat, Harry growled out in a low tone, and that seemed to knock some sense into Sirius. He pulled out a package from his robes and handed it over to Harry before leaving. Harry quickly hid the package, but he was sure that his actions didn't go unnoticed. He didn't mind that, as it would add more spice to the game he was playing. Well, that was something. So, what did he give you? I hope it is not porn, Jacqueline declared with a weird look on her face. You know what? Harry asked as he turned toward Jacqueline. I am not going to make any guesses, Harry declared, making Jacqueline giggle. Equals 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 equals. A meeting unseen, I. Quidditch pitch, Hogwarts. Your son isn't going to join us? Harry asked curiously as he stared at Narcissa, who wasn't being accompanied by her son. He noticed Draco glaring at him from a distance and started to wonder if Narcissa failed to make him see reason. Well, either way, he wasn't too worried. No, he is going to sit with his friends, Narcissa revealed as she took her seat. Even if he wanted to join her, she wouldn't have allowed him to join her. She loved her son to death, but sometimes, he could be more foolish than his father, which was an achievement in itself. Good for him. Harry began to say something when the rest of his words were drowned by the cheers of the crowd. The judges were finally here, and Harry was really displeased by the sight of Dolores Umbridge among them. After Crouch Sr. disappeared, it was decided that Dolores Umbridge would occupy his spot on the judges' table. Harry decided that most of the gathered crowd must be nutters, after all, they were cheering at the arrival of the judges. Without wasting any more time, Bagman finally revealed what the first task was going to entail. The crowd started to cheer even louder at that. I can't believe they are making students face real dragons, and people are excited about that. Narcissa shook her head with a deep frown on her face. The Triwizard Tournament is a blood sport, so I am not surprised that the people are reacting in such a manner, Harry pointed out blandly, making Narcissa grimace. So, Harry, Narcissa, are you guys up for a bet? Jacqueline asked the duo before Narcissa could say something. I am not going to bet over someone's life, Narcissa declared primly, making Jacqueline give her an annoyed look. Beaux Batons is going to have the lowest score, Harry declared just after Narcissa finished speaking. How much? Jacqueline asked giddily. 50 galleons, Harry answered after thinking for a bit. Deal, Jacqueline grinned before extending her hand toward Harry to finalize the bet. Harry accepted the offered hand and shook it. Why do you think she would lose? Narcissa asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. While she had no interest in betting, she wanted to know what made Harry think that Beaux Batons would have the lowest score. Even Jacqueline was interested to know his answer. She is a part creature, that was all Harry said, leaving her and Jacqueline both in confusion. Harry had read the article Rita published on the day of the wand weighing ceremony, so he knew that the Beaux Baton champion was a part Vila. Though in reality, there was no such thing as part Vila. A woman was either a Vila or they weren't. Looks like Hogwarts champion is going to go first, Jacqueline muttered to herself when Bagman announced that Cedric Diggory was going to be the first champion and he was going to face a Swedish short snout. Within the next few minutes, the dragon was brought inside the arena by the dragon handlers before Cedric Diggory finally stepped inside the arena. Cedric used transfigured animals to distract the dragon, and his plan partially worked as he managed to collect the golden egg from the dragon's nest even though he was injured by the dragon. The next champion was Fleur Delacour, the Vila champion from Beaux Batons. She was much more composed than Diggory, which led Harry to believe that she already knew about the dragons. She had to face a Welsh green and she charmed the dragon asleep to finish the task, but she didn't leave unscathed as her robes were signed by a jet of flames when retreating. Apparently, dragons could breathe flames from their nostrils when they were asleep. Who knew? Before the third champion could face his dragon, Bagman announced a short break and Harry decided to visit the restroom during the break. Albus had been glancing at him from time to time and Albus wasn't the only one eyeing him, so Harry wondered if any of them would try something while he was away from the crowd. I will be back in a minute, Harry said as he stood up from his seat and started to make his way toward the nearest restroom. Since this wasn't the first time he was visiting Hogwarts, he knew where he was going. Watcher. He heard a feminine voice from the side and he didn't even need to turn to see who it was. There was only one person he knew who used that greeting. Hi, Tonks, Harry greeted back while he slowly turned around to look at her. The woman was sporting a beaming smile on her face. How are you, kiddo? Tonks asked with a smile as she approached him. I am fine. Thank you for asking. What about you? Harry asked politely, playing the part of a teen who was constantly on guard. Tonks frowned at the question and snaked her arm around his shoulder before she started to lead him down the hall. Where are you taking me? Harry asked worriedly as he kept looking around fearfully. There is someone who wants to talk with you. Tonks felt really bad for the boy, and if she could have done anything to help him, then she would have already kidnapped him from the Malfoys to keep him safe, but that would put her on the wrong side of the law, which would make her even more useless to him. The two of them finally arrived outside a classroom and Tonks knocked on the door using a specific pattern. Moments later, the door opened and Tonks led him inside the room, only to find that the room was occupied by Moody, Amelia Bones and Connie Hammer. Moody's presence soured Harry's mood as he realized that he couldn't continue the charade for long. Hello, Mr. Potter, it is nice to meet you again, though I sincerely hope it could have been under better circumstances. Amelia began to speak to him in a formal manner. It is nice to meet you too, Madam Bones, Ms. Hammer, Mr. Moody, and Ms. Tonks. Harry addressed the latter two with an internal smirk as he knew that addressing the two of them formally would annoy them, and Harry wasn't disappointed when Moody scowled at him and Tonks looked completely outraged. How are the Malfoys treating you? Amelia asked hurriedly while glaring at Tonks from the corner of her eyes, as the ungraceful woman was about to start an argument with Harry. Harry had to admit, Amelia Bones had quite the presence. Harry already knew that there was a third faction in play, but he didn't know who was leading the faction, but now everything was clear to him. There were only two types of people in this world, leaders and followers, and Amelia Bones was most definitely a leader. Alas, Amelia's group wasn't as big, strong, or influential as the other two factions. They are treating me nicely, Harry answered, and Amelia seemed to glance toward Alastor. It was only for a moment, but Harry didn't miss it. Tell me, Mr. Potter, do you know why Voldemort came after your parents that night? Amelia asked, and when she called him Voldemort, instead of calling him you-know-who, Harry's respect for her increased. You called him Voldemort? Harry nodded his head with a satisfied look on his face. I would have found you disappointing if you called him you-know-who, Harry added in an amused tone. Everyone in the room including Tonks stiffened at the change of his tone. He no longer sounded nervous, instead, his voice carried confidence and assurance. What did you do to the Malfoys? Moody asked gruffly. I wonder too. Harry tapped his cheek with an amused look on his face. Harry decided to reveal a part of his true self to these people. After all, he did give Dumbledore a glimpse of his power, so Amelia and her group also deserved something, so that these two factions could be on equal footing. Mr. Potter, I believe we have the same enemy, so don't you think it would be better if we worked together? Amelia suggested. She could have treated him like a child, but she decided against that when she realized that Alastor was probably right about the boy. After she learned from Alastor that the boy was able to take him by surprise and send him back to Hogsmeade by some means, she decided not to lower her guard in front of him. That we do, but I have a question. Harry stared straight into Amelia's eyes. Am I really going to need you people? Harry asked with a mocking look on his face. What are you talking about? Tonks asked, looking outraged. She couldn't believe how Harry was acting. To be honest, she never believed any speculations Moody made about Harry, but now she realized that she might have been wrong. Don't look at me like that, Tonks. I believe my question was valid, Harry said as he gestured toward Amelia, who nodded her head in agreement even though she was reluctant to do so. Chapter 167 to 169. A Meeting Unseen, 2. Unnamed Classroom, Hogwarts. Amelia wondered how to start the conversation for real. Until now, they have been playing around, and to be honest, this conversation could have been a lot easier only if Harry Potter was a normal 14-year-old, but unfortunately, she was out of luck. Harry Potter was anything but normal. After all, he killed 3 people, including a child of his own age when he was 11. Then who knew if those were the only people he had killed? There was also the fact that he managed to surprise the Alastor Moody and teleport him to Hogsmeade by some unknown means. That by itself was quite an unbelievable feat in her books. Even she wasn't certain if she could manage such a feat. Then there was also the matter of the unknown teleportation method. It would have been so much better if I could have cowered him with authority, Amelia thought bitterly. Voldemort is back, Amelia declared while intently staring at Harry, wanting to see how he would react, and she wasn't exactly surprised when Harry didn't seem to react to the revelation in the slightest, which probably meant that he was already aware of that. Although Connie and Tonks looked kind of surprised as they weren't expecting Amelia to reveal that. I already know that, Harry admitted with a nod of his head, surprising both Connie and Tonks even more. Then do you know why he attacked the Potters that night? Amelia asked, repeating her initial question. I have some ideas, but no, I am not certain why, Harry lied straight through his teeth. Yes, he didn't know what the prophecy truly entailed, but he knew that it was the reason why Voldemort attacked them on that fateful Halloween night. Though he didn't need to tell her that, as she could very well lead him to the damn thing. To be honest, he wasn't planning to stack his cards on the prophecy, but knowing what it truly entailed might help him in the endgame. Though he wondered if he could find a clue about the identity of the Death Eater who delivered the damned thing to Voldemort and damned his family. Even Lucius knew nothing about the prophecy, so obviously he knew nothing about the identity of the person who delivered it to Voldemort. Harry was hoping that the fucker was still alive so he could enact his own brand of vengeance upon that fucker. Meanwhile, Amelia internally sighed in relief at his admission. She finally had something to hold over him. It felt really distasteful to use a 14-year-old boy in such a manner, but beggars can't be choosers, she decided. If Harry was really the only one who could defeat Voldemort, then she could probably surprise herself with the lengths she could go to assure their victory. Susan was the only family she had left, and there was very little she wouldn't do to make sure Susan lived in a world where Voldemort and his Death Eaters were no longer a threat. There was a prophecy regarding you and him, and that is what led Voldemort to your doorstep, Amelia revealed grimly, and Harry had to force himself to look surprised. Honestly, he wasn't expecting her to reveal her cards so soon in the game. Your parents weren't the target, they were simply in the way, Amelia added while giving him a sympathetic look. You are saying that some nutjob babbled something nonsensical and Voldemort decided to attack me based on that? Harry asked with a bewildered look on his face, only to receive a solemn nod from Amelia and sympathetic looks from Alastor, Tonks, and Connie. How weak he must have been to fear a 1-year-old babe, Harry mumbled with a lost look on his face before he looked away. Amelia decided to give him some time, and Tonks decided to wrap her arm around him comfortingly. Harry may not be the boy she imagined him to be, but that didn't mean that she stopped loving him or caring about him. He was still her family, so she might be mad at him at this instance, but that didn't mean that she would turn her back on him. How did you come to know of this? Harry asked after a minute of silence. His last statement wasn't out of the act he was putting on. He genuinely wondered how weak Voldemort must have been to feel threatened by a 1-year-old. Though unfortunately for Voldemort, not only Harry survived the attack, but Voldemort made an enemy who would take everything away from him. We discovered it by luck. We wanted to know who entered your name in the tournament, so we were investigating all the professors, and that is when we discovered that Sybil Trelawney gave a prophecy in 1980. With some more investigation, we managed to uncover some snippets Amelia lied as she wanted to hold the prophecy over his head so that she could get him to work with them. There was nothing Harry could learn from Sybil Trelawney herself, so he would have to depend on them if he wanted to learn the contents of the prophecy. Harry mumbled absent-mindedly. He suspected that Amelia was probably hiding a lot from him, but there was no way he could confront her about that at this instance. After all, the game would stop being fun if the others realized just how outmatched and outgunned they were, and Harry didn't want to do that as the game was only starting to become fun. Do you know who she delivered the prophecy to? Harry asked. Albus Dumbledore, Amelia answered without wasting any time. Then how did Voldemort come to know about the prophecy? Harry asked curiously. It was true that Harry didn't like Dumbledore, but he didn't believe that it was Dumbledore who delivered the prophecy to Voldemort. That was not how the Light Lord rolled. That, we don't know, Amelia answered with a frown. Though we suspect that someone, probably a Death Eater, might have overheard the prophecy and delivered it to Voldemort, Amelia suggested tiredly, and Harry nodded his head with a contemplative look on his face. Indeed, Harry mumbled internally. Thanks to Amelia, he now knew who delivered the damned prophecy in the first place. He could start his investigation from there. So, what do you need from me? Harry asked, making Amelia smile. This was what she wanted from the beginning, which meant that the meeting was not a waste. A few minutes later, Amelia sagged in her seat after Harry finally left the room. The whole meeting was somewhat bothersome for her as she had to tiptoe around the landmines. The boy was much sharper than she imagined, so she had to be extremely careful about whatever she said. The mental gymnastics she had to perform during the conversation was more than just troublesome. Tonks and Connie were about to start speaking, but Amelia raised a finger to her lips to shut them up. Is the room secure? Amelia asked as she turned toward Alastor, who was running his wand along the nearby wall. Seems to be, but give me a minute, Alastor declared as he continued to inspect the walls. After nearly a minute and a half, he was finally satisfied that the room was secure. Ma'am, was it okay to let him go like that? I mean, we didn't even make him swear secrecy oaths, Connie asked with an unsure look on her face. It was definitely a risk, but it was necessary. We need to gain his trust and we didn't discuss anything sensitive, so it was probably okay, Amelia answered after taking a deep breath. Voldemort is already back, so we don't have the time to play it too safe, Amelia pointed out, making Alastor grunt in agreement. We are people who Voldemort must kill if he wants to win, and Dumbledore already knows that we are up to something, so it wouldn't be a huge loss if they somehow managed to learn about us, Alastor said before taking a huge gulp from his hip flask. Though you are giving him far less credit than he truly deserves. He is very dangerous and way more devious than his looks would suggest, Alastor added gruffly. Then why did you lie to him? Tonks asked. Right now, she was so confused that her head was spinning. First of all, she came to learn that there were some truths in Alastor's words regarding Harry. Then there was the fact that he had done something to the Malfoys to keep them in line. Tonks might be a rookie, but she knew how to read between the lines thanks to her parents. Alas, Harry was still her family, so she couldn't come to terms with the fact that her boss was trying to take advantage of him. So that we could make him cooperate with us. He may not realize this right now, but he will need a lot of help if he wants to win the war, Amelia revealed while rubbing her temples. This war will be fought on two fronts and he will need all the help he can get if he wants to make any headway in either Wizengamot or the actual battlefield. It would be the same for us as we would need him as the pillar, Amelia finished as she leaned back in her chair. Look. I know it might look like we are using him, but in reality, he will be using us just like we would be using him, Amelia added when it looked like Tonks was about to argue. Tonks was a very important part of her group, so Amelia didn't want to lose her. We will be scratching each other's backs, Alastor grunted with a somewhat disgruntled look on his face. It was clear that none of them liked what they were doing, but they knew what needed to be done to win the upcoming war. With a conflicted look on her face, Tonks decided to drop the matter for the time being. Equals 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 equals. The first task, 2. Quidditch pitch, Hogwarts. Cooperation, Harry muttered internally with a smirk on his face as he returned to the Quidditch pitch, instead of visiting a restroom after leaving the classroom. Honestly, he was a bit disappointed that the impromptu meeting ate up all of his time, but he couldn't complain much as he finally managed to learn quite a bit about the third faction. "You are back!" Jacqueline exclaimed excitedly, expecting an exciting story, and she wasn't disappointed when Harry promised to tell her everything afterward. Meanwhile, Bagman finally announced Victor Krumm's name, and the Bulgarian seeker was supposed to face a Chinese fireball. Instead of trying to distract the dragon by some other means, Victor simply attacked the dragon with the conjunctivitis curse. It worked like a charm and the dragon was blinded. He used that chance to steal the golden egg from the nest, but the dragon ended up crushing some of her real eggs in the confusion. "That's so horrible," Narcissa mumbled dispassionately when she noticed that the people around her were cheering at that. "Well, that is the wizarding world for you," Harry answered with a shrug. He had seen wizards kill magical beasts for even lesser reasons, and Victor Krumm was participating in the Tri-Wizard tournament for eternal glory. After a few more minutes, the dragon handlers were finally able to subdue the dismayed Chinese fireball before removing the dragon from the arena. Then all 3 of the champions were summoned to the arena so the judges could give them the scores. Victor Krumm and Cedric Diggory tied for first place with an equal score, while Fleur Delacour was the last with the lowest score as she received a 0 from Dolores Umbridge. "That pink toad is biased," Jacqueline stated with a frown, but she still accepted her loss. "I have met her a few times during ministry balls and she is a highly unpleasant woman," Narcissa revealed with a sniff as she gave Dolores Umbridge a disgusted look from the corner of her eyes. "Ah. Well. That's a wrap for today, I suppose." Harry stood up while somewhat bored. "Can we get ice cream on the way back?" Jacqueline asked in a hopeful tone. "Sure," Harry agreed without much thinking as they started to leave the Quidditch pitch. He was half expecting Albus to confront him, but the man was clearly busy with the tournament duties. "Not manner. Speak," Voldemort ordered in a low tone, and the man kneeling in front of him finally started to speak. He would have preferred to stay in the Malfoy manor, but Lucius was no longer answering his summons. Voldemort couldn't even sense the man through the mark, which could only mean 2 things. Either Lucius was dead, which wasn't probable as the man was still alive, or he no longer carried the dark mark, which was also improbable as only he could remove the dark mark from a person. It was the same with Barty. Voldemort couldn't sense the man through the dark mark, but he was almost certain that Barty was well and truly dead. "My lord, the Potter boy was there with that barbarian whore and wife of that traitorous bastard," Not Senior revealed, and Voldemort simply hummed thoughtfully. "What about the traitor himself?" Voldemort asked coldly. He had asked his followers to kidnap the man if possible, but Lucius was nowhere to be seen, so it was quite clear that his followers had failed to carry out the task. If it was anyone else besides Lucius, then Voldemort would have stayed his hand for the time being, but Lucius had one of his Horcruxes in his possession, so he couldn't leave the man to his own devices. Not Senior whimpered a bit before he finally started to speak. "My lord, he was sticking close to the minister, we weren't able to make a move," Not Senior stuttered out. A small part of Voldemort wanted to curse the spineless moron, but the rest of him knew that it would be useless to punish Not Senior at this moment. Lucius was obviously not a fool, and that was exactly why Voldemort wanted him to be dealt with as soon as he could. Lucius was also harboring Harry Potter in his home. Voldemort couldn't help but wonder if Lucius was planning to use Harry Potter to beat him. He decided to ponder that sometime later. "What about Karkaroff?" Voldemort asked smoothly. Karkaroff was another such traitor, and the man needed to be dealt with. He needed to make an example of Karkaroff to dissuade anyone else planning to betray him, but Voldemort couldn't act openly as he wasn't planning to reveal his return to the wizarding world anytime soon. Right now, he was consolidating his power base as all of his creature followers were scattered far and wide. The Dementors were back in Azkaban, and while it would be the easiest to convince them to join him, he decided to keep them for the last. The werewolf packs were scattered across Europe and America. He needed to send an envoy to each one of them to get the news of his return delivered to them, which was going to take quite some time. Then it was the same for the vampire covens. He would need to send an envoy to meet them too, but he didn't have envoys to send in the first place. Only Mulciber could deal with the werewolves and the vampires, and if he remembered correctly, he needed to promise something really good to get both the werewolves and the vampires to work for him, as vampires and werewolves were like oil and water. Then there were the giants. He decided to leave the giants for later as it was really hard to manage them and Mucklebur could manage them. My lord, my son told me that Karkaroff is extremely spooked. He no longer eats meals with the others in the Great Hall and he is never seen anywhere in the halls. For the past couple of weeks, he had been living inside the Dimstrang ship. Not Senior revealed. Severus had also told him the same story. Leave Voldemort snapped and Not Senior practically scampered out of the room. After Not Senior was gone, Voldemort started to ponder what to do next. Before attacking Harry Potter, he wanted to learn the rest of the prophecy as he wanted to avoid another humiliation at all costs. The Godfather Most Extraordinary, 3. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. Harry tore the package open only to reveal a couple of porn magazines. Harry would have to admit, those were some nice pair of titties even though he wasn't going to say that out loud, especially with his mom camping inside his mind. He finally decided to put away the magazines when he heard a growl from inside his mind, leaving a mirror and a note in his hand. He started to wonder why his godfather saw fit to give him a mirror, but then all of a sudden, he heard his mom gasp. I can't believe he still had it, Lily muttered longingly while staring at the mirror. You know what this is? Harry asked as he held up the mirror in front of his eyes. Now that he was holding the mirror up close, he was able to feel a faint level of magic from the mirror. The mirror was probably enchanted. That is a two-way mirror. James and Sirius came up with the idea in their 5th year and they finally finished the project during their 6th year. They used this talk with each other when they were on separate detentions to plan their stupid pranks. Lily finished with an annoyed huff. Most of the time, they would go around making a fool of themselves, but they were also pretty smart if they put their minds to it. Lily finished somberly. How does this thing work? Harry asked with a clear interest in his voice. You just need to hold the mirror and call the name of the person who is in possession of the other set and the other mirror would heat up, notifying the person on the other side that someone is trying to use the other set to contact them, Lily explained. Harry was quite impressed by the two-way mirrors and started to wonder if he could mass-produce them for the Lost Garden. For the time being, he decided to keep the mirror aside and open the note. Harry. I hope you are well. Once again, I failed to protect you. I don't know what to say to you. Just like my mother used to say, I am a huge disappointment. Now, I have moped long enough. That is a two-way mirror. You can use this to contact me. Just hold the mirror and call my name. Your father and I used these mirrors back at school to plan our pranks. I should have given you one of the mirrors long ago, but I didn't even know I had it in my old school trunk. Recently I went to my old family home and there is where I found my school trunk. I wonder why it was at my family home, but that is beside the point. Harry, I want you to use the mirror. If the Malfoys are mistreating you in any way then please tell me. I have failed you more than enough, I can't fail you anymore. Sirius / Well. That was something. I hope he isn't planning to kill the Malfoys and get sentenced to the Kiss or Azkaban for life, Harry wondered dryly, making Lily chuckle in amusement. Knowing him, I can't dismiss your theory, Lily confirmed in an amused tone. His foolishness aside, his intentions are truly genuine, Lily added softly, but Harry didn't say anything to that and simply kept staring at the letter. Don't you think it is about time you brought him into the fold too? Lily asked. It was highly unlike of her to advocate for anyone besides Harry, but this time she did, which surprised Harry quite a bit. There were mainly 3 reasons why Lily decided to advocate for Sirius. First of all, she felt that Sirius had suffered enough in this lifetime. Secondly, Harry needed more important people in his life. Except for a handful few, he considered everyone as pawns or expendable pieces, not that she believed otherwise. In fact, she was the one who taught him to think like that in the first place. Then finally, the most important reason why she wanted Hadrian to bring Sirius into the fold was because her Hadrian was finally getting involved with the affairs of Wizarding Britain, and while he could always use force to get what he wanted, it was better to have other options at hand. Sometimes, he might need huge amounts of gold to get something done, while some other times, he might need to get involved in politics. Right now, Hadrian didn't have much political clout. Yes, he was the boy who lived, but that wouldn't mean much in Wizengamot. Then he also had Lucius under his thumb, but Lucius was also nothing without the Dark Faction, and now that Voldemort was finally back, there was no way that the Dark Faction would still follow Lucius' lead. Hadrian could try to get the Grey Faction to work with him, but the Grey Faction followed their own agenda and their own rules. They wouldn't support him if he wasn't paying for their help. While the Malfoy family was extremely rich, their fortune wasn't endless. Having Sirius won't solve this problem, as Sirius wasn't a part of any faction, but having the man on his side was much better than not having him on his side at all. Yes, I believe he had suffered enough. Harry nodded his head in understanding before picking up the mirror from the table. Sirius, Harry said out loud, even though it made him feel a bit stupid. Only seconds later, the reflection of his face on the mirror's surface shifted into Sirius' face. The man looked really overjoyed to see Harry. Harry! Sirius exclaimed excitedly. He didn't even stay at Hogwarts to see the rest of the first task, as he wasn't sure if he would have been able to stop himself from joining Harry for a conversation right in front of the Malfoys and Albus. So, after returning home, he decided to walk around with the mirror on his person, as he wasn't sure when Harry was going to call and he didn't want to miss it. "How are you, Sirius?" Harry asked. "I am good. I am good," Sirius repeated with a grin. "How are you, Harry? How are the Malfoys treating you, Harry?" Sirius asked with a look of concern on his face. "Where are you, Sirius?" Harry asked, instead of answering the man's question. "I am at my home, why?" Sirius answered while blinking in confusion. He wondered why Harry was asking such a thing out of the blue, but instead of getting an answer from Harry, the call disconnected, making him frown. Then all of a sudden, a green sparkling circle opened right in front of him and Harry stepped out of the portal. He was so gobsmacked by the sight that he even forgot to pull out his wand. "Wha? How? Where?" Sirius gaped at Harry with a dumb look on his face. He simply kept pointing at the portal and at Harry while he didn't even notice the words leaving his mouth. "Have a seat, Sirius. We have a lot to talk about," Harry said while pointing toward the couch. Once again, Sirius didn't know how to feel or how to react, so he robotically sat down. After that, Harry sat down on the opposite side and started to tell Sirius what he was truly up to. Even though Sirius couldn't understand what was going on, he started to pay rapt attention to Harry as he didn't want to miss anything. For the first time, his godson was finally opening up to him. It took Harry a few minutes to tell Sirius what he was truly up to, and after listening to everything Harry had to tell him, Sirius looked contemplative for a bit. Of course, Harry didn't tell him everything. For example, he didn't tell Sirius anything about his mother, nor did he tell him anything about the Ancient One or her lessons. He might teach Sirius mystic arts in the future, just like he taught Jacqueline, but that was for later. "What do I have to do to join you?" Sirius finally blurted out with a serious look on his face, no puns intended. "Are you sure you want to join me? I have already killed Sirius and I will kill more in the future. If you think I am lying," Harry pointed out before releasing his magic, making Sirius choke under the foreign pressure, but instead of looking dissuaded, he started to frantically shake his head. Even though he was having a hard time breathing due to the pressure, his determination to join the Lost Garden simply increased. "Doesn't matter. I have already failed you so many times." "No more," Sirius declared firmly, and after hearing that, Harry reined in his magic, making Sirius sigh in relief. "There is a chance that I might get declared a Dark Lord and then you will become a follower of Dark Lord," Harry pointed out, wanting to see how Sirius would react to that. After all, according to his mom, he hated anything related to dark magic and Dark Lord. "I don't care," Sirius stated with a determined look on his face. He felt a mental probe slip into his mind, but he didn't even try to stop it. Moments later, the probe disappeared and Harry smiled at him. "Give me your hand," Harry started, and Sirius extended his hand without flinching. He knew what was going to happen, but he wasn't planning to back out. Harry placed the tip of his finger on Sirius' arm and the man winced a bit when the sigil of the Lost started to take form on his arm. Moments later, Harry was done, so he released the arm with a smile on his face. "Welcome to Lost Garden, Godfather," Harry declared with a grin. Chapter 170 to 172. Making moves, I. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. Magic swirled around Harry's body as he continued to reinforce his body using the martial arts technique Hela taught him. The martial art technique wasn't anything complicated, but it was extremely dangerous if you didn't know what you were doing. The martial art technique came along with a breathing technique which made it possible for him to breathe in his own magic. The martial art technique allowed Harry to create an energy circle around his heart, which he would later use to enforce his whole body starting from the organs. A person with a single energy circle around their heart would be called a first-step martial artist, or that was what they were called in their home world, and a person with two energy circles would be called a second-step martial artist, and so on. Right now, Harry was only a first-step martial artist as he only had a single energy circle around his heart. He had more than abundant energy to create a second, third, or more energy circles, but unfortunately, he couldn't do that as his body won't be able to withstand such power if he didn't reinforce his body correctly. He was able to learn the cultivation technique and the breathing technique with a single look, but that didn't mean he mastered them with a single look. He had the power to reach the last stage from the beginning thanks to his reactor, but that didn't mean that he could take too many shortcuts. He would never need to gather mana to form the next energy circle, but he would always need to stabilize a circle perfectly before finally moving on to the next circle. After almost half an hour, Harry finally opened his eyes and his eyes were glowing brightly. He breathed out and a fine mist of green mana came out of his mouth. He clenched one of his fists and nodded his head in satisfaction. He was improving at a steady pace. He would have loved to increase the pace, but it was better to not rush sometimes. According to Hela, an average person in that world took approximately 2 years to progress from first-step martial artist to a second-step martial artist, and Harry was certain that he could become a second-step martial artist within the next couple of months. Hadrain, let's pay Barty a visit before breakfast. I want to see how he is faring, Lily requested in a gleeful tone, and Harry wasn't able to stop himself from rolling his eyes. We saw him only last night. He is suffering wonderfully. He won't last a week before his mind finally snaps, Harry drawled blandly. Yes, that is why I want to see him again. After another week. He won't be suffering anymore and there won't be any more screams, Lily complained, and Harry had to admit, his mom did have a point, but he didn't want to linger on Barty too much. What he did to Barty wasn't for pleasure or anything. He simply did what he thought would be a fitting punishment for the bastard, and that was it. No, we visit him tonight, Harry stated firmly, making Lily whine cutely inside his mind. Yesterday, Barty lost his magic after he failed to show up for the first task and the suffering intensified due to that. He should have died for losing his magic, but the unicorn blood in his system kept him alive and cognizant enough to feel the unbearable pain. Harry turned slightly when he heard Olaf's arrival. Master Harry, breakfast be ready, the house elf declared. Thank you, Olaf. I will be there, Harry answered softly, and Olaf popped away after respectfully bowing his head. Olaf wasn't as fanatic as Dobby, but he was quite grateful to Harry for saving him from cruel masters. It has been a couple of months since Lucius acquired the house elf, and Olaf was downright afraid of Draco and Lucius as they would make him punish himself for the smallest excuse. Olaf didn't mind working for Narcissa as she never abused him or ordered him to punish himself. Harry slowly sat up from the floor, and after getting in some appropriate clothes, he left his room and started to make his way toward the dining hall. Half a minute later, he was about to enter the dining hall when he heard some arguments from the inside. It made him frown as he immediately recognized the voices. An eye on you, you uppity bitch. He heard Sirius snarl before he finally entered the room, and everyone turned toward him. It looked like Narcissa and Sirius were having an argument, and Harry wanted to know why. He could already guess what might have happened as his godfather was overly protective of him, which was extremely unnecessary. What is happening? Harry asked as he glanced at Narcissa and Sirius questioningly. Narcissa pursed her lips in displeasure and Sirius simply looked somewhat angry, but neither of them said anything. I asked you two a question. This time there was a certain level of coldness in his voice, and Narcissa easily recognized the tone. She had witnessed what kind of cruelty he was capable of firsthand. Your godfather walked in and started to accuse me of scandalous things, Narcissa revealed, making Sirius glare at her. I see. Harry muttered as he slowly approached the table and looked at Sirius. That was not what I did. Sirius decided to defend himself. What I said was completely true, Sirius added with a defiant look on his face. Sirius, you will apologize to Narcissa, Harry stated as he arrived at the head table position. Sirius gave him a surprised look, but Harry simply kept looking at him indifferently. The chair moved back on his own and Harry took his seat. Did I stutter? Harry asked blandly, and Sirius felt chills run down his spine. But I was trying to. Sirius tried to defend his actions, but a look from Harry made him close his mouth with a snap. But nothing, Harry stated firmly. This is her house and she won't be treated disrespectfully in her own house, Harry added, leaving no room for arguments. Do you understand? Harry asked in a low tone, getting a nod from the man. You two are cousins, so you can do whatever you want as cousins, but never insult her as my godfather, until she had done something to earn such treatment, Harry stated coldly, making Sirius flinch back at his tone. Do you understand? Harry asked after a few moments of silence. Sirius frantically nodded his head to show he understood everything Harry said to him. Harry was scary as fuck, Sirius decided. I didn't hear you apologize, Harry pointed out nonchalantly. I am sorry, Narcissa. Sirius immediately followed with an apology. He didn't want to make Harry mad any more than he already was. Apology accepted, cousin, Narcissa replied smugly. Harry, are you still planning to visit the Grimmauld place today? Narcissa asked, and after getting a nod from Harry, Narcissa decided to continue with her line of questioning. Then will you mind if I tag along? Narcissa asked. She was almost certain that Harry wouldn't deny her as he allowed her to do anything, but she wasn't certain this time. No. It used to be your home too, Harry answered with a smile, even though Sirius didn't look pleased with this development in the slightest. He was hoping to spend some quality time with his godson. The food appeared on the table, and only after that, Jacqueline and Gellert decided to join them. Jacqueline was looking like a complete mess. It was clear that they were training, or more like Jacqueline was getting her ass handed to her on a silver platter by Gellert. After breakfast, Sirius charmed a porte-carte for the trip to Grimmauld Place. As Harry had never been to Grimmauld Place, he simply couldn't open a portal, leading to the Black family house. Looks like a hovel. I expected much better from the Blacks, Harry stated as he stared at the downtrodden house. Was this place not looked after Aunt Walburga died? Narcissa asked with a confused look on her face. This was the first time she was visiting this place after her marriage, and she wasn't pleased when she saw the state of the house. Kriaker should have watched the house, but he is a filthy little bugger, Sirius complained bitterly before leading Harry and Narcissa toward the entrance. Even though Harry was the Black heir and carried enough black blood in his body to be recognized as the heir of Blacks, he wasn't added to the wards, and the wards weren't pleasant to any intruders. As soon as the trio stepped into the house, a house elf appeared with a pop, and the house snarled at Sirius. What is the filthy blood traitor doing at the House of Blacks? The house elf sneered while balefully glaring at Sirius. The said man was about to deliver an equally scathing retort, but he was cut off by Harry. Looks like he doesn't like you much, Harry said with an amused look on his face, even though he was frowning a bit on the inside. From the looks of it, the house elf didn't even have a shred of loyalty to Sirius, which was not good in his books. Having no house elf was much better than having a disloyal house elf. After all, house elves are petty enough to betray their master in the pettiest way possible to get back at them. Dobby was the prime example. Yet. Sirius sighed tiredly before running one of his hands through his hair. He used to be my mother's house elf, and he is just as vile as her, Sirius explained with a scowl, but the house elf didn't seem to appreciate her mistress being called vile by a person who he deemed to be a vile blood traitor. Filthy blood traitor shouldn't insult mistress with his dirty mouth, Kriaker spat with a look of disgust. Why, you little... Sirius growled menacingly, but he restrained himself from doing anything. To be honest, he was really angry, but at the same time, he didn't want to follow the example of his mother and punish Kriaker. He is such an amusing little guy, Harry said with a grin as he stepped forward, and that made Kriaker finally turn toward him. The filthy half-breed son of a filthy mudblood is the heir of Blacks. How far the House of Blacks has fallen! Kriaker wailed hysterically. Mistress is probably rolling inside her grave, Kriaker added as tears started to pool in his eyes. Meanwhile, Narcissa, who was simply watching Kriaker insult Sirius with an amused look on her face until now, gasped in horror. The house elf shouldn't have said that. That was the wrong thing to say, after all, she had experienced it firsthand. Narcissa slowly turned toward Harry, looking somewhat pale, but she was surprised to see that he didn't look mad, not in the slightest. Then all of a sudden she remembered that he didn't look mad in the slightest when he had punished her. Looks like he isn't the only one who you don't like, Harry said, looking amused. Making moves, 2. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, London. The trio followed Kriaker inside the house, with Narcissa wondering why Harry wasn't doing anything to the said house for calling his mother a mudblood, but a part of her was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Meanwhile, Sirius was wondering why Harry didn't look enraged when Kriaker insulted his mother. He decided to sit down with Harry and have a chat with him after returning to Malfoy Manor. Filthy blood traitor! How dare you step in this house? The trio were brought to a screeching halt when they came across a portrait of a haughty-looking woman at the end of the hall. Shut up, you old hag! Sirius screamed back in a similar fashion, and Harry noticed that there were some minor similarities between the woman and Sirius. Kriaker apologizes, mistress. Kriaker wasn't able to stop them entering. Kriaker wailed apologetically, and Harry didn't miss the look of devotion and loyalty in Kriaker's eyes, which led him to realize that the painting was probably very important to the house elf. After that, Sirius, Kriaker and the woman in the painting started to throw insults at each other, completely ignoring Harry and Narcissa. "Who is the woman?" Harry asked Narcissa, even though he was almost certain that the woman was Sirius' mother. Alas, he could never be sure with the purebloods, as they were very enthusiastic to keep their bloodline pure. Though he didn't have much leg to stand upon, especially when he was in love with his own mother. Thankfully, he was planning to mess with the genes of his mom's new body, so it wasn't going to be incest, at least not biologically. "She is Aunt Walburga," his mother. Narcissa jerked her chin toward Sirius. Harry smiled at the confirmation. "Kriaker, she is someone important to you, isn't she?" Harry asked, finally breaking the argument between Sirius, Kriaker and the woman in the painting as all of them turned toward him. "Mistress is very important to Kriaker," filthy half-breed Master Kriaker answered reluctantly. "You don't belong here. Begone, Phil." The woman started to screech before Harry placed his hand on the painting. The woman was about to start screeching at him for such a transgression when yellow flames started to erupt from his hand and spread over the painting. Sirius jumped back in panic as he felt his skin tingle at the heat, even though there was some considerable distance between himself and the painting. Kriaker screamed something unintelligible and lunged at Harry, but the little creature was blasted away in the opposite direction with a simple look from Harry. Kriaker crashed against the wall, but he didn't fall down. Harry kept him sticking to the wall with his magic as he wanted Kriaker to watch the destruction of the portrait. The woman in the portrait screamed as she was being burned alive. Harry was somewhat surprised at this development, as he didn't know that paintings could experience pain. Then again, it wasn't every day when someone burned a painting with fiend fire, but still, he had never read or heard of such a thing. Harry decided that he might need to conduct some experiments, but that could wait for later. After a couple of seconds, there was only a charred spot on the wall, in place of the painting. The flames quickly dispersed into thin air, which surprised Sirius quite a bit, as he knew just how difficult it was to control fiend fire. He had seen some foolish Death Eaters try and use fiend fire during the war and then get consumed by the same flames when they lost control, if they were in control of those cursed flames, to begin with. Now that the painting was gone, Harry finally released his grip on Kriaker and the said creature crumpled down on the floor. Kriaker stared at the charred spot on the wall and started to cry. Harry was already planning to kill Kriaker by the end of the day, so he didn't feel bad for the creature in the slightest. Meanwhile, Narcissa practically sighed in relief as she no longer needed to be on her toes. "Kriaker, do you have anything else you value more than your life?" Harry asked, and he immediately became intrigued when he saw that Kriaker was visibly struggling to stop himself from acting on the order, and Harry had to admit, he was impressed by the fight he was putting on, but ultimately, Kriaker ended up losing as he popped away before returning with a locket only after a couple of seconds. Harry snatched away the locket from Kriaker with his magic, as he could sense something similar from the locket. The locket felt much similar to the ring he found in the Gaunt Shack, which could mean only one thing. The locket was a Horcrux too. He pulled up the locket in front of him, but he didn't grab it. There were no compulsions this time, making him want to grab the locket, but it was better to be safe than sorry. "That's Slytherin's locket," Narcissa gasped in surprise as she finally recognized the locket. As a prideful Slytherin, she remembered every little detail of Salazar Slytherin's portrait hanging inside the Slytherin common room, so it was quite easy for her to recognize the locket. Harry didn't know much about Salazar Slytherin except for the fact that the man was one of 4 founders of Hogwarts, and the man was a pure-blood supremacist. There was a fight between him and Godric Gryffindor, and he was chased off from Hogwarts by the latter. Harry wasn't sure how much of the story was true, as history was written by victors and then someone might have twisted the whole story for his own agenda. "Where did you get this?" Harry asked Kriaker, who once again tried to fight against the order. After struggling for a few seconds, Kriaker finally started to speak, even though he looked extremely reluctant. He explained how the Dark Lord took him to a cave to hide the locket and later used him to test a potion before leaving him to die inside the cave. He told them how he managed to return to Master Regulus, who treated him back to health. Then he told the trio how Master Regulus decided to betray the Dark Lord and how he ended up sacrificing his life in the process. Kriaker tried to hide the last order given to him by Master Regulus, but he failed. After listening to the whole story, Sirius plopped down on the floor with a hand on his head. "I can't believe Regulus did that," Sirius muttered, sounding really surprised. He knew that Regulus loved Kriaker, but he never thought that Regulus might betray his vaunted Dark Lord just because he left Kriaker to die. So, he died trying to defeat Voldemort. Sirius mumbled with a conflicted look on his face as he didn't know how to feel after such a shocking revelation. Meanwhile, Narcissa stared at the locket with a complicated look on her face. With how zealously the Dark Lord tried to hide this locket, it must be something really important to him. Then there was the fact that the man never wore it and tried to show it off. Instead, he squirreled it away inside some cave. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't come up with a reason for his actions. Why did Regulus order him to destroy the locket with his last breath? Narcissa asked curiously while she glanced at Harry expectantly. Harry pondered his options. He could lie or he could tell them the truth. Not that it would hinder him either way. It is a vile piece of magic, if not one of the vilest, and you will be able to sleep better at night if you don't know anything about it, Harry said in a serious tone. While both Narcissa and Sirius were curious, they decided to drop the matter, and Harry clearly didn't want to tell them anything. Dobby, Harry called out loud, and moments later, the said creature arrived with a soft pop. Bring me a dragon skin pouch, Harry ordered before Dobby could greet him in some sort of extravagant manner. Dobby disappeared with a soft pop and returned with the said item only a few seconds later. After that, Harry put the locket inside the pouch and ordered Dobby to keep the pouch in a safe place. Now, what to do with you, Harry said as his gaze focused on Creaker, who was wailing on the floor while apologizing to Master Regulus for not being able to complete his final order. It would be best to get rid of you, Harry revealed after thinking for a bit, making Sirius look somewhat perplexed at his words while Narcissa simply grimaced. Since you are my heir, he is bound to follow your orders. So, can't you leave him as he is right now? Sirius asked with a sympathetic look on his face as he stared at Creaker. I think he had been punished enough, Sirius added as he turned toward Harry. Even though Sirius hated the creature, he didn't want him to be murdered. You are being naive, Harry said softly while he continued to stare at Creaker. I am not killing him for calling my mother Mudblood. He had been punished for that, but I am going to kill him because it is necessary. I can give him a plethora of orders, but there is always a chance that I might miss something, or there is always a chance that he might find a loophole in my orders, and use that small chance to fuck us over in the pettiest way possible, Harry explained, making it impossible for Sirius to argue with his point. Though before he could send Creaker to his elvish afterlife, Harry had some questions for him. Creaker, tell me about all the artifacts in this house, Harry ordered. This was an old pureblood house, so there was no shortage of artifacts in this house, and some of those artifacts might turn out to be useful for him. Making moves. 3. Unnamed warehouse, Budapest, Hungary. Voldemort walked up to the entrance of the unknown warehouse before pulling down his hood, to reveal his bald head and serpentine face. He pulled out a note from his robes and read the address before burning the message in his hand. With a silent growl, he entered the warehouse and looked around. He couldn't believe the vampires had made him come to this place, but for now, he decided to play along with them as he needed them. So, you are really back? When Mulciber told me you are back, I was certain he was lying. Craven walked out from the shadows along with a few other vampires, but Voldemort didn't consider anyone to be a threat to him, and they probably weren't. There was a reason why Voldemort was considered the strongest Dark Lord. Vampires didn't possess the ability to use magic, but they were somewhat sensitive to magic. Lord Voldemort is immortal, Voldemort stated simply, making a vampire standing at the side snort in derision. Voldemort's eyes snapped toward her. The female vampire looked completely disinterested, and even though he wanted to punish the creature for the insult, he decided to hold his hand. It wasn't time yet. That is what it looks like. Craven nodded his head in acknowledgement. So, you are asking for our support, just like you did the last time? Craven inquired. Yes, that is the plan, Voldemort nodded his head. Are you planning to include those filthy beasts too? Craven inquired coldly. Voldemort knew that the hatred between vampires and werewolves ran very deep, so it won't be easy to get them to work together, but he did it the last time, so he was confident that he could do it again. The vampires clearly looked displeased at his admission. What do we get in return? Craven asked. You are going to receive the same deal you received the last time, Voldemort stated firmly, as he didn't want to give them any advantage over him. Craven seemed to smirk at his words. No, my friend. That won't do, this time at least. We no longer need blood. We do have blood coming in sufficient supply. There is something else we want, Craven said, and Voldemort flared his nostrils in rage and the vampire's tone. Craven wasn't even the leader of the Budapest Coven, he was only the regent, but Craven was his best hope if he wanted to get the vampires on board. "What do you want?" Voldemort asked tersely. "We want to hunt," Craven revealed, making Voldemort frown. There was a good reason why the ICW had made it illegal for the vampires to hunt. Yes, the vampires are strong and all that, but they aren't that hard to defeat for a trained wizard or a witch. The vampire elders, especially Marcus, were probably the strongest vampires in existence, but even they could be killed with a group of trained wizard and witches. That was why the vampires decided to respect the ban placed on them by that ICW, and while it was an ironclad law, it was simply impossible for the ICW to enforce absolutely. After all, it was simply impossible for them to catch the vampire responsible for hunting and turning, all the time. There were a lot of vampire covens around the world, so it was impossible for the ICW to blame any one of them without concrete evidence. Vampires still hunted and turned humans into their kind from time to time as they needed to maintain their numbers, and even though it was possible for the vampires to copulate, it was impossible for them to increase their numbers through copulation. So, most of the time, the ICW would simply look in the other way if the hunting and turning incidents were minor, but the ICW would start moving if the incident drew too much of their attention. Voldemort seemed to ponder his options. At this stage, he didn't want to tangle with the ICW forces, but at the same time, he also needed the support of the vampires. Now, he could try to negotiate with Craven, but that would make him look weak. So, after some consideration, Voldemort finally made his decision. He will play along with the vampires for the time being, but he will deal with them as soon as they are no longer useful to him. "Fine. Your forces will be allowed to hunt, but they will be under my command," Voldemort declared firmly. There was no way he would allow someone else to command his forces. Okay, Craven nodded his head before starting to grin as he looked around at the vampires he brought along with him. "I hope this alliance turns out to be more fruitful than the last one," Craven declared, and Voldemort internally snarled at the jab. He decided to kill Craven when the time was right. "Send Mulciber to discuss the finer details," Craven said, and Voldemort simply inclined his head in understanding. After that, Craven and his entourage disappeared into the darkness, leaving Voldemort alone in the warehouse. Now that the vampires were on board with his forces, he needed to find and meet Greyback himself, as there was a chance that Greyback might kill Mulciber. With that thought in his mind, Voldemort turned on his heel and disappeared from the spot with a soft pop. "Hell! I have found another Horcrux," Harry declared, and Hella seemed to raise an eyebrow at his words. She already knew that, after all, she had been watching him all the time, though she wondered why Harry would think that she needed to know such a mundane thing. Voldemort was nothing in front of either of them. No matter how much he struggled, at the end of the day, he would still remain an insect in their eyes. "I know, I saw." Hella drawled blandly. If it was someone else, then they would have been creeped out, but Harry was used to being watched all the time. His mom had been watching everything through his eyes, so the addition of Hella didn't bother him much. "Can you teach me how to locate the other Horcruxes?" Harry inquired, and Hella finally remembered that he wanted to learn that too. It had completely left her mind. "No can do, my student. I will teach you after you become a second-step martial artist," Hella declared, leaving Harry somewhat displeased, but he didn't complain. At that, Hella internally nodded her head in satisfaction. Her to-be husband knew when to hold his tongue. It was an extremely good skill to have. There had been so many beings she had come across who lacked this skill, and then she had to pull their tongues out. "So, what are we going to do today?" Hella was broken out of her musings when Harry spoke up. She could always reminisce about good old times at a later time. Hella seemed to ponder her options for a bit. He already knew everything about the martial arts technique she was teaching him, and he was making significant progress at a steady pace. "Is there a weapon you prefer?" Hella asked. It was about time she started teaching him hand-to-hand combat and weapons handling. There were hardly any melee weapons she didn't know how to use, so she could easily teach him anything. "Probably a longsword or an estoc," Harry answered with an unsure look on his face. He never handled either of those weapons, but a longsword or an estoc appealed to him the most. Hella looked him over for a moment before nodding her head. Either type of sword would work perfectly with his build, but personally, she would prefer a longsword over an estoc any day. "Then a longsword it is," Hella declared. While she was capable of using almost any weapon, she mostly preferred using a longsword over anything else. "Yes, my to-be husband does have a nice taste. Both of us using longswords to butcher our enemies and create rivers of blood. What a beautiful sight it would be," Hella hummed dreamily inside her mind. Though before I can teach you how to use a longsword, I want to teach you something else, Hela declared as she gestured him to step forward. Harry couldn't learn any physical techniques with a simple look, so she needed to give him hands-on training. It was something she was going to enjoy quite a bit. Right now, you are completely useless in hand-to-hand combat, so I am going to teach you something that would complement the sword art I am planning to teach you, Hela explained, and after getting a nod from Harry, she decided to continue. Now, carefully watch my movements as you will be repeating them after I am done, Hela said before she finally started to move with deadly grace. Tonks' residence. Andromeda Tonks was doing dishes when she heard someone open the door. The wards didn't trigger, which meant it was someone she knew, and after taking a glance at the clock, she was sure it wasn't her husband. Nymphadora, is that you? Andromeda called out, but nobody answered, so she quickly slipped her wand into her hand. Yeah, sure, the wards weren't triggered, but it was to be better safe than sorry. Yeah, Mom. It's me, her daughter finally answered before stepping inside the kitchen, and Andromeda quickly stowed away her wand before greeting her daughter with a smile, even though her daughter was looking somewhat down. It didn't take her much effort to realize that something must have happened, and it was probably something serious, as her daughter didn't complain when she used her name. What happened? Andromeda asked gently as she wiped off her hands with the towel. A part of her was hoping for it to be a boy problem, as that would be the easiest to solve. She simply needed to kill the boy and then hide the body. That was bound to take care of the problem. Chapter 173 to 175. Making Moves, 4. Tonks' residence. After listening to everything her daughter had to say, Andromeda didn't know what to say. Yes, it was a boy problem, but it was nothing like she was expecting the problem to be. How was she even supposed to deal with something like this? Andromeda knew her own fair share of curses, but she had never killed anyone. What do you think I should do, Mom? Tonks asked, looking frustrated. Alastair had made her swear secrecy oaths that would prevent her from revealing anything they discussed in meetings to anyone outside the group, but the secrecy oaths didn't extend to anything she discovered herself. What can you tell me about the people he killed? Andromeda asked. She didn't miss the fact that Tonks never told her about the people Harry had supposedly killed. I can't talk about them, Mom, but just know that they weren't good people, Tonks answered with a scowl, and after hearing those words, Andromeda seemed to lean back on the couch with a thoughtful look on her face. Well, there is your answer. Andromeda answered with a soft smile on her face, making Tonks frown unhappily. But that's wrong. Tonks protested hotly. That is why we have a system, don't we? It is not okay to kill people just because they did something wrong. Tonks shook her head with a frown. Yes, you are right. What he did was wrong, but does that make him a monster? Andromeda asked softly, and after thinking for a bit, Tonks shook her head hesitantly. In an ideal world, justice should have been absolute, but we don't live in an ideal world. You have seen this yourself, how many criminals walk free just because the prosecution didn't have enough proof, Andromeda explained softly. Just take Avery, for example. He should have been sentenced to life in Azkaban, but he practically walked free due to some technicality. Now, don't blame his pure-blood status. It might have played a part, but that is not everything, as the Weasleys are pure-blood too. With that, Andromeda finished her explanation, and after a few seconds of pondering, Tonks finally nodded her head in understanding. Thanks for the talk, Mom, Tonks said before she hugged Andromeda and stood up. Thanks to the conversation with her mom, Tonks was able to understand quite a bit, but she still decided to have a chat with Harry. Tonks would admit, compared to her mother, she was pretty naive, as her mother was able to explain that the world wasn't black and white. There were shades of grey in between, and having a chat with Harry might help her understand better. Anytime, Nymphadora. By the way, why don't you stay for dinner? Andromeda offered after separating from her daughter. Sure. Tonks accepted the offer with a beaming smile on her face. It has been quite a few days since she ate anything homemade. She was a disaster in the kitchen, so she only ate takeout food. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. How may I help you, Narcissa? Harry asked as he put down the book he was reading on the table. Narcissa awkwardly lowered her hand with a minor flush on her face. She was about to knock on the doorframe to get his attention, but apparently, he already noticed her arrival. I was wondering if I can host the Yule Ball we host every year, Narcissa revealed somewhat nervously as she walked inside the room. Harry wordlessly offered her a seat. How big and extravagant this ball is going to be? Harry asked as he leaned back in his chair, and Narcissa seemed to think for a bit before answering. There will be at least 100 guests, Narcissa answered. To be honest, a part of Harry wanted to deny Narcissa as he wanted nothing to do with a ball, but at the same time, a ball might be a great opportunity for him to scout his enemies. Even though he knew their faces and their names, thanks to Lucius, he was yet to meet any of them face to face. Well, except for Avery, even though he was wearing a mask. Have you talked with Lucius about this? Harry asked, and Narcissa shook her head in denial. He no longer talks to me, and in this house, his opinion no longer matters, Narcissa finished with a grin. Narcissa seemed to be quite pleased with the fate of her husband. Fine. Have your ball and don't forget to invite the green grasses, I have unfinished business with them, Harry declared, and a small part of Narcissa felt sorry for the green grasses, but that was only a small part. It was no concern of her, after all, they shouldn't have gotten involved with Harry in the first place. Well, they will learn their error pretty soon. Then I would need to invite a few more families of the Grey faction, otherwise their inclusion might look out of place, Narcissa pointed out. Not that she cared about inviting a few more families. Even though she was spending the Malfoy fortune, she never considered it her money, as Lucius never gave her access to his family vaults. This was the only way she could get back at him. Do whatever you must, Harry declared without missing a beat, but Narcissa seemed to have something else to talk about. After hesitating for the next few seconds, she finally spoke up. Harry, I believe Severus suspects something. He is trying really hard to meet us. He had been sending me messages through Draco, Narcissa revealed, and Harry wrapped his fingers on the table while pondering how to deal with the issue. Fine, invite him for dinner or something in the next couple of days and I will deal with him. Harry decided to nip the problem in the bud. According to his mom, Severus was most definitely a Death Eater, but according to Dumbledore, the man was a spy. Now, it wasn't like he didn't believe his mother, but there was a small chance that Severus might have been a spy for real, or something might have happened which made him change sides. Not that Harry was planning to spare the man in any case. Though he wanted to know where his allegiance truly lay before killing the man. Severus Snape carried the dark mark and he would die. There would be no exceptions to that. He would destroy everything Voldemort ever stood for. Narcissa opened her mouth to say something, but she stopped. For the next few seconds, she seemed to hesitate, but she finally gathered her courage and started to speak. Can you spare him? He is my friend, Narcissa asked hesitantly, and there was clear fear in his eyes. Now, Harry could have lied, but Harry decided not to. I am sorry, Narcissa, I cannot do that. He is a Death Eater and his fate was sealed the moment he chose to take the dark mark, Harry answered, and Narcissa grimaced at his words. But he was a spy. Narcissa tried to defend her friend, but Harry simply waved his hand dismissively. So? Harry asked indifferently. He works for the other warlord. Big deal. If killing him would mean hurting Dumbledore, then I would kill him just for that, Harry stated firmly, and Narcissa decided to drop the issue. Yes, Severus was a friend, but there was no way she was going to lose her own life for his poor choices. This was how it worked in the Slytherin house. Meanwhile, Harry was wondering how Severus managed to slip into Narcissa's heart in the first place. The woman dared to risk her own life in an attempt to protect him, but Harry knew Narcissa well enough to know that Narcissa considered anyone who wasn't a pureblood to be beneath her station. Even now, Narcissa only feared him and respected him for the raw power he possessed, nothing more, and as long as she didn't insult his mother openly, she could think whatever she could. Thankfully for Narcissa, she no longer insulted his mother even inside her mind. As long as Narcissa was concerned, Lily Potter was the most honorable and respectable Muggleborn in her mind, and Harry didn't mind someone calling her a Muggleborn. After all, it was the truth. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Harry decided to take a look inside her mind, and her thoughts almost made him smile. Narcissa was most definitely a better snake than her husband. At first, Narcissa only reached out to Severus because he was extremely good at potions and dark arts. She was planning to use him for his talents, and then she managed to discover that Severus was the son of Eileen Prince. This led Narcissa to deepen her friendship with Severus in case he managed to become the lord of the said family, as Eileen was the only daughter of the family and Lord Prince never disowned her even after she ran away with a muggle. While she was disappointed that he didn't manage to become the lord of the Prince family after the death of the rest of the members, he was able to become the youngest potion master in existence, which was quite a huge achievement in itself. Now, Narcissa knew that her dear husband was going to kick the bucket, and after that, she was going to have access to the remaining Malfoy fortune. With that fortune, she wanted to open a potion factory with Severus working for her. That was the only reason why Narcissa wanted him to spare Severus. There was nothing more to that. Then can I withdraw 100,000 gold from the Malfoy vault? Narcissa asked. This was her next plan in case she failed to get him to spare Severus. What are you planning to do with that kind of gold? Harry asked curiously. He could have read her mind, but decided not to. I want to start a business venture, Narcissa answered primly. All right, you will have the gold. Harry decided to give her the gold since it was her gold, to begin with. As long as she wasn't hiring mercs with that gold to create problems for him, he didn't care what she did with the gold. Thank you, Harry. With that, Narcissa finally excused herself from the room. Making moves, v. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. At this moment, Lucius Malfoy was not a happy camper. The manor might belong to him, but he was no longer the man of the house. It was downright humiliating to him. He was forced to live as a servant in his own house. Even the Dark Lord had never humiliated him as such. Though unfortunately for him, his problems didn't end with humiliation. He would have happily degraded himself if it meant he could live, but the boy had promised him death, and to be honest, he completely believed the boy. The boy was much similar to the Dark Lord, but at the same time, he was much different from the Dark Lord. The boy was ruthless, cruel, cunning, extremely powerful, and inhumanly powerful. Lucius was confident that he could prevent the Dark Lord from killing him by proving himself useful, but the boy would most definitely kill him, no matter what he did. That was the exact reason why he found himself in a conundrum. He was aware that the Dark Lord was back, and he was certain that he would be punished severely if he went to the Dark Lord since he no longer carried the Dark Mark, but there was a chance that he might be able to prove himself useful to the man by providing him information, but it was easier said than done. The boy was an extremely good legilimens, so if he suspected anything then everything would be over for him and his family legacy. Even if he didn't get caught then there was always a chance that the Dark Lord might lose. The boy was stronger than anyone should be allowed to, and if the Dark Lord had his Death Eaters, then the boy had Gellert Grindelwald and his followers working for him. He believed the Dark Lord to be stronger than Gellert Grindelwald, but the two of them were in the same weight class, which meant Grindelwald couldn't be underestimated. Lucius was broken out of his musings by his subject of concern. Yes? Lucius asked as he went ahead and kneeled in front of the boy. Kneeling in front of the half-breed made his pride hurt more than he would like to admit. Narcissa wants 100,000 galleons. With that said, Harry turned around and left. Meanwhile, Lucius, who was kneeling on the floor with his head lowered, bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. He was practically shaking in rage, but there wasn't anything he could do. He really wanted to walk up to Narcissa and backhand her, for forgetting her place, but once again, his hands were tied. Something inside Lucius snapped and he decided to contact the Dark Lord. He was going to be killed either way, but he vowed to make Harry's life as difficult as he could. Meanwhile, Harry, who was on his way to meet Jacqueline, grinned really. He wanted to see how far he could push Lucius before the man finally snapped, and he finally did. That was exactly what Harry wanted. Harry wanted Voldemort to learn a few things about him so that Voldemort could be on the same level as the other two factions. Yes, Voldemort was going to have a bit more information than the other two factions, but it wouldn't matter in the long run. Kalnansa Bog Trail, Latvia. Voldemort walked through a forest he couldn't be bothered to remember the name of, with a small sneer on his face. He couldn't believe he was doing this. This task was below his station, and he would have preferred if he could have sent Mulciber for the job, but there was a chance that Mulciber might be killed and consumed. While Mulciber wasn't a strong combatant, his expertise when it came to magical creatures was simply unmatched. I have been hearing some rumors and it seems that the rumors had some truth in them. A large man walked out from the treeline. The man grinned widely, revealing his sharp and human teeth. The man was only wearing pants and his whole body was riddled with various scars. To call this man a human at this stage would be a grave injustice to the rest of the humans, as the man looked more like a savage beast rather than a human. Not that Voldemort had any legs to stand upon in the first place. He looked more like a serpent rather than a human at this stage. Your pack has been growing, Fenrir, Voldemort commented as a lot more people walked out from the treelines. Anyone in his place would have felt afraid, but he was Lord Voldemort. If they dared to bare their teeth at him, then he would put them down just like the beasts they were. So, you want us to join you just like we did in the last war? Fenrir Greyback, the large man, asked with a grin as he already knew the answer. Fenrir was much different from the other werewolves, as unlike the others, he didn't need a full moon to transform. He had accepted the wolf part of him to such an extent that his wolf features have started to bleed into his human form. Fenrir Greyback was a wanted criminal in all the magical communities, but anyone rarely dared to come after him. If any glory seeker ever dared to come after him, then his death would simply dissuade the others from such a foolish course of action. Fenrir on his own would be extremely useful for his plans. He would be a strong deterrent to anyone who dared to oppose him. Yes, that is my intention. Voldemort nodded his head in agreement. Good, it will take us almost 8 months to reach Britain. Fenrir agreed to join him without asking for anything, as he knew that he would be getting what he wanted without even asking. Voldemort wanted him to cause chaos and unrest, and Fenrir was more than welcome to deliver just that, and if was able to turn a few more into kind in the process, then who was he to complain? Alright, Voldemort accepted the timeline as he wasn't planning to start moving anytime soon. After that, Voldemort didn't have anything to discuss, so he turned on his heel and disappeared with a soft crack, leaving the werewolves. A large woman, dressed in animal fur and leather, walked out of the tree line and walked up to Fenrir. Are you sure we can trust him? I believe he intends to use us, the woman asked him, without a trace of fear on her face, which would be impossible for anyone else in the pack. Fenrir looked down at the beta of his pack. I already know that, Sveta. He wouldn't hesitate to get rid of us if we lose our usefulness, as in his eyes, we are nothing more than savage beasts, Fenrir answered with a sigh. Then why? Sveta asked, looking confused. If Fenrir already knew that, then why would he accept the offer in the first place? You know why? If I had denied, then he would have killed me along with the rest of you until the rest agreed to join him, and to be honest, I missed hunting and feeding. Fenrir finished with a savage grin on his face, and Sveta also grinned savagely, revealing similar type of teeth inside her mouth. Just like Fenrir, most of his pack were cannibals. It took him a lot of time to convert them, but he somehow managed, in the last decade. We hunt. Fenrir exclaimed loudly, and the pack members present at the scene exclaimed loudly. We feed. Fenrir exclaimed again, and once again everyone cheered loudly at his words. Yes, Voldemort might kill him and his pack in the future, but he wouldn't go out without a fight. That was the reason why he asked Sveta to remain hidden. He already had a plan in his mind. While he would take half of his pack with him to Britain, Sveta would take the remaining half with her and increase their numbers in secret within Britain. Nobody would notice if a dozen of people disappeared completely after a werewolf attack, and Voldemort wouldn't know what was happening until it was too late for him to stop Sveta and the pack. Maybe, it was finally time he accepted the offer of that little mouse from Antigen. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. Nymphadora Tonks stared at the imposing mansion with some trepidation in her mind before gulping loudly. Now that she was finally here, she was feeling kind of nervous. She had a list of questions she wanted to ask Harry in her mind, but right now, those questions were little of her concern. She had seen Aunt Narcissa before, but this was the first time she was going to meet the woman without her mother in the company. If her mother was to be believed, then Aunt Narcissa probably hated her for being a half-blood, and from the looks Aunt Narcissa gave her mother whenever they came across, Tonks seemed to believe her mother. Though, regardless of what she believed, she needed to talk with Harry or she wouldn't be able to rest. After taking a deep breath to gather her courage, Tonks walked up to the door and knocked on it. Only a few seconds later, the door was opened by a well-dressed house elf, which was kind of surprising to Tonks, as she expected the house elf to be dressed in a pillowcase or something like that. Hi, I am Tonks, just Tonks. Tonks finished and started to fumble with her words. She smacked her head to get her thoughts straight, and she felt even sillier when the house elf gave her a weird look. I was wondering. That was all Tonks managed to say before a familiar voice called her out. Tonksy. Tonks immediately looked past the house elf only to find Sirius staring at her with a gobsmacked look on his face, but he wasn't alone. There was a man beside him, and he was probably the palest man she had ever seen. Thanks to her job, she easily recognized the man, as she had seen his pictures multiple times, and Tonks felt her knees go weak as her whole body started to shake in fear. Making moves. 6. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, a few minutes ago. Yesterday, after spending almost a whole day with his godson, who wasn't hiding behind an act, Sirius realized that he didn't know his godson, at least not for real. Harry was still polite and reserved, but there was a certain level of arrogance and assurance in all of his actions. The way he talked, the way he moved, the way he acted. Sirius couldn't find the exact word to describe Harry, but the word inevitable was somewhat fitting. That was why Sirius decided to learn all he could about his godson from the people around him. There were only 4 people Harry spent his time with, which explained quite a few things about Harry. Having a chat with Jacqueline would have helped him the most as she was quite close to Harry, but unfortunately, Jacqueline was unavailable as she went somewhere with Harry. Then there was Narcissa, but there was no way Sirius was going to give the woman satisfaction by approaching her. Leaving aside Jacqueline and Narcissa, there were only 2 more people Harry spent his time with. One of them used to be a notorious Dark Lord while the other one was a creepy and insane wand maker. Violetta unnerved him more than Gellert did, which explained several things about the eccentric woman. So, Sirius decided to have a chat with Gellert before meeting Violetta. With the decision made in his mind, Sirius started to look for the man. It didn't take him long to find the pale man. Can you spare some time?" Sirius asked nervously. The man was reading some sort of black book, and for whatever reason, he wanted to stay far away from the book. Gellert looked up from the book and stared at the younger man. "Yes, is there something I can help you with?" Gellert asked politely, and Sirius internally shivered in fear. He had heard that Gellert Grindelwald was extremely charismatic, and now, he could see that with his own eyes. Though much to his horror, Harry was just as polite and charismatic as Gellert. I was wondering if you could tell me about Harry since you spend a lot of time with him." Sirius asked with an unsure look on his face while he internally cursed himself. He never imagined that he would ever need to ask a notorious Dark Lord about his own godson in a million years, but here he was. "Sure, I do have time to spare," Gellert agreed happily as he placed the book on the table and stood up. After that, Gellert started to tell him about the time when he first met Harry and how Harry convinced him to join Lost Garden, much to Sirius' horror. The 2 of them didn't even notice that the 2 of them ended up near the entrance during their talk. "Tonksi!" Sirius blurted out unconsciously with a gobsmacked look on his face. He was so surprised by her sudden arrival at the Malfoy Manor that he completely forgot about his company. When Tonks didn't greet him back, that was when he noticed that she wasn't even looking at him. He finally remembered that he wasn't alone. He was being accompanied by Gellert fucking Grindelwald. Meanwhile, Tonks barely managed to stay on her feet, and then she somehow managed to pull out her wand with trembling hands. With how afraid she was, it was a surprise that she didn't end up peeing in her pants. That would have been quite embarrassing for her. Though unfortunately for her, Grindelwald didn't seem to be bothered by her actions in the slightest. "Don't step any closer. Stay right where you are," Tonks exclaimed while trembling. This was the first time she was facing someone like Gellert Grindelwald, so her fear was pretty understandable. Why don't you make me?" Gellert asked in an amused tone and stepped forward without bothering to pull out his wand, and instead of taking action, Tonks simply stepped back on pure instinct. Wait! Before the situation could deteriorate any more, Sirius decided to jump between the 2. Sirius knew what Tonks was capable of, but there was no way she would be able to face someone like Gellert, and the former Dark Lord was not known for his mercy. "Tonks, this is not what it looks like. Please, listen to me. Don't do anything stupid," Sirius hurriedly explained as Tonks was still holding over her wand, with trembling hands. Tonks stared at Sirius before staring back at Gellert, but to be honest, she didn't know what to do. She was running purely on adrenaline and her body was starting to feel somewhat heavy. Sirius slowly approached Tonks with his hands raised in the air, trying his best to look not threatening. Tonks stared at him with dilated eyes, but she didn't seem to act. Her gaze shifted when Sirius grabbed her shoulders and shook her. "Tonks, calm down. You will hurt somebody," Sirius exclaimed, and her eyes finally seemed to regain focus. Tonks glanced back at Gellert, who seemed to be standing right there with a relaxed look on his face before her gaze finally focused on Sirius. She gave him a sharp look. "Explain everything now." Tonks furiously hissed at Sirius, but she continued to point her wand at Gellert, just in case. "Why don't we go inside instead of making a scene out here?" a feminine voice suggested. Both Sirius and Tonks turned around only to find Narcissa approaching them. The 2 of them never noticed her arrival. "I have ordered Olaf to prepare some refreshments," Narcissa added with a smile, making Sirius and Tonks look at each other uncomfortably. After some time, the group of 4 found themselves seated in the drawing room with some tea and snacks spread in front of them. Gellert and Narcissa picked up their tea, completely ignoring the awkward atmosphere in the room. "So Nymphadora, how is your mother?" Narcissa asked smoothly after taking a small sip from her teacup. Unable to hold back her frustration, Tonks finally snapped. He is sitting right there in front of you. Aren't you afraid? Tonks asked hysterically, and Gellert gave her an offended look at her rude words. Yes, but unlike some people, he is a complete gentleman and I know he won't do anything to me, Narcissa answered with a smile, and Sirius scowled at her words as he knew that she was taking a jab at him with her words. Though Tonks couldn't help but give her aunt a dumbfounded look at that as her hair started to cycle through various colors. You are a metamorphmagus, Gellert stated simply, and Tonks stiffened at his words. This wasn't the first time he saw her changing color. When she went into shock after seeing him, her hair changed into pale mousy brown and stayed like that until she finally regained her bearings. Fascinating! Gellert exclaimed excitedly as he continued to stare at her, making Tonks really uncomfortable. Gellert, you are making her uncomfortable, Narcissa pointed out primly, and Gellert coughed in his hand before giving Tonks an apologetic look. Forgive me, it was not my intention to make you uncomfortable, Gellert immediately apologized, creeping out Tonks even more as in her eyes he was nothing but a murderous monster, but he was more than that. So, what do you want with Harry? Why are you forcing him to work with you? Tonks asked suspiciously as she couldn't think of anything else. After hearing her question, both Gellert and Narcissa looked at her before they burst out laughing. Even Sirius gave her a weird look before he broke out in snickers. Tonks was completely dumbfounded by all three of their reactions. Sirius also stopped snickering and started to laugh outright just like Narcissa and Gellert. Why the fuck are you three laughing? Tonks exclaimed loudly, looking really creeped out by their actions while internally she started to wonder if she cracked a joke by accident or not. Quidditch pitch, Ilvermorny. So, what's up with the sudden visit? Brittany asked as she finally finished her ice cream. Both Harry and Jacqueline were here to visit and there was no way Carlson wouldn't allow them to enter the school, and spend some time with their friend. Right now, the three of them were sitting at Quidditch stands while a couple of Quidditch players continued to practice. Can't we visit our best friend? Harry asked with a hurt look on his face, and Jacqueline snicked at his antics while Brittany simply gave him a dirty look. Fine. Spoil my fun, Harry huffed before looking at the Quidditch field with a grave look on his face. Voldemort is back, Harry revealed, and Brittany seemed to lose all color from her face. She already knew quite a few things about him, but not everything. So, Harry quickly started to tell her about Voldemort. At first, he didn't want to tell her anything about him as he didn't want to put her at risk, but later, he realized that she was already in danger just because she was his best friend and it would be much better to prepare her for every possible outcome. He is going to come after you, isn't he? Brittany asked while she bit her lip in worry. Yes, I am a black mark on his reputation. Not only did he fail to kill me, but he also lost his body, which led to his supposed defeat back in the 1980s, Harry explained. He didn't tell her anything about the prophecy as it was not necessary right now. But I am not worried for myself. I can handle myself. I am worried for you and your family, Harry added, and Brittany seemed to frown for a moment before a look of realization finally dawned on her face. He might come after me and my family so that he could hurt you, Brittany muttered with a look of horror on her face. Yes, but I won't let that happen. That is exactly why I am here. Harry smiled as he wrapped his arm around her shoulder and pulled her closer comfortingly. Chapter 176 to 178. Making moves, 7. How does this even work? Brittany asked in complete awe as she marveled at the sigil of the Lost on her arm. She didn't even think twice before allowing him to brand her with the sigil of the Lost, she trusted him that much. Harry told her everything the sigil could do, and to be honest, she was beyond impressed. It is kind of hard to explain in words, so I will show you my notes the next time you visit me, Harry answered with a smile. He was glad that Brittany was still the same. She was never good with people, that was why she didn't have many friends, to begin with, but was never bothered by the fact as she spent almost all of her time with books. I will hold you on to that, Brittany agreed tersely as she nodded her head. Then I have this mirror for you, Harry said before handing over a two-way mirror to her. With the notes in his possession, it only took him a couple of hours to crack the code. He enchanted a couple of mirrors and connected them to the pre-existing network as he didn't need to create another network for the time being. What am I going to do with this? I don't believe I am that vain. Brittany asked with a confused look on her face. It is not a normal mirror, my dear, Harry chuckled softly. This is a two-way mirror. While holding this mirror, call my name, Harry said while he pulled out his own two-way mirror from his robes. Brittany gave him a septic look before saying his name, and she was completely taken aback when the surface of the mirror rippled and Harry's face appeared on her mirror. Harry turned his mirror toward Brittany to show her face in his mirror. With this, we will be able to talk with each other face to face without any sort of delay, Harry explained with a grin, as he already knew how Brittany was going to react to the mirror, and he wasn't disappointed when she took a deep breath before shooting off questions at him. Whoa! 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 Calm down, girl. He can't answer all of that. Jacqueline decided to interrupt Brittany before she could go off on a tangent. Brittany blushed brightly in embarrassment when she finally realized that she was ranting off like a nerd. You have a pair of iron lungs on you, Jacqueline whistled, looking impressed, and her comment made Brittany blush even more. Well, here you go, Harry said before passing her a small notebook containing everything about two-way mirrors. You can always help me with the production of two-way mirrors, as I will need them pretty soon, Harry added. He knew that Brittany felt bad for not being able to help him by being there with him, but now, she could help him without getting involved in the upcoming war directly. Meanwhile, Brittany was already scouring through the notebook, but all of a sudden, she frowned and turned toward Harry. Why are there blanks? Brittany asked with a frown while she showed off the notebook to Harry. I have left those places blank for future improvements. Right now, the two-way mirror might seem extremely useful, but it has a lot of unused potential, Harry explained, and Brittany nodded her head in understanding before she once again started to skim through the notebook. To be honest, Harry was impressed with the two-way mirror, but what impressed him, even more, was the untapped potential of the two-way mirror. He could have modified the mirror or added a lot more functionality to the mirror, but right now, all of that would have been redundant. Though there was something he had to improve before handing over the mirror to Brittany. He had to improve the range of the mirror so that she could talk with him from here without any connectivity issues. What about my parents? Brittany all of a sudden stopped skimming through the notebook and asked Harry in a low tone. I am not planning to tell them anything about me, but I will be secretly upgrading the wards at your house before returning to Britain, Harry answered, and Brittany pulled him into a hug with a big smile on her face. Oh! Oh! Group hug! Jacqueline exclaimed from the side and pulled the two of them into her arms. Thank you, Harry, Brittany mumbled in a low tone. What are friends for? Harry asked with a grin as the three of them continued to share a group hug. Not manner. Voldemort strutted down the hall like he owned the place. Both of his meetings were fruitful, so he was in a somewhat pleasant mood, but then all of a sudden his mood soured when Not Senior interrupted him with a letter in his hand. My lord, this came for you when you were away, Not Senior revealed as he extended the letter toward Voldemort. Voldemort read the sender's name and flared his nostrils. Yes, his pleasant mood was definitely soured. He snatched the letter from Not Senior's hand before dismissing the man with a wave of his hand. Voldemort resumed making his way toward his throne room and started to wonder what the traitor wanted from him. If the man was planning to beg, then that was not going to work. Voldemort entered his throne room and locked the room from inside before opening the letter while making his way toward his throne. Voldemort was so attuned to magic that he would have noticed any curse or traps in the letter, so he wasn't worried about that. Voldemort raised his non-existent eyebrows as he started to read the letter, and he was so surprised by the contents of the letter that he even stopped walking. According to the letter, Harry Potter was much stronger than anyone believed him to be, and he also somehow managed to remove the dark mark. Voldemort pondered the contents of the letter, and he had to admit, he never considered the prospect of another Parselmouth, and if the boy was truly a Parselmouth then he could remove the dark mark. That wasn't all, apparently. Gellert Grindelwald and his followers who recently escaped from Nurmengard were also working for the boy. How was that even possible? He was able to learn quite a few shocking things from the letter, and all of them were quite unbelievable, but Voldemort couldn't bring himself to dismiss the contents of the letter. He started to wonder if it was the prophecy acting up. Lucius might have exaggerated quite a few things, but a part of him believed the man. Voldemort had underestimated the boy and his mudblood mother once, and he had paid the price for that. He won't be repeating the mistake again. He looked away from the letter and started to scowl. There were so many questions, but he had no answers, and that vexed him quite a bit. It is most important that I acquire the prophecy as soon as I can, Voldemort decided, but once again, he found himself in a conundrum as he realized that he didn't know much about the Department of Mysteries, and the only one who could provide him such information was rotting in Azkaban. He realized that he might need to change his plans, but before that, he needed to confirm how much of the contents of the letter were true before modifying his plans. He stared at the letter and burned it with his magic before making up his mind to meet the boy. The Malfoys used to host Yule balls every year, and he started to wonder if they are going to host one this year too. Malfoy Manor. Gellert, Narcissa and Sirius finally finished telling Tonks that Harry wasn't working for Gellert, nor was he forcing Harry to work for him, instead, it was kind of the opposite. Though none of them went into too much detail as they didn't know how much Harry wanted to be revealed about himself to someone who wasn't a part of the Lost Garden. Then there was always a chance that Harry might simply obliviate her before sending her off. Meanwhile, Tonks.exe has stopped working and she simply stared at the trio with a dumb look on her face. Tonks wasn't as dumb as people like to think, but by no means, she was the sharpest tool in the shed. So, it was kind of obvious that her brain stopped working after learning something her brain simply couldn't comprehend. After almost a minute, her brain was finally working again, but for a moment she wondered if everything was a dream. Though her hopes were immediately crushed when she found herself sharing snacks with Gellert fucking Grindelwald. The man was extremely charismatic and she had seen no signs of him being the monster she had been told, but she wasn't planning to drop her guard anytime soon. Sirius was there, but she wasn't sure if he could protect her in case Grindelwald decided to kill her. The man was still feared around the whole world for a reason. "What are you going to do to me?" Tonks asked worriedly as the wand slipped into her hand. She wasn't sure if the others noticed her actions or not, but they didn't seem to show any reaction. They had revealed quite a bit of information to her, so she started to wonder if she was going to make it out of this place or if they were going to obliviate her into a drooling mess. "Well, that is up to him to decide," Gellert answered dismissively while staring at something behind her. Tonks shivered as she realized that someone was standing behind her. She slowly turned around, only to find Harry standing there with an amused look on his face. "Hello, Tonks. It looks like you have missed me." Harry greeted her with a grin and poor Tonks.exe couldn't handle the shock and simply passed out. The meaning of true freedom. "Ah. Tonks, you are finally up," Harry said in a relieved tone, and Tonks shot up and owlishly blinked at Harry. She tried to remember where she was and memories started to flash in front of her eyes. She finally remembered what happened to her and how she passed out. "What are you going to do to me?" Tonks asked fearfully as she tried to scoot away from Harry in fear. The story Gellert, Narcissa and Sirius told was somewhat fantastical, and if she was being honest, she didn't believe them, at least not completely, but there was probably some truth in their words. After all, she knew for certain that Harry had killed the Dursleys. Tonks looked around, trying to assess her current situation. It was something Moody had taught her, and while she would admit, she wasn't as subtle as him, she wasn't completely hopeless. Tonks realized that she was probably on the first floor, and from how Spartan the room truly was, the room was probably unused, including the bed. Harry didn't answer and he simply stood up from his seat. He closed the book in his hand with a snap, and Tonks had to admit, Harry was looking pretty damn hot seated in that chair, with that book in his hands. "The fuck, Tonks? Pull your head out of the gutter. He is barely 14 and there are other important things to deal with other than checking out the hot bod," Tonks internally chastised herself. "How are you feeling?" Harry asked softly as he continued to approach the bed. Tonks felt her back touch the bedstand and realized that she was cornered. So, she subtly reached out for her wand, and she was internally relieved to find the wand where it was supposed to be. Tonks started to wonder why they didn't bother to disarm her. There was a chance that they forgot to disarm her, which was pretty unlikely, or they probably don't consider her to be a threat even with her wand in her possession. "Where am I?" Tonks asked instead of answering his question. "At the Malfoy Manor." "You are in a guest room," Harry answered with an understanding look on his face, but still Tonks didn't feel relieved. How could she? After all, at this moment, she was behind enemy lines. "I decided to surprise you, but then all of a sudden you passed out. I wasn't expecting that," Harry revealed, and Tonks flushed slightly at that. She didn't mean to pass out, it simply happened. "I was so worried for you and I didn't know what to do, so I had to inform your parents," Harry revealed, and Tonks immediately shot up from the bed and pointed her wand at Harry with a furious look on her face. How dare he try to use her parents? Tonks thought while seething in anger. "What have you done to them?" Tonks snarled, looking completely enraged as she walked up to Harry and placed the tip of her wand at his throat in a threatening manner, but Harry didn't seem to be bothered by her actions in the slightest. But Tonks was no longer paying attention to his subtle actions as there were other things on her mind right now. "Relax, Tonks, they are completely unharmed," Harry answered calmly, but Tonks didn't seem to be placated by his words. "Then why did you bring them here? Are you going to use them to keep me in line?" Tonks asked furiously. I have no plans of using them to keep you in line. I simply brought them here because I was really worried about you. No matter which side you are on, at the end of the day, you are still my family, Harry said compassionately, and Tonks seemed to lose some of her composure at his passionate words. I can understand why you don't trust me, but believe me, I don't have any ulterior motives, Harry added. Technically he was telling her the truth, as he didn't have any ulterior motives, but he did have some plans for them. Theodore wasn't the best lawyer in the wizarding community, by any means, but his knowledge when it came to both the Muggle law and the wizarding law, was simply unmatched. After all, he was one of the few who decided to familiarize themselves with the Muggle side of the law while working in the wizarding community. Then Andromeda Tonks, younger sister of the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange née Black and older sister of Narcissa Malfoy née Black. To be honest, there wasn't anything impressive about the woman at first sight, but that was exactly the image she wanted to portray. Thanks to Narcissa, Harry knew that Andromeda was pretty good with a wand, not Bellatrix level good, but she was good enough to hold her own. That was most probably why the Blacks never tried to get her husband killed during the war. That was what Narcissa believed, and Harry seemed to agree with her on that. Then the woman was a pretty decent potion brewer. She didn't have any masters or anything, but she brewed potions for St. Mungo's and some third-party apothecaries. Being good at potions was kind of a basic requirement for that. He did have quite a few people who could brew potions within Lost Garden, but having one more wouldn't hurt him. Then there was the fact that they were related to Sirius, so by extension, they were family too, and if Theodore and Andromeda decided to join the Lost Garden, then Tonks would follow. You are lying, Tonks hissed suspiciously, but she somewhat lowered her wand. Why would I lie to you? Harry asked with a confused look on his face. How about this? We go down and meet your parents, and after that, you are free to leave. No strings attached, Harry offered, surprising her to the core. She was so surprised that she completely lowered her wand arm without even realizing it. You are fucking kidding me, Tonks breathed out while giving Harry a suspicious look. No kidding. Come follow me. After saying that, Harry turned around on his feet and left the room. Tonks stared at his retreating back with a dumb look on her face before finally deciding to follow him. She simply couldn't fathom what Harry was really planning. Did he really bring her parents here just because he was worried? The two of them finally arrived at the drawing room, and Tonks immediately rushed over to her parents. She looked them over and realized that neither of them had been harmed. Though the two of them looked kind of uncomfortable, well, nobody could blame them for that. After all, they were sitting near the infamous Gellert Grindelwald. The family of three started to converse with each other. After Tonks passed out, Harry ordered Gellert to bring the elder Tonkses to Malfoy Manor, so that he could prepare the play. Gellert returned only after a few minutes with the elder Tonkses in tow. The two of them were obviously afraid, but they somewhat calmed down after Harry had a chat with them. He told them about Voldemort, and since they were family, he offered them protection. Why are you doing this? Tonks asked after she finished checking on her parents. Doing what? Harry asked innocently, and Tonks scowled at him before waving around her hands in the air. All of this. You freed him and his followers from prison. You rejuvenated them. You are forcing them to work for you. You are forcing the Malfoys to work for you. Why are you doing all of these? Tonks asked in a frustrated tone, and Andy placed her arm on her shoulder to calm her down. Don't you already know? Harry asked in return. To win a war, Harry answered simply. This war is going to be unlike the last war. This war is going to be way more dangerous than the last one. This time there will be no bystanders. Everyone will be forced to join a side in the war. In the last war, there were the Death Eaters and everyone else, but this time, there are already 4 factions, Harry started to explain. Voldemort and his Death Eaters. He is back, and I am certain that right now, he is consolidating his forces. That is probably why he is lying low, Harry explained, and flicked his hand and moved the furniture to the side, surprising the Tonkses as they didn't expect him to cast magic wandlessly. Tonks finally realized why he looked so careless. After that, with a wave of his hand, he conjured a bunch of large black chess pieces on the floor. The piece at the back was the biggest and sported a small crown with a serpent on top. The rest of the black pieces adorned a silver bandana at the top, and behind the largest piece, a black mist started to form with the mark of a king in the middle. Then we have Albus Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix. It might look like he is fighting for the good, but good is a relative term. Besides that, he seems to have his own agenda. Harry continued his explanation with an indifferent look on his face. Then again he waved his hand and conjured a bunch of large white chess pieces. The piece at the back was the biggest with a phoenix at the top. Then a white mist started to form behind the largest piece before the mark of a kind appeared within the mist. Then we have Amelia Bones and the Ministry, Harry said while he waved his hand and conjured a bunch of large silver chess pieces with the largest piece sporting the insignia of the director of DMLE on top. Tonks didn't miss that but refrained from saying anything for the time being. Then a silver mist started to take form behind the largest piece, and just like the other mists, the mark of a king also formed within the silver mist. Then there is me, Harry whispered in a lone tone and conjured a lone large green chess piece with a lightning bolt at the top. I was all alone, so I had to find my own allies, Harry said, and with another wave of his hand other green chess pieces started to form around his piece. Then when the pieces finally stopped forming, a green mist appeared behind his piece before the mark of a king also appeared in the green mist. You aren't the king? Sirius asked dumbly while pointing at the green mist. No, kings are weak, but queens. Queens are the most powerful pieces on the board, Harry explained with a grin. Kings are the idea we represent, Harry added simply before pointing at the black pieces. Voldemort is their most powerful piece and their king is the idea they represent. Kill everything that is not pure blood. Blah. 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 Harry finished while rolling his eyes in annoyance. Albus Dumbledore is the queen of the light side and their king is the idea they represent. There will be no evil. Give everyone second, third, fourth chances and so on. Harry finished with a groan before pointing at the silver pieces. Now, the Ministry, Harry sighed. They are the most troublesome as they have the most to lose. That is Amelia Bones, their most influential figure for the time being. They lack raw power, but they have the resources and they can work within the existing system, and that is also why they have the most to lose. Harry finished with a frown on his face. The thing is, they simply want to maintain the status quo. If Voldemort or Dumbledore don't make a move then they won't do anything. That was exactly why nothing changed even after the last war. In the last war, a lot of issues came to light, which made it very hard to prosecute a pure blood, but did they change anything in the last decade? No. Even the so-called light faction didn't try anything. Harry finished before focusing his gaze on Tonks. Tell me, Tonks, what were your chances of becoming a senior Auror before Sirius brought your mother back into the Black family? Harry asked, and Tonks looked down at her feet. Non-existent, Tonks mumbled in a low tone. So, what idea does your king represent? Andy asked. She could somewhat understand what Harry was trying to do, and from the looks her husband was giving her, he could too, but the problem was, he wasn't lying. Whatever he was saying, he was spot on about the others, so she wanted to know what he was fighting for. Freedom, Harry answered with a nod of his head. That is what I represent. We won't be bound to the laws of others. We will make our own. I am not planning to take over the world or anything. Managing the world would be too hectic, I believe, Harry joked, earning a few chuckles. You see, true freedom is nothing but a lie, a foolish dream, but not for me, Harry finished before releasing his magic and his eyes started to glow eerily. The Tonkses gasped at the display. If you are truly powerful enough, then you are free to do whatever you want to do. You can believe whatever you want to believe and nobody would be there to say otherwise. You will be able to live as you wish to. So, are you with me on my path to freedom or will you stand against me? Harry asked as he stared at the Tonkses. Equals. The man most unfortunate, I. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. Severus Snape stared at the looming mansion with a bit of trepidation inside his mind. Unlike his usual visits, tonight he decided to enter the house through the front door, instead of using the flue as he was feeling a bit uneasy. He felt like he was walking right into a spider's net. He unconsciously patted his robes to ensure he was carrying the portkey Albus gave him in case of an emergency. They weren't expecting anything to happen in the first place, but they couldn't be sure about anything, especially with just how strong Harry Hadrian Potter truly was. Then there was the fact that something was going on with the Malfoys. Lucius wasn't answering to the Dark Lord's summons and he was also keeping distance from the rest of the Death Eaters in the Ministry, which wasn't anything like Lucius. Draco was also having a hard time at school. He had been keeping an eye on the boy as his godfather, but Severus knew that he couldn't be everywhere, nor could he keep an eye on the boy all around the clock. While Draco wasn't being attacked physically, he was being verbally harassed by his year mates and his seniors. Before the return of the Dark Lord, Draco used to be the leader of the Slytherin house even though he was only a fourth year, but he lost his clout after Lucius was declared a traitor. Severus had tried to inform both Lucius and Narcissa of this development, but both of them seemed to be oddly dismissive of the incidents. Lucius and Narcissa may not be a good couple, but they did have something in common: the love for their son. So, he expected either of them to show even a bit of concern, but neither of them did. Their casual indifference probably hurt Draco more than the verbal harassment from his peers. Even though Draco was showing a strong front to everyone, Severus knew that it was far from the truth. Draco wasn't as strong as everyone believed him to be. Severus finally arrived at the doorstep of the manor and took a deep breath before knocking on the door. Moments later, the door was opened and he was greeted by the new Malfoy house elf. "Please follow Olive." Everyone else best waiting for Master Snapey. The house elf invited him inside. While Severus didn't appreciate being called Snapey, there was very little he could do to change that since house elves were just like that. The house elf led him to the dining hall, and since he already knew his way inside the manor, he didn't exactly require a guide, but house elves were supposed to guide the guests. It was one of those weird pure-blood traditions. "Severus! How have you been, my friend?" Severus was joyfully greeted by Lucius, but even a fool could see that the man was basically putting up an act. Are they really under Potter's control? Severus wondered inside his mind while he greeted Lucius back. Though before he could say anything else, Narcissa also arrived at the dining hall, looking as stoic as ever. "Hello, Severus." Narcissa greeted him politely before she held out her hand. Typical Narcissa, Severus mused internally as he grabbed her hand and brushed his lips against the back of her hand. "Good evening, Narcissa. How have you been?" Severus asked, in an attempt to gauge the water. Even though he wasn't using legilimency, he was experienced enough to tell if someone was lying to him or not. "I had been better, but in some regards, I am better than ever," Narcissa answered softly with her patented polite smile on her face. That was not a lie, Severus decided internally, but he didn't miss the momentary scowl on Lucius' face, which was replaced by an equally brief look of fear on his face before his expression returned to normal. Severus couldn't help but wonder the reason behind such a reaction from the man. Was the Potter brat really responsible for the man's fears? Ah! Severus Snape, the youngest potion master in the world, but not the most pleasant man to be around, the newest arrival spoke in a grating voice. "Speak of the devil," Severus growled inside his mind as he turned to head toward the newest arrival. His eyes were very similar to Lily's, but at the same time, his eyes were pretty different. His eyes are more vibrant than her eyes. Moments later, Severus decided, but he couldn't ignore the rest of the face. The boy looked so similar to his father that it wasn't even funny. Just as arrogant and entitled as James Potter. "I shouldn't have expected anything different from his spawn," Severus sneered at the boy, but the boy didn't seem to be bothered by his words in the slightest. "The others might feel entitled to you for whatever reason, don't expect me to do the same," Severus added with a drawl in an attempt to get a rise out of the boy, but once again, the boy didn't seem to react to his words. "Whatever you say, Death Eater," Harry answered back with a smile on his face, and Severus wasn't able to hold back his shock at those words. Severus immediately glanced toward Lucius and Narcissa, but neither of them looked like they were going to chastise the boy for his outrageous behavior. Though, Lucius was no longer sporting his fake smile and he could notice pity in Narcissa's eyes. Now, it was pretty obvious to him, both Lucius and Narcissa were under the boy's thumb. Severus realized that he needed to handle the situation very carefully. Alas, his ego was screaming at him to get back at the boy for the previous insult, and there was no way he was going to let James Potter's spawn insult him and then walk away unscathed. "How dare you!" Severus snarled, but his mouth was forcefully snapped shut before he could continue, which shocked him to the core because the boy didn't have a wand in his hand. "I will call you whatever I want, Death Eater," Harry emphasized the word slowly with an amused look on his face. Severus snarled in anger at the boy and went for his wand, but before he could even raise his wand, he was disarmed. With wide eyes, he stared at his wand, which sailed through the air and landed in the boy's waiting palm. "This shouldn't be possible," Severus gasped internally in horror. Then a foreign pressure engulfed his body and he was brought down to his knees. "From what I know, you Death Eaters have a good habit of kneeling. So, obviously, you should kneel in front of your betters," Harry bit out slowly while twirling the wand in his hand. Severus balefully glared at the boy, but he didn't lose himself in rage, at least not this time. He knew he was in a bad position and neither Lucius nor Narcissa were going to help him, that much was pretty obvious from their looks. Though Severus was glad that he wasn't immobilized, at least not completely. He could still move his hands and the boy probably never bothered to restrain him in his blinding arrogance, and that was going to be his undoing. The boy was powerful, inhumanly so. That much Severus was able to deduce, even though it was really scathing to admit. The boy was not someone he could defeat in the way he was spamming wandless magic, maybe he was stronger than both Dumbledore and Voldemort. If the boy managed to take them by surprise, then he would be able to easily defeat them, and from the looks of it, he already had Dumbledore fooled, as the man believed Hadrian to be weaker than him. No, he couldn't allow that to happen. The boy might have Lily's eyes, but he was James Potter incarnate through and through. He couldn't let him win. At least, not on his watch. He needed to escape so that he could inform both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord about his true power. There were other questions in his mind, like how did the boy manage to become so strong, but it wasn't the time for that. He could ask those questions later. Right now, he needed to escape. What? Nothing to say, Death Eater? Harry asked in a cheerful tone. Oh. Sorry, my bad. Allow me. Harry chuckled softly as he acted to remember that he had silenced the man. He snapped his fingers and Severus felt that he could move his jaw again. Severus mumbled something under his breath, making Harry frown. I am sorry. What was that? Harry asked curiously as he leaned forward so that he could hear what the man was mumbling. Severus moved in a fluid motion as he drew a dagger from his robe and went to stab Harry with it, but much to the surprise of everyone, he stopped the dagger with 2 fingers. Once again, Severus was surprised and he could only stare at the dagger with wide eyes, but he knew he couldn't dwindle anymore. He had wasted his opportunity to flee. He wanted to stab the boy to distract him, but his ploy obviously fell apart. That was a good attempt, Harry complimented with a grin. Phoenix ascending. Severus snarled, but nothing happened. He blinked in confusion as he looked down at his hand. When he drew the dagger from within his robes, he also used his other hand to grab the portkey given to him by Albus. The portkey was supposed to take him through the wards, but nothing happened. Tisk. 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 Harry clicked his tongue with a mocking look on his face. Did you really think that I would let you escape? Harry asked sharply, but now, both of them knew that it was a rhetorical question. Chapter 179 to 181. The man most unfortunate, 2. Fox. Severus exclaimed in his last-ditch effort to escape the Malfoy manor. He might have a huge ego, but he could understand when he was screwed. It was a necessary skill to have, and thanks to that, he was able to survive as a spy this long, but once again he was disappointed when Fox didn't arrive to save his arse. Lucius and Narcissa looked around worriedly for a bit, but they also quickly realized that nothing was going to happen. Harry chuckled at the look on Severus' face. I expected you to do that, so I already made arrangements to stop that blasted songbird from flaming inside the house, Harry revealed mockingly. Harry knew how the Phoenix Flash worked, so it was pretty easy for him to come up with a means to stop Phoenix Flash. After all, he didn't want either Dumbledore or his feathery friend from popping inside anywhere. He didn't want either of them from snooping around. The look on Severus' face was completely priceless when Harry revealed that. So, is there anything else you want to try? Go on. I won't stop you, Harry mocked as he stopped putting pressure on Severus, but Severus didn't say anything. He simply kept glaring at Harry venomously. Do you even know what is at stake here? Severus asked, trying to distract him by using another angle. Since he couldn't win against him with power, he decided to use information to make him drop his guard. Enlighten me. Harry knew what Severus was trying to do, but he still decided to humor the man. Then an idea popped into his mind. Wait, don't start, Harry said, stopping Severus from speaking before he turned toward Lucius. Lucius, why don't you go and bring the others? Harry requested, but both of them knew that it wasn't a request. It was a straight-up demand. Of course Lucius respectfully bowed his head before leaving the room to finish the task, as he knew better than to argue. How is Draco faring, Severus? Narcissa asked with a hint of concern in her voice. The last time they talked, Draco told her about everything and he was quite unhappy that they weren't trying to help him or solve the problem, and Narcissa told him about Harry. He exploded in anger because thanks to Lucius' teachings, he considered Harry to be beneath him. He is having a hard time, Severus answered after a few seconds of silence. He wanted to see if Hadrian would try to stop him, but he didn't. I see. Narcissa mumbled before she looked away. With the Dark Lord back and her husband out of his good graces, Draco was in quite a dangerous position, especially with so many Voldemort sympathizers in school. If Voldemort ordered, then they would happily turn his life into hell, and Albus Bloody Dumbledore won't even lift his finger to help her baby boy. Then there was the fact that Severus may not survive the night, as Harry was completely unpredictable, as he might decide to keep him alive and torment him just for his amusement, which meant that Severus was no longer in a position to protect her son. With that in her mind, Narcissa decided to pull Draco out of Hogwarts and transfer him to Durmstrang. He would be welcomed there with open arms. Lucius finally returned with Sirius, Andy, Gellert, Jacqueline, and Violetta in tow. After yesterday's passionate speech, Andy and Ted were the first to join. Both of them were aware of the problems in the wizarding community, but nobody was doing anything to solve them, and while Harry was still very young, he had the power to change everything. Though that wasn't the only reason why the two of them decided to join Harry. The two of them were tired of the discrimination. Ted would admit himself that he wasn't the best lawyer out there, but he was better than average, but thanks to his blood status, he wasn't hired much. It was the same with Andy too. She was a pure blood, but she was disowned, so she wasn't as paid as the others for brewing potions. Thankfully, that changed after Sirius brought her back into the family. Though mostly, the two of them joined the Lost Garden to protect their daughter. Tonks has faced a lot of harassment in school, and even though she never talked about it, they could see how it was affecting their daughter. Then Harry had Gellert Grindelwald working for him, and for whatever reason, he was back in his prime. If Grindelwald was working for him, then they guessed that Harry must be, at least, as strong as Grindelwald, which meant his forces were the strongest. Tonks meekly followed her parents and joined Lost Garden, even though she made it clear that she wouldn't be betraying Amelia, and that she would continue to work at the ministry. Harry wasn't bothered by that. Amelia might be leading the ministry, but she wasn't a big threat in the first place, and Harry was certain that she would work within the system, which made her extremely predictable and harmless. Though Harry made sure that she wouldn't be able to betray him by revealing his secrets to Amelia. Maybe, he would allow her to reveal a few things at a later date to make things more interesting, but right now, he wasn't worried about her betraying him. Snivellas. Sirius crowed gleefully when he noticed Severus kneeling on the floor. It is such a good sight to see, Sirius added mockingly. Meanwhile, Severus wasn't even looking at Sirius. He was staring at the pale man among the group. There was no way he wouldn't recognize the man, but he couldn't fathom how he looked so young. He looked like he was back in his prime. To be honest, he didn't know what to think about this development. Gellert was working with the boy, or the boy was working for him. He wasn't sure which was true, but there was one thing for certain. He needed to return to Albus at all costs. All of you have a seat. He is going to explain to me. To all of us, what is at stake here, Harry explained mockingly as he looked around, earning a few snorts before he finally turned toward Severus. Go on, start explaining, Harry offered, and Severus looked around with a blank look on his face, even though he was seething in anger on the inside. Alas, he already knew what he had to do. The Dark Lord has returned, he revealed, but nobody looked surprised in the slightest at his revelation, which led him to realize that they already knew that. He will be coming after you, as you are a black mark on his reputation, Severus said while staring straight into Harry's eyes, and he used this chance to enter his mind, in an attempt to see what he was thinking, but he was surprised once again when he failed to breach his occlumency barriers. I will ignore that foolish attempt, Harry sniped at him. I am working as a spy for Dumbledore, and I have already reclaimed that position since he returned. I will be invaluable if you want to beat him, Severus continued to explain after a few moments of silence, as he had to regain his bearings after his failed attempt to read Harry's mind. From the corner of his eyes, Severus glanced toward Grindelwald as he wanted to see how the man was reacting to his words. Though unfortunately for him, Gellert didn't look concerned in the slightest, even though he was looking somewhat amused. Is that so? Harry asked, getting a nod from Severus. So, what exactly did you achieve during the last war? How many people were saved thanks to your actions, or how many attacks were stopped due to your actions? Harry asked, leaving Severus completely speechless. He tried to remember whether people were saved or attacks were stopped due to the information he passed, but he couldn't remember. Like a dutiful spy, he always passed on the information to Albus, but the man never acted on it, nor Severus wanted him to act on it, as if they did, there was a chance that his position might be compromised. Severus opened his mouth to say something witty as he couldn't give the boy an answer, but before he could utter a word, his mouth was once again snapped shut by Harry. You know what? You don't need to say anything, I will see everything for myself, Harry declared impatiently, and a look of horror flashed over Severus' face before it was replaced by an arrogant look. He was more than certain that the boy won't be able to breach his mental barriers. And even if the boy managed to break through his shields by some miracle, then he was confident that he could fool the boy. He had managed to fool both Voldemort and Dumbledore, so he was quite confident in his skills. The boy might be more powerful than them, technically speaking, but mind arts needed finesse, which only came through experience. Harry wordlessly used legilimency on Severus, and he had to admit, he was facing the strongest occlumency shields he ever came across, but he managed to break through them after some effort, surprising Severus to his core. He didn't even give the man a chance to create fake memories before he started to rummage through his mind. The arrogant look on his face disappeared, only to be replaced by a look of complete fear. Severus tried to show him fake memories, but Harry easily bypassed them with the slightest effort. Severus started to bleed from his nose as Harry was no longer being careful and Severus was trying to actively fight him. After a few minutes, Harry finally came out of his mind, and raw magic started to roll off of him. Everyone present inside the room choked under the pressure, but Harry wasn't paying them any mind. Right now, Harry looked completely apoplectic. Crucio! Harry snarled in anger, blasting Severus back. For the first time in his life, he decided to use the torture curse on a living person and he didn't regret his actions in the slightest. The man most unfortunate. 3. To be honest, Harry wasn't surprised by the fight Severus was putting on to stop Harry from reading his memories. After all, the man was a spy and spies like him were bound to have quite a few skeletons buried in their closets. Snape's occlumency barriers were probably the best he ever encountered, not that it mattered to him since he breached through them all the same. Snape was desperately trying to hide his real memories by bringing up fake memories, but Harry was easily able to avoid the fake memories since they were hastily created, which made them easily discernible from the original memories. Harry finally came across a memory where the so-called spy sold out the Pruitt brothers to the Dark Lord to maintain his cover with the blessings of the so-called Leader of the Light. Harry immediately started to wonder how Molly Weasley née Pruitt would feel if she ever came to learn that Albus Dumbledore regretfully sacrificed her brothers to cement his spy's position in Voldemort's camp. Then he came across another memory where Severus sold out Edgar Bones and his wife to Voldemort with the blessings of Albus Dumbledore to gain the trust of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. He started to wonder if he could use this information to get an advantage over Amelia. Though for the time being, he decided to dismiss the idea as he wasn't planning to hand over Snape to Amelia in the first place. After all, Amelia would try to get him convicted and punished through lawful means. Those weren't the only horrible things Snape had done in his life as a spy. He had killed and ped a lot of muggles during his time as a spy. That was when Harry decided to find out why the man decided to become a spy in the first place, and it led him to something significant. He failed to see the memory as the so-called spy started to use everything he had in an attempt to stop Harry, which probably meant that the memory was pretty important to the man. Snape did put up quite a commendable fight, but ultimately, he was beaten by Harry. He found himself watching how Snape went to Hogshead Inn for his interview and then how he overheard the damned prophecy. He saw how Snape was caught eavesdropping by Aberforth Dumbledore before he could overhear the whole prophecy, and even though Harry felt his temper rise beyond imagination, he decided to watch the whole memory. Then the motherfucker went straight to his precious master and spilled the contents to him. He could practically feel how proud Severus felt revealing the prophecy to his master, but Harry could also feel the shame and guilt Severus was feeling right now. Not that Harry paid his personal feelings any mind, as no matter what the man felt, he won't be able to change his past actions. At first, Severus was truly happy after gaining favor from the Dark Lord for bringing the prophecy to his attention, but all of that changed when Severus finally discovered that the prophecy might be referring to Lily's son. Severus didn't care what happened to James Potter or Harry Potter, so he used his favor and begged the Dark Lord to spare Lily. In fact, Harry could feel that Severus felt somewhat ecstatic over the fact that James Potter and his spawn were going to be killed, but even after the Dark Lord promised him to spare Lily, he wasn't sure if his master would really spare the woman or not. That was why he decided to run off to Albus in the hope that the man would be able to save Lily. That was what led him to become a spy in the first place, and later when Voldemort killed both James and Lily, Albus managed to trick Severus into swearing an oath saying that he would protect Harry with his life. Harry wasn't sure if the oath was still active or not since they used his name and his mother's name while swearing the oath. Harry could see that Severus regretted his actions since then, and he was no longer the same man who worshipped the Dark Lord, but he was still the same twisted selfish piece of shit. The only reason he regretted his actions was because Lily Potter was dead due to his foolishness. He didn't regret anything else. He didn't regret selling out the Pruitt twins, nor did he regret selling out Edgar and his wife to the Dark Lord. There was very little Severus wouldn't do to ensure his survival. Yes, Severus might regret revealing the prophecy to the Dark Lord, but did that mean Harry was planning to forgive him? The answer was a big fat no. His regret isn't going to erase his actions. So, by the time Harry pulled himself out of Severus' mind, he was practically apoplectic. He wanted to hurt the man. He wanted to make Severus feel unimaginable amounts of pain. Then there was the fact that Albus Bloody Dumbledore was protecting this son of a bitch. Crucio! Harry snarled in anger, blasting Severus back a few feet when the torture curse collided against him. He had used the torture curse before when he was learning it, but he never used it on a human until now, but right now, he was glad that he saved the curse of a person like Severus Snape because the man truly deserved it. Harry unconsciously grinned as Severus started to flail his limbs due to the unbearable pain he was feeling. Harry could hear his mom calling him at the back of his mind, but he knew that his mom would agree with him after he told her everything he learned from him. The so-called spy arched his back before curling up into a fetal position due to the pain. His eyes started to roll back as his mind started to black out, but before he could lose consciousness, Harry dropped the curse. "Hadrian, are you okay?" his mom asked hesitantly after noticing that her baby boy was much calmer right now. Harry finally reined in his magic before giving his mom a mental equivalent of a nod. "What happened? What did you see?" Lily asked, sounding really concerned. Even though she lived inside his head, she had rarely seen him become truly angry, and right now, he was practically apoplectic. "Let me show you," Harry said as he realized that it would be better to show her rather than tell her. So, he quickly gathered everything he learned from him and started to show the memories to his mother. "Kiddo, are you okay?" Jacqueline approached from behind and asked, sounding really concerned. This was the first time she saw him lose control of his temper. She had seen him angry before, but he never lost his temper, neither did she ever see it on his face, but Jacqueline could tell when he was angry. There were some signs she had learned to notice. "That motherfucker is the reason why Voldemort came after my family in the first place." Harry spat out, and he was loud enough for everyone present in the room to hear clearly. "What?" Sirius exclaimed in outrage as he shot up from the couch, even though he was feeling somewhat nauseous due to being exposed to Harry's raw magic. Yes, and Albus knew, and even after that, he was protecting this son of a bitch, Harry revealed, not to anyone's surprise. Meanwhile, Severus groaned in pain before he rolled over his back. The Cruciatus curse wasn't as painful as the Dark Lord's, but the power behind the curse was simply unimaginable. Severus knew that his chances of leaving this place alive dropped close to non-existent. "That bastard," Lily growled while seething in rage, but since she was already expecting the memory to be quite upsetting, she was able to keep her temper in check, otherwise, she was even more volatile than Harry. "I want you to make him experience every agony, every misery possible before killing him," Lily demanded angrily while gritting her teeth. Of course Harry immediately agreed with her demand, as he also wanted to do the same. The two of them had long vowed to kill the person responsible for revealing the prophecy to Voldemort in the most painful way possible. "What did he do?" Andy asked curiously. She always believed that Voldemort attacked the Potters because he was an evil bastard and the Potters had proven themselves to be a thorn in his side, but there was probably something more going on. Harry flicked his hand and knocked out Severus with a stunning charm before turning toward Andy. He would take his time with Severus. He considered the question for a couple of seconds before deciding to answer her. There was no reason to hide the existence of the prophecy anymore, since all the involved parties already knew about the existence of the prophecy. "Before I was born, Sybil Trelawney delivered a prophecy." With that, Harry started to tell them about the prophecy while wondering what to do with Severus. Maybe he should send Severus to the so-called leader of light piece by piece. Yes, that was exactly what he was going to do. Though Harry decided to keep him alive. Maybe, he should preserve his brain and his eyes in a glass jar. That would be quite a fitting punishment for the man, as his expertise in potions was simply too valuable to lose. Forging alliances? Headmaster's office, Hogwarts, one day later. Albus continued to pace in his office with a deep frown on his face. It has already been a day, but he has yet to hear anything from Severus. Since yesterday, he has been suspecting the worst, and now he was certain that something horrible must have happened to his spy. That is why he found himself in a conundrum. Severus was an extremely important piece, and he couldn't lose him. That was why he was somewhat reluctant to allow Severus to visit the Malfoys, but at the same time, he needed to know what was going on in the Malfoy manor, which led him to reluctantly agree with Severus, but now, he was certain that it was a huge mistake. Now, he was trying to decide if he should inform the Aurors about his missing potion professor and point him in the right direction or if should cut his losses. Now, he was completely certain that the Malfoys were under Hadrian's thumb, though what could he do with that information? Nobody was going to believe him either way, and then there was the fact that right now, his position within the ministry wasn't good. There was a very good chance that Amelia might try to undermine his authority and she would most certainly interfere in his plans. He had tried to find the man on his own, but even Fawkes couldn't find him. No. He could not give her any more power than she already has. Albus heard a flap of wings and turned toward the window only to find an owl flying in with a package tied to its legs. It was a snowy owl, not an owl he had seen before. The owl landed on his table and hooted at him. Albus moved to untie the package from the owl's legs, and as soon as he was done, the owl flapped its wings and flew out of his office, leaving Albus with the package. He curiously inspected the package before pulling out his wand. After casting quite a few diagnostic spells, Albus was certain that there was nothing magical inside the package. So, he opened the package and found a small note lying on top. "May he rest in pieces." The words were neatly scribbled on the paper, and the words seemed to confuse Albus quite a bit as he wasn't sure what to think of the words. Absent-mindedly he picked up the note and reeled back in horror when he discovered 2 severed thumbs under the package, and his horror only intensified when he recognized the fingers. Those were Severus' fingers. There was no mistaking it. For the next few seconds, he simply kept staring at the fingers with a blank look on his face before reality finally dawned on him, and it also made him realize the horrible fate that has befallen poor Severus. Now, Albus could try to save Severus on his own, but if he tried and failed, then he would become a wanted man, so there was only one option for him, no matter how much he hated it. Severus was simply way too valuable to lose. With that in mind, he closed the box and made his way toward the floor with a determined look on his face. Right now, he was no longer the caring grandfather, but the man who fought and defeated Grindelwald. He was happy to play it safe with the boy, but the boy had overplayed his hand. Hadrian shouldn't have attacked Severus, and Albus was determined to make him regret his actions. Director's Office, DMLE. Amelia was currently fighting the bane of her existence, paperwork, when all of a sudden, the flu flared up and she internally thanked her lucky stars. She would be finally getting a break from blasted paperwork. She rolled her shoulders and looked up to see who it was, and she immediately started to curse her unlucky stars inside her mind. It was Albus Bloody Dumbledore, and she realized that she was in for a massive headache. "What do you want, Albus?" Amelia asked without beating around the bush. They didn't part on good terms the last time they met, and she was hoping that it wasn't anything about his vaunted greater good. "It is an emergency, Amelia. May I step through?" Albus asked, and with no other choice, Amelia flicked her wand in the air, to open the flue for him. Moments later, Albus stepped through the fireplace, and he truly looked distraught and something grave, which was quite usual for the man. The man arrived in front of her table and placed a small package on the table. "I received this in the mail only a few minutes ago." After saying that, he opened the package to reveal a couple of severed thumbs. "This note was with the package," Albus added as he placed the note on the table too. To be honest, Amelia was too shocked to say anything, as whatever she was expecting, it wasn't something like this. "Do you know?" Amelia began to ask, but Albus interrupted her impatiently. "They belonged to Severus," Albus revealed, and Amelia internally nodded her head in understanding. She finally understood why Albus was acting in such a way. Albus was quite protective of his spy. "We need to find him and save him right away, or we might lose the war," Albus revealed, not intending to play any games of cloak or dagger, as Severus was more important to him. Amelia was shocked by his admission. She never imagined that the old man would ever reveal any information willingly, but here he was. Willingly giving away information, which only proved just how desperate he was. While Amelia never liked the man. He was way too arrogant for her liking, but she could see how he could play an important role in the upcoming war. It was true that their factions weren't on friendly terms, but if Severus was truly a spy, then he could prove himself to be a vital asset in the war. Then there was the fact that she was the director of the DMLE, which meant it was her duty to save the man regardless of her personal feelings. So, with a no-nonsense look on her face, Amelia pulled out a notebook and a quill from her drawer. "When was the last time you saw him?" Amelia asked. "He was the headmaster of the school, so he better be keeping track of his staff. I talked with him the day before yesterday before he went to visit the Malfoys, and I haven't heard anything from him after that," Albus revealed, and Amelia, who was taking notes, froze when she heard that he went to visit the Malfoys. She was certain that Harry did something to the Malfoys to keep them under his control, but she never bothered to investigate that since she didn't like the Malfoys and nobody lodged a complaint, but now she had a chance to investigate. When did he leave? Amelia asked, moving on to the next question. I am not sure about the exact time, but probably an hour before supper, Albus said unsurely. He really wasn't sure about the time as he had other things to worry about. All right. I will be sending my best to visit the Malfoys, but I can't promise anything. If we find something amiss, only then we will be able to get a warrant to search their property, Amelia said with a sigh, and Albus nodded his head in understanding. Don't worry about the warrant, I will get you one, Albus declared confidently. Okay, Amelia knew that as the chief warlock, he could easily get her a warrant. By the way, why did you decide to work with me? I would have expected you to save him on your own, Amelia asked curiously. To be honest, she never expected him to come to her in the first place with something like this. I wanted to, but Severus is much more important than our little games. You have no idea how important he is for our side, Albus revealed gravely. Then there is the fact that I don't want to become a wanted man at this moment, as the school would become vulnerable if that happened, Albus added warily before stepping through the flue. Amelia leaned back in her chair before rubbing her forehead. Albus might be a right bastard, but he was a deterrent. The only reason Hogwarts was never attacked during the last war was because of Albus' presence. Yes, there were some incidents within the school, but the war never spilled inside the school, which was always a good thing. With a sigh, she picked up the note and read it. She had to admit if Harry was responsible for this, then he had guts, but at the same time, he was a fool for doing this. Amelia pressed the button on her desk to summon her secretary. She decided to send Rufus and Moody, even though Moody was no longer on the active roster, while she started to wonder if Tonks would know something or not.